Free fall. A feeling of absolute weightlessness and animal fear. Why the hell is he falling off the roof anyway? But graduation is coming up and he's put up with so much. Then why? But there was no answer to that question. The only thing we can be sure of for sure is that today is the day he died. But is it safe to say that he's actually dead? It's been 3 months and it's hard to say this, but no one has ever seen a patient wake up from a vegetative state. It seems to be a nurse speaking, which the kid in the hospital bed vaguely hears. And next to her, it's his grandmother. He recognizes her voice. Yes, Kim Hyun-seong, that's his name. But what happened? He didn't crash. Did he go into a vegetative state? But he hears and feels everything. No. Why is Grandma crying? Don't let her worry. He's about to open his eyes. It's okay. He's never been sick much longer before. He'll wake up soon and forget this whole thing like a bad dream. Yes, like a terrible dream that, unfortunately for him, never ended. And in this world of darkness, Kim Hyun-seong was unable to do anything. The grandmother kept coming to see the protagonist. She was told by the stupid doctors that she should forget about her grandson. But how could she? I mean, she raised him so much after his parents died. She never give up. Come on. Please let him give some sign that he's still alive. And Kim would have liked to move, just a little, but his body just wouldn't listen. The sound of the heartbeat monitors was all that could be heard in this room. The days went by quickly, and the visitors changed too. Instead of his grandmother, his younger brother came to visit, but far from with encouraging words, he can't live like this anymore. The freaks who bullied Hyun-seong have now descended on him, and things aren't much better with Grandma. She worked in a cafe to earn money for treatment, but she hurt her lower back. What else does he want his brother to do? Isn't their efforts enough for him? If he's going to lie here like this, why doesn't he just die? He and Grandma wouldn't have so much trouble if he'd just die. Or he could just wake up. Stop lying there. Okay. But Kim Hyun-seong wasn't even capable of crying. I couldn't wake up or die. Maybe it was all just a dream. Yeah. It's a very, very long nap. If he holds on a little longer, it's definitely just a little longer. But 3 years later, nothing's changed. And his little brother Hinchin hasn't been around for a while. Are the nurses around? What are they discussing? It's hard to hear. But, did his grandmother pass out? No. Did overwork make her worse? But the female staff at the hospital didn't have an ounce of sympathy. Finally, that nagging dad would stop coming. Now they'd turn up the TV and the music. Nowhere. Absolutely nowhere on his journey Kim met normal people. All those who threw him off the roof and beat him up for months, and even the teachers who just watched silently and did nothing. If a miracle happens and Hyun-seong starts, he'll destroy everyone. I don't care if it's jail, prison, time, whatever. And the first, yes, would be to take on the Minchol pack. It would make him sob in pain. That the protagonist wouldn't care at all. Wouldn't care how much pain he was in. After all, it doesn't compare to the way that scum made him a vegetable. Even now, he wouldn't even come close to feeling the suffering his grandmother had endured because of that juvenile brat. And so gradually, Hyun-seong would kill them all. But no, these wet dreams, it's not for him. It's not enough, not simple revenge but a plan. Plan from start to finish, with all manner of methods and techniques. It's been for years, 5 years, 6, but all the time Kim hasn't wasted. He's going to think it through. Make sure those bastards never get up again. A plan for their total destruction, and one that would make them suffer even more than the protagonist himself. We need to make sure there's nothing left of them. And after 7 years, he finally finished. He's thought of every last detail. There's gonna be hell to pay for those damn bastards. Except that 10 years later, Kim Hyun-seong never woke up. And no matter how much you think about it, it's absurd. What was he planning? It's been years. Everyone's graduated long ago, even from uni. And he remains chained to this hospital bed, and no one can help him. I wish someone will end his suffering now. He's already lost his mind. Well, what's this? Himself. What a weird dream after all. But whatever. Although stop, it's morning. The usual TV nose, and a regular high school blackboard, and the usual nose of their class. What the hell is going on here? But he's dreamt about it many times. True, of course, not as realistic, but still. Just why is he in pain in his sleep? Taking the pen, Hyun-seong decided to check for sure. He slammed it on the table with all his might and it broke. Ink dripped from it, A dream can't be that believable. So there's only one conclusion here. It's not a dream at all. And this is confirmed by the screaming behind the protagonist's back. It was Park Min-chul who kicked their classmate to death. It was all because this asshole doesn't do what the fuck he's asked. Yes, if Min-chul wanted to do it himself, you would have done it yourself. And watching this, Kim Hyun-sung recognized this moment, right? That was the starting point of his endless pain. Everything he's been through started at that exact moment. Everybody watched and nobody did anything. That the protagonist decided to repeat his actions that put him in the hospital. He told the asshole to stop immediately. And Min-chul was surprised. Didn't he hear him there? Kim Hyun-sung, he better not get involved. Or does he think he's any different? Don't let him kid himself. Someone like him, yet, someone like that. He's gonna stop by that asshole's house and not even hear the end of it. After all, he was back for his freshman year of high school, exactly the moment he needed so badly. Yes, the main character remembers this day to the smallest detail. At first it was a very ordinary morning. It was the same for Park Min-chul, who, as usual, hardly listened to the teacher. For him, it was just an ordinary day of bullying his classmates. He sat and played a game popular on phones, Legend Online. But I was too lazy to work out on my own. And there's a bespectacled guy sitting next to me. So maybe he'll play too and help him pump up. Huh? But Min-chul doesn't hear the joy in his voice. This smartass has to answer I obey and no other way. That unlucky guy was Lee Chun-min. He used to be one of the best students, but his grades started to gradually drop. It was all because of Park Min-chul, because he realized that since his grades were good, his parents must have given him a lot of pocket money. That's how Park Min-chul made this herbivore buy things with his pocket money. But that day was different. You take care of your own problems. That's how the kid with the glasses responded to the class bully. He just couldn't take it anymore. And that's when Kim first saw the brutal violence with his own eyes. Of course, Hyun-sung didn't want any trouble either. But he had asked Lin Jong-min for help with his studies before. And to watch this harmless kid get beaten up and no one even comes to help, the main character just couldn't do it. But when Kim wanted to go and do something about it, one of his classmates stopped him. Yes, it's wrong, of course, but still, it's Park Min-chul. If Kim interferes, he'll get his ass in trouble. Yes, Hang Song himself knew what his classmate was telling him. But still, the protagonist himself was always at the top of the list in gym class, and his grades were higher than most, so he decided to intervene. After all, Park Min-chul didn't scare him, especially since the teacher soon returned and resolved the situation. But from that day on, that bastard switched to Hyun-sung. Daily bullying and harassment. Every time he'd get grabbed by that asshole's crew, beaten to a pulp without even giving him a break. And after being bullied every day at school, he couldn't even sleep at night. It was hell. There's no other way to describe it. But now, with his own hands, Kim has decided to go down that path once again. The local scum's face was covered with the mark of the blow, and he had no intention of forgiving that. Except who's going to ask him? Grabbing that sunburned bastard. Hyun-sung rolled his face across the desk. That kind of made the blonde man's nose bleed. But who cared? On the contrary, it was time to hit him again. After all, Kim had imagined this situation many times before he fell into a coma. He knew Min-chul was a fighter who relied only on physical strength. He wasn't used to getting first, so he was immediately confused. And because of that, Hyun-sung won't give him a break. A punch in the face, then against the desk, and I think another punch in the face. He's been waiting for this moment for 10 years. Throwing that jock's carcass into the closet, Hyun-sung decided to go straight for the heavy artillery. He kicked Min-chul in the face. I don't really care if this jerk dies now or later. Raises his face, then gets punched in the face. Heel block with his hand. Great, Kim's gonna break his arm. But suddenly, this beating was interrupted by a chair flying in from nowhere. Park Min-chul's lackey stormed in and demanded that it stop immediately. But here's the thing. Kim had no desire to stop. And it was strange. Kun Min-hoo, one of that scumbag's gang members, was surprised. What is Hyun-sung doing? He should have known that they would intervene, right? Why attack their leader? Yet, he didn't look scared at all. That the bulky guy standing next to him doesn't care if his opponent is scared or not. He'll wipe Kim out. And of course the protagonist knows this ambo. In fact, they are not Park Min-chul's gang at all, but just bullying whoever their leader points out. And the strongest of the bunches, Kong Jon Seok, and Hyun Seon, isn't afraid of him at all, especially since the teacher will be here soon. Which means they have no choice, they have to leave. So says their leader, they'll figure it out later. But still, Jang Seok will warn you before he leaves. The protagonist is dead. No matter what, they'll meet after school, and let him not even think about running away. They can't wait for their next meeting. And Park Min-chul, having scrambled over to his desk, didn't even realize what it was in the first place. He only remembers the first blow, and woke up on the floor. How dare that scum humiliate him? He's gonna destroy him without a second thought. The rest of them are gonna get together after school, and that pompous turd can't handle it. And there's no way Min-chul would have lost one-on-one. He just got a little sloppy, he got caught off guard. But Kim can play hardball all he wants. He is, after all, the class president and in charge of many things. Previously they just avoid each other, so the blonde didn't touch him. But if the president decides to cross the line, so be it, and beat him to a pulp. That's what the blonde man's chum thought as they waited impatiently for class to be over. But I wonder what happened to this Kim Hyun Seon. Was he under something or something? It just feels like he's gone cuckoo. Alright, Young Min-ho hopes he's not a problem. They'll just stomp him first, and that's the end of it. I don't really care why he did it. Maybe he's trying to act tough in front of a crowd. If they don't punish him, the others will start looking down on them too. That's why it's best to wipe this guy out so he can never look them in the eye again. And class was just about over. Tak Min-chul has been waiting for this moment. That's it. Kim's dead. Except the protagonist was expecting the same thing, and knocks the kid out with a leg kick. But no. Where to? It's too early to pass out. It's time for them to pick up where they left off. And Blondie didn't understand. What the hell was this nonsense? This guy didn't run away, but instead waited for them. Min-ho and the others from the parallel class were already getting up from their desks. The school is a restricted area, and Hyunsung won't just run away from them. So it's about time. We went and got that show off. Except that when this group got to the right classroom, there was a good-sized crowd standing around, and they were very excited. That's when Min-ho realized there's something obviously wrong. And then he realized, it can't be. Could it be that thing again? There's no time to think, we have to run. And as they squeezed into the classroom, there was an unenviable sight before them. Their leader was covered in blood, seemingly hanging unconscious, and Hyun Soon is the scorer. Looked at the people coming in. Are they late? How's it going? Are they gonna be crowding the entrance much longer? And not for long, because Kang Kun-seok immediately rushed to the main character. But that's okay. Kim spent 10 years replaying the scenario over and over again. Park Min-chul was easy to deal with initially, but this thug is a completely different conversation. There's no way you can beat a big guy like that with conventional methods. But then what do we do? Simple. Use whatever methods you can. Even the ones Hyun Soon from the past would never have thought of. Like hitting him in a temple with an iron locker lock. Virtue. Righteousness. There's no use for that shit. To get revenge, you have to live like it's your last time. And you have to do whatever it takes. Who cares how much this idiot has pumped up his body? If you hit him with the intent to kill, like with hard steel to a weak point, he can hardly stand it. Well, that's it. Good luck to him in his hospital bed. This left the remaining twosome in indescribable horror. But now is not the time to relax. I mean, it's basically his only chance. As he accelerates, the protagonist wants to throw Chun-taek to the floor with all his might. He's weak, so he can't take it. That's it. Confused by the pain, he would no longer be able to block the next blows, which the protagonist will take great pleasure in inflicting. Yes, and there are risks involved. Kun Min-ho could attack him from behind at this moment. But how can a plan be without flaws in a one-on-4 fight? So I don't care. We'll hope that Min-ho-taek continues to stand in a stupor. He's always been very weak in spirit. He'll kill Jon-taek first to equalize the numerical advantage, then he'll go after him. It's the best option available to him. You may have to rely on a little bit of luck. Looking at the disfigured face of another asshole, Kim Hyun soon understood. This is a fight he's imagined many times, except his body can barely keep up with his thoughts, and frankly, he's running out of energy. He overestimated himself a little bit, but still, there's no chance of him stopping here, because there's only one last one left. Min-ho, who was horrified, didn't understand. Had Kim always been this strong? No. That's impossible. How would he hide it from others? Something's changed. He wasn't like this before. He's literally like the devil in the flesh now. All the others have been knocked out and he's on his own. He doesn't stand a chance. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of insecurity and weakness Kim was counting on. It's time for them to call it a night. What? Are your hands shaking? Let them pray, so they don't shake after a concussion. But Han Seon didn't throw a punch. It was because of the teachers shouting in the hallway. Oh, yeah, that's it. What? Did he think he'd get away with it? He made such a ruckus in class, the teachers will probably notice. 3 students lying on the floor covered in blood. The situation will be obvious to the school authorities. The only thing this asshole is going to get now is a record at the police station. Although Hyunsung himself was still smiling for some reason, in just over half an hour, Kim was being told off in the teacher's lounge for what he'd done. This is the class president. 3 of them had been taken to the hospital, and their faces were a mess. But the teacher himself was thinking of something else. God forbid that this incident would be blamed on him. If he didn't want to be blamed for something, then he should make Kim take the blame. But he had always been normal, so why do something like this? Okay, we need to intimidate him more. It won't end at the school level. In the last 10 years, a teacher has never seen a student do something like this and not think about the consequences. Better get him ready. The victim's parents aren't gonna let this go. He'll be held accountable, and he better pray he doesn't end up in jail. That absolutely calmly, Hyunsung replied. What's the point of all this? There's no point in exaggerating everything. Is this really the first time a teacher has dealt with school violence? He's a pro at it, isn't he? Let him figure it out in the way he usually does. Won't inflate the case, just forget it. Is it so hard to keep it quiet and not make a fuss? In response, the man immediately slapped the bratty kid, and he knew this was going to happen from the beginning. It wasn't just the bullies that were the problem in the first place. He was driven to his death by bullying and total ignorance from the teachers. Everyone just watched, and now this corrupt degenerate pretending to be a righteous man. But Kim remembered everything clearly. Class 1 teacher Kim Yoon-chul, although teacher is a bit of a mouthful, this piece of shit never even tried to be a real mentor. And smiling, Hyunsung says he'd better stop. But Yoon-chul didn't think so. He swung again for a slap, except he's sure he doesn't want to stop. Tell him to turn down the volume, otherwise Han Seon will turn it up. And he won't keep quiet about the money that bastard gets from his parents and just eats like a pig. And he has a close relationship with Minho's family. Shouldn't he shout it out to the whole school? Yes, it's just words that are hard to prove, but it's unpleasant. But that's just the little things. There are a couple of other very interesting facts, like the one about the English teacher. That's why Kim said to let it go, or that piece of shit still wants to continue. After so much bullying, the protagonist decided something. He knew it wasn't a good idea, of course, but he couldn't solve the problem himself, so he decided to tell his teacher. Yoon-chul listened to him then and asked Bontan, is it really like this? He was bullying his classmates, but he said he would never do that. What's the point of him bullying his friends? It's just a joke. I guess Han Seon just misunderstood. All right, after hearing this, the teacher lectured that punching someone in the face wasn't going to make anyone feel better. Everybody got that. Well, that's great. Only in reality, absolutely nothing has changed. No, not really. It's only gotten worse. As he walked out the door, Park Min-chul immediately told Kim to follow him. What are you thinking of doing? Ratting them out. Did you really think it would make a difference? What an asshole. And in just 5 minutes outside the school, Kim was already getting his ass kicked. He could only helplessly take the blows. Injustice, anger. That's what he felt. After all, if you're a teacher, if you're a mentor, you could at least check. It was unlikely that the student would lie about being bullied. And here comes the teacher. Now he has seen everything personally and will understand the situation. He will punish them for sure. Except Yoon-chul just turned away and pretended that nothing was happening. It wasn't until later that Kim found out that the man was complete trash who was getting bribes from his parents, including from Min-ho, who was hammering him. He wasn't going to help anyone from the beginning, but hardly Kim gave up. He decided to change everything with his own strength even though he was alone, and knew he couldn't when he tried. He fought back against those scumbags. He was about to be free of their oppression. But just the same day, the parents of the main rich guy in the asshole company, Min-ho, came in. And they started complaining about who the bastard was who did this to their son. And my son just kept saying the same thing. Hyunsung started it first. His nose was broken. His parents won't just let it go. And in the end, just like before, Kim was blamed. Even at the school violence meeting, only the protagonist was punished, and the Mancholi gang got away with it. Unfortunately, Kim only realized much of this when he was already a vegetable. For example, that he cannot take revenge on his own. He needs support from adults. And right now he's trying to get one of them under his thumb. Yoon-chul wanted to say, "What the hell is this boy talking nonsense?" But single quotes. That man better start thinking about how he talks to Hyun soon. He knows everything. He met Minho's parents through an alumnus. He's been helping that family since before he started school. Now he's getting a handout every month. That's hardly his worst sin, but the fact that he's having an affair with an English teacher who, by the way, is married with 3 kids. Yeah, they go to motels with her a lot. So how's Kim doing? Should he go on? Or does he realize his life is in the shit? If all this is revealed, his career in education will be over in an instant. And let it be known, if he continues to behave like this, the protagonist will gladly make his life difficult for him. He'll be very happy if that corrupt bastard is finally fired. And Hyunsung knew all of this because, when he moved to the 3rd year of high school, many of this grief teacher's cases were solved. His wife came to school and threw divorce papers in his face. His wife came to the school and threw the divorce papers in his face. And if so, this information is the biggest fear of his life, so this should definitely work. Before bowing his head, Yoon-chul quietly said that what? What is required of him? It was nothing really. Just let him live as before. The teacher didn't get it. What do you mean? I mean, let's just let him continue to be trash. Ignore student problems, hide some things even if it's wrong, but only with one correction. Now Hyun Seon has all these privileges. Don't let information about the incidents get out. I don't care what means or methods he uses. Then so be it. No one will know about Kim's terrible secrets until he graduates. You got it? Well, that's great. But Yoon-chul's teaching staff won't be enough. We have to move on to the next step quickly. But first, Kim has some unfinished business. At this time, Minho is going crazy. How dare that upstart do this to them? Well, the teacher's not gonna let it go. He'll expel him. If Minho doesn't cross paths with him, he'll never see that bastard at school again. To be honest, when he came face to face with Kim, he was a little scared. And that might have hurt his reputation in class. And he doesn't want that. Minho should be seen by everyone as a leader. And some Hyun Seong won't take that right away from him. Quieting himself, the boy sat back down at his desk. It's probably just a coincidence that this jerk was able to knock out 3 people at once. Minho's going to beat him one-on-one. That he just got his chance, because Kim happens to be standing right at the entrance. He remembers, doesn't he? They're not done yet. They just started, and with a punch to the face, the main character beats this rich fool out of his desk. Eyes filled with fear. That's what's left of this schoolboy's self-confidence. And with each new blow, it got smaller and smaller. He even started begging for mercy. But what mercy is there? Kim was just getting the hang of it. But then hope appeared in Minho's eyes. Yoon-chul, that bastard is being paid by his mother. He should come and take care of it. But just like before with the main character, the teacher just ignored it all. Yet, even if he doesn't expect anyone to help him, because no one at this school wants him. Until 5 minutes ago, the teacher was considering what to do. Yes, he has almost no chance of working it out. 3 students were sent to hospital beds. Of course, it's more favorable for the management not to know about it. But if Hyunsung doesn't get punished, the students' parents will surely go ballistic. Especially Minho, his parents would literally kill for their son. Not only that, they own several buildings in Dosan, influential enough to provide free maintenance for their school. They also paid for the recent renovations out of their own pockets. So obviously the principal will cover for them at all costs. But the biggest problem is that Yoon-chul also received money from them. If the incident goes public, what will he do? We have to think of a way out of this situation. There's no direct way out. But what? Yeah. What about separating Minho from this case? He hasn't touched Hyun Seon yet, which means he can let it go. Yeah. His friends got beat up. So what? It's not about their son. Damn. I just have to ask Kim to leave Minho out of this before he makes a mess of things. In a hurry. The teacher ran out towards the right classroom, except it was too late. The guy was pretty much out of it. No matter how hard he tried, he ended up falling short. Shit. Okay, I don't give a shit about that asshole's parents. After all, if Yoon Chul's affair is discovered, he will lose all his assets. That's exactly what Kim was counting on, who just wouldn't quit. He was laughed at by such a spineless lowlife, and for 3 years he's been told so often it's his own fault for being weak. Except, in reality, it was the shivering dog that was making fun of him. Well, he's had enough. Sitting down on the desk, the protagonist began to ponder what had happened. If he didn't touch Minho now, the problem with the rest of the gang would be easy to scuttle. But only Hyun-soon isn't going to hold back to cover someone's ass. Otherwise, he wouldn't have originally hit Park Min-chul right after returning. He would have avoided them and been able to live a quiet life if he wanted to. Except that after 3 years in that hell, and then another 10 years in a coma, he had an enduring desire for revenge. And this is just the result of that desire. Obviously, it's about to get very nosy. First he beats up 3 people, and now he's beaten up Min-ho. The principal wanted the school to have a prestigious status, so he would definitely try to punish the offender to the fullest extent. And there are plenty of witnesses, so there's no way to cover it up. They can't stop the rumors now. But except that if Kim can't even handle some school, what revenge can we even talk about? No. This is just the beginning for him. And some time later, at a teacher's council attended by the protagonist, a principal named Oh Tae-hwang was just tearing up hand metal. This is unacceptable. Hyun-soon didn't just send them to the hospital, he did it with all the cruelty he could muster. Even after talking to the teacher, he didn't show. The victims' faces looked like they were out of a gangster movie. This is a school. We need to punish him severely. And everyone nodded, including English teacher Lee Min-yu. She was about to say that this student should be kicked out of the school, but with a small push, Yoon Chul interrupted her. Of course, he couldn't say anything out in the open, but he couldn't let the situation escalate. Otherwise everyone will know about their relationship. It's time for him to make his move, which the protagonist has been waiting for. Yes, Yoon Chul agrees, his student did misbehave, but as their class teacher he can assure. This incident was caused by Park Min-chul and the other victims. Oh Tae-hwan didn't know what he was talking about. And about the rumor that Park Min-chul and his bunch were bullying other students, so Yoon Chul himself was watching them and wanted to punish them. But Kim snapped earlier, he couldn't take it silently. So he, as the class teacher, thinks that Hyun-seon is just a victim and the offender. If only he is punished, it would be very unprofessional. To which the director replies that professional or not, it doesn't matter, it still needs to be done. And as if Yoon Chul didn't mind, the head of school did not take a challenge to his decision, because he knew Minho's parents wouldn't let it go. It was better to deal with the instigator at once, so as not to incur their wrath. They can't lose their connections with such powerful people, especially if Taiwan wants this school to become prestigious. So the PTA will meet in a week to decide what kind of punishment Kim will get. Until then, it's best to keep quiet about the incident. Kim Hyun-soon himself will be suspended from school until a parent-teacher conference is held. Let him think he's unlocked, and come back in a week with his guardian. Yeah, okay, he got it. With these words, the protagonist went out into the corridor, where their class teacher was already rushing to catch up with him. Well, he did his best, but he just attacked Minho. Anyway, it's a hard problem to solve. So, well, he might as well not attract any more attention. If Kim's calm, the teacher might somehow let it go. The protagonist was amused, the way he groveled before him. Apparently, he had long ago lost the teacher's conscience, which he should have had. Not a man, just trash, although this time he's not much use, but in the future ... Yes, Kim says he does. The teacher try. Except he knew the truth from the beginning, you know, about Park Min-chul and his antics. So why didn't you stop him? Let him get it through his head. The only way to keep the main character quiet until graduation is to do everything for his own good without a second thought. And if he doesn't, not only his own, but the English teacher's life will be completely ruined. Kim promises that, and he always keeps his promise. So this man just doesn't have any other choice. Although in fact, the protagonist would like to get rid of him right now. But still, the main goal is still a long way off. You can't throw away people who could be useful because of rage. Yeah, just a teacher. but if you nail him to the wall, he'll go to great lengths to survive. Picking up his bag in class, Hyun-soon was confident, in a week's time, he would set about executing the plan he'd been hatching for years. And then the director of this charade will face problems he never imagined. Returning home, Kim remembered how long it had been since he had walked down this alley. He lives in this dilapidated house for 50 million won. That's about 20,000 bucks. But at least that's it, because if it wasn't for his parents' death insurance, he'd have to rent, and pay rent every month. When his grandmother told him during one of her visits that she had sold it to pay the hospital bills, it was as if a whole world had been shattered for Hyun-sung. After all, he used to really dislike the house and thought it was junk. But now he's very happy that he has a place to go back to. And opening the door, he immediately called out to his grandmother. Except for some reason, no one was home. That's right though, Kim remembered. It was the same hours grandma was at work. Oh, good. He doesn't have time to be sentimental. He was extremely lucky that somehow he was able to return. And so it is necessary not only to take revenge, but also to prepare a place for his grandmother and brother in which they can live normally. They're a week away from PTA, and therefore, opening the diary, it's time to rewrite the plan that the protagonist has developed. In 2 years, he will definitely achieve it, but to do that, he needs 3 things. The first is his personal strength. After all, he needs to be strong enough to deal with the school gangsters. Of course, becoming as strong as some champion isn't going to work. But he is someone he knows with that kind of strength. And if Kim could lure him to his side, it would be a lot easier. Because of this, the second point comes out. His adversaries will be organized into packs. And to deal with that, Hyun-soon will also need to gather a group with common interests. But he's the problem here. He's still just an ordinary high school student. A perfect plan can be worthless if you don't have the strength to execute it, so you will have to try and get the right people together. And third, but most importantly, a problem that Kim can solve thanks to her memories. Influence. He needs influence to make it all happen. And for this committee issue, it's going to be more useful than ever. That same evening, some man at the police station was yelling at the whole place. Do they even know what family he's from? What good are they if they don't even know the famous people who live in Dosan? Or what do they think, because they're police officers, they can do anything? Jen Spov told that old man to calm down. What the hell kind of old man is he? He's actually 35. How old is he? Have they even seen themselves? That disgruntled man is Boko Chongbo, the eldest son of Myung-Ching Construction. He was literally trashing the cop's office. Except they already knew who the troublemaker was. His antics set the whole town on edge. He's been more cautious lately, though. It's because of the inheritance fight. Ah, well, he'll sit down and think about it. Since he maimed them, I guess I'll have to plead guilty. That the bastards who picked on him had themselves to blame. Weaklings, that's all. Shit. If Jang Bom gets a case now, his brother will have an advantage. This situation is really bad. His father recently announced he's going to have a succession race. All to decide who's worthy of running the business. In other words, to take his place. On the one hand, Jang Bom himself, who had only finished high school, and on the other hand, his younger brother, who graduated from a prestigious university. Not only that, he married a powerful woman from Dosan 3 years ago. So he's strengthened his position even more if the news leaks this case. And the cops are apparently so eager to put all the dogs on him. They can't just let him go after he beat up innocent people. Except he didn't hit anybody. I mean, that's the 100th time he's told them. Those assholes hit him first. Yeah, the cop heard it all before. There's no evidence, no security footage. And so far, the victim's testimony can't be refuted, yet. And you can't argue with that. Sounds like he's really fucked up. But just stop. What's this high school kid doing here? And this schoolboy says he's here to be a witness for this man. Who can he discuss it with? And the evidence provided by the suddenly appearing protagonist was quite convincing. There's a video that clearly shows that it's just like Jang Bom said. He was hit first, obviously. It was a provocation. Kim says he was just passing through. But he thought the man was in trouble, and there were no cameras around. So he asked the driver standing next to him for a tape recorder. He knew the minor's testimony wouldn't be very convincing, but no one could challenge the video. The man tried his best to avoid the conflict, but these provocateurs kept up. They attacked him first. He had no choice. He had to defend himself. It's not his fault he's strong enough to knock them out with one punch, so it's kind of self-defense. And Jangbum was really happy. He's telling the truth. What a lucky guy. He has a good face and a good tongue. Yeah. It's just like his father told him. Only hit those who deserve it. And now he has proof. No one's gonna judge him. Yeah. That's what the cop concluded. This is the end of the investigation. When the attackers wake up and testify again, he'll call Jangbum again. And to be honest, the cop apologizes. I should have listened more carefully to what Jangbum told him. And the cop jumped to conclusions because the attackers were dead. But the heir to a big corporation doesn't care. Jangbum says he's memorized his face well. He'll give that officer a good life. Let him look forward to it. When he came out of the police office, Jangbum was filled with gratitude. The kid had saved his life. And he, by the way, never forgets those who helped him. So here's a wad of greenbacks for him. He's giving it out of the goodness of his heart, by the way. And Kim took it without question. He surprised the man. Usually, at that kid's age, they're afraid to even touch that kind of money. But you're the one who didn't bat an eye. And you got the DVR footage, too. What an unusual guy I am. And this guy wants to ask. Jangbum doesn't think it was an accident. The man doesn't know what that schoolboy is talking about. But the man decided to speak frankly. He knows very well what kind of man he is. Heir to the company. And right now, he's in the middle of the race for chairman. And his opponent is Jang Su's younger brother. He knows all about this eldest son of Myung-chin Construction. And Jangbum was clearly tense about it. Who is this kid? But he'd already told him it wasn't an accident. And more importantly, the protagonist has proof. So what's up? What does his contact think? Kim learned all this information while he was in a coma. Because the TV was always playing information about him and his family, about his life and his ignominious end. Anyway, if a man is really grateful to him, how about giving Han Seon just 1 hour? He promises Jangbum won't be harmed in any way. Or maybe not at all. Will be a life and death decision for him. There was no choice and the two moved to the cafe. There, the protagonist decided to show the heir of the company the full video from the recorder. He only showed the cop the ending. And now what really happened is being played back. And why it's not a coincidence. As early as 30 minutes before the incident, 3 men came to the convenience store. At first glance, they seemed like ordinary shoppers, no big deal. But after 30 minutes, they never moved. It's like they were waiting for someone. But as soon as Jangbum arrived, they magically moved. They started pushing their faces. They wanted to be hit, of course. Jangbum tried to settle things, but in the end, these men struck first. Maybe this 35-year-old Foret has already noticed. The recent incidents that have happened to him, they're kind of weird. It's like someone's running the whole thing. And it all started right after the air race was announced. That things started happening to him all the time. What if Kim says that Jangbum's younger brother John Seok set it all up? After all, the answer to the question of coincidence or intentional evil changes a lot of things. The man thought for a moment. He, of course, thought it was suspicious, too. But he didn't think that his younger brother, who had a huge advantage, would go for such dirty methods. Why is this schoolboy telling him everything? But this the protagonist will hide. However, the real reason is this. Myung-chin Construction is only known in this province for now. But very soon they will have a dramatic growth due to solid capital and technology. They went counterintuitive, reduced margins and increased the percentage of completed buildings. Later, the name of this company would be listed among the biggest conglomerates. But in the process, both sons would be removed. The trouble started with the youngest, John Seok. It was such a big news that even every high school student knew about it. The younger son used dirty methods and wanted to become the heir at any cost. But it all ended when the older brother found out. He got so angry that he hit John Seok. And that was enough to cripple the one. Their father Munson was furious and declared that both sons were incompetent. The information that they would not get the company caused a great outcry. It got to the point where people were specifically following them and posting their every move on the internet. All for the sake of memes. Thanks to that, Kim was able to find the store where Jangbum was buying from. But in the end, the director will be replaced by a professional manager they hire, which will bring the company to the level of the big conglomerates. Honestly, It would be better for the company itself if Hyunsung didn't interfere at all. The eldest son is not angry enough to eliminate his opponents, but at the same time, he starts up at half speed and is completely incompetent. And the younger is a completely immoral person who does not shy away from any method to achieve his goal. The company will grow and grow if it doesn't fall into the hands of these two. But the only one who doesn't care about that is Kim. All that matters is how useful this company can be to him, whether he's doing the right thing or not. A butterfly effect that can change the future. None of this is the protagonist's problem. Even if the future takes a turn for the worse, Kim must protect himself, his family, and take revenge on these bastards. So he tells Jeonbam that he'll help him defeat his younger brother. And in the end, he's the one who becomes the new director of Myeongchun Construction. But frankly, I find that hard to believe. How can a high school student? Yes, Kim certainly knows that the heir to the corporation has more competent people helping him in this race. But isn't it strange, all they do is pour honeyed speeches into his ears. And an ordinary high school student unraveled his brother's conspiracy, about which they kept silent. It's obvious, they're Jang Seok's spies. And in doing so, Hyunsung himself is not asking to take his word for it, but only to give one chance so that they can build a relationship based on trust. And that made Jeonbam think about it. Walking out of the cafe, he lit a cigarette. His head is going to explode with this news. And the cafe employee asks him not to smoke. Fuck him. Either he'll shut up or there won't be a brick left of this cafe. Watching this, the main character recalled everything he knew about the man. He was born an heir and lived happily ever after, with no thought for the future. His nickname is Time Bomb, because he's too violent. But Kim's not looking for the righteous. On the contrary, Jeonbam is rotten enough to eventually destroy his brother for power. That's why he's the perfect figure for Kim's plan. Finishing his cigarette, the older son thought, his brother there seems to have lost all sense of the world. This kid is clearly not wrong. Compared to his brother, Youngbeom is nothing. He could lose his inheritance at any time. But is it right to trust a 17-year-old high school student he's meeting for the first time in his life? However, it was at that moment that the man remembered the words of his father. He had always told him, if you don't have the skills yourself, you need to surround yourself with the right people. And don't look at age, gender, or anything else. The main thing is to find the right people, and then he can definitely handle running the company. Putting out his cigarette, the heir to the company returned to the cafe. Let the kid start by telling his plan. Youngbeom will listen to it and decide whether he wants it or not. After a while, Jeon Sok got a call from the perpetrators, who completely failed, and his brother was never prosecuted. He threw the phone down in a rage. How could you screw up like that? All because of an old man with his old-fashioned principles. What inheritance by seniority? Obviously, his brother could never be a worthy director of the company. All right, we need to cool down. He still has plenty of advantages. Even if nothing changes, he'll still be the heir. Except, out of the blue, there was a phone call. They're in huge trouble. His wife broke into Hyunsung's office. Meanwhile, Kim kept talking. In order to win the race, the older brother needs to realize the reality. Between the two brothers, who is more suitable for the position of company director? It's obvious that Jang Seok, the older one, isn't even his rival. After all, he only finished high school and didn't even go to university. He's also his younger brother. He married a girl from a powerful family. As soon as he returned to Korea, he immediately suggested that the successor should be chosen in a fair fight. That's how the race began. There were no coincidences here from the beginning. Jang Suk did a great job of taking the director's seat for his favorite. What about Jeonbam himself? Just seniority, that's all. There's no objective advantage, nothing but disadvantages, lots of problems, lots of fights. Who would ever volunteer to support an older son like that? And it's really getting to the man. Will he say something of substance? Well, yes, naturally, because even in this situation, Kim thinks there's a chance of winning. After all, despite the obvious advantage of the younger one, the headmaster still decided to have a race. All because of the naive idea that the eldest son wants to be the heir. That's why they're fighting. Even if Jang Sok is better, but just times better, the director will still choose between the two of them. All because he's hardened to the bone and wants the eldest son to inherit. And in that case, well, this is just a guess, but suddenly Jang Sok, who surpasses his brother in everything, will sink to the bottom where his brother now just dwells. What will happen then, if the two brothers are on the same level? Who will the principal choose? Now that's more like a real competition, when the opponents are on the same level, and then the fact of seniority will play a key role that cannot be changed. And the best place to start is with Jong Sok's wife, who, by some unknown coincidence, brought home a whore with whom her husband was cheating on her. That's what the main character was talking about. They need to fulfill 3 conditions to defeat his brother. The first thing is influence, and unfortunately, Genbom is lagging behind. His brother married the daughter of a big shot while he was clubbing. The second thing is reputation. He's got a bad one here, too. Crazy bastard from Dosan, that's what they call him. And lastly, skills. While Genbom was busy drinking and having girls, Jensuk was working hard and improving himself by doing numerous administrative tasks. The difference between the two is such that his brother doesn't even need to try. Even a small demonstration of skill would be enough to beat someone who did nothing at all. But from now on, they're going to have to turn the game around. One condition at a time, and they'll start with the first one. How can they surpass their brother in influence? He's not likely to marry the daughter of powerful people quickly, so that's not an option. Which means he'll have to think outside the box. After all, there's no need to look for a wife if they can get Jang Seok divorced. That way they neutralize his advantage in influence and bring him back to the starting line where Jongbom himself is. And after a while, the father called both sons to him, and the younger one had to apologize. Only his father, Ko Min Chin, was hardly interested in these pathetic excuses. Min Chin has already talked to his father-in-law and promised to punish his son severely. That's so that it wouldn't come to a divorce. I had to beg him on my knees to give him another chance, but he told me to tell him that Jong Suk's wife will now live separately from him, and he will be monitored all this time to make the final decision. Junior wanted to apologize again, but his father turned to shouting. He was sick of apologizing. He'd warned him to watch what you do in a marriage. If he wanted to go out with women, he should have stayed single like his older brother. What kind of people are they like? Speaking of the older man, what was he doing at the police station? Asking this question, the father expected his son to make excuses again, but they discussed it with the protagonist at the cafe. Then Yongbom suggested that they should dig out more dirty secrets about Jung-suk can't tell their father, with a message like, "He's a disgrace to our family. We shouldn't give the company to someone like that. And then dad will definitely make a decision in their favor." But that idea alone was doomed to failure. When Kim was in a coma, he heard a documentary about their father, Myung-chin. He knew everything his sons did, and that included his younger brother's plots. But he turned a blind eye to it, because such methods were also appropriate. Myung-chin chooses an heir far from a clean past. The heir's life can be a bit messy. For him, the most important thing is to lead the company to success, and in that case, a bunch of dirty rumors will hardly change his mind. He'll just put the company in the hands of a professional like he did in a previous life. Getting rid of the younger brother isn't enough. After all, it's no guarantee that the company will be given to Yongbom at all. We need behavior worthy of a future principal. We need to show the other side of this fool. They'll show him as no one's ever seen him before. And already, at the meeting with my father, the man just bowed his head and said, "It won't happen again." Regardless of the reason, Yongbom caused trouble for his father, and will accept responsibility as his son. Myung-jin said that he knew what really happened. He was provoked, and he still tried to settle it without a fight. He did well, handled the situation with dignity. His father is really proud of him. And walking out of his father's room, the younger man was blazing with rage. He tells the older man that he doesn't know yet who took down the address of the office where his mistress was. But if he finds him, he'll tear him to pieces. But Yongbom didn't care about any of that. "Good job, I'm proud of you." Those words stuck in his head. His father, who had always been so strict, now recognized him. Which means from now on, these things should happen more often. And for that, we need to talk to that schoolboy again. He did it that same night. Thanks to Kim, Gengbom got his father's recognition. So now he believes him. What he, as heir to the company, should do next. To become the next director, he will dry everything up and accomplish everything. To which Hyunsung told his new acquaintance not to relax too much. Jong Sok is at their level only in matters of influence. To get around him and become director, you need to earn a 2-point lead. Of course, Kim has a couple of suggestions for the first time. But it'll probably be a little difficult for Young Byum. Let him start working in the company and learn management. As the time comes, Kim will tell him what to do. And the man wondered, did he really need to become an office clerk? Doesn't matter, though. He's gonna do just like that kid said. Well, that's all well and good, but it's not that simple. Kim wants to remind him of their conversation at the cafe. They teamed up because they needed each other. And in return, Jang Bum promised to fulfill Hyun Seong's wish. And he's not going back on his word. What can he do for his new little brother? Well, that's what they're about to discuss. On the day of the legal committee meeting, Min Ho's mother Kim Seung-cha was fighting with Yoon Chul. She gave him enough money to listen to all this nonsense. Don't make a fool of her or she be out of this school faster than a bullet. Make sure the student who hit her son gets expelled. Otherwise, he would feel bad himself. And Yeon Chuli had nothing left but to mumble well. But what should he do now? He immediately ran to Kim to tell him that he was trying his best to keep the punishment to a minimum. But stubbornness alone won't solve the problem. But Hyun Seong already knew that Min Ho's mother was pushing everyone. But that's no excuse. Let her use her head for what it's supposed to be once in a while. Or maybe he wants Kim to tell, and then they'll go down together. So he better choose carefully if he wants to live. And Kim should go, because they're probably waiting for him. At this time, at the PTA, Min Ho's mother had already agreed with the principal. Realizing this, Yeon Chul was desperate. He would lose his job either way. You are just only as a traitor or a bribe taker. And the savings he has now are barely enough to live on. But what is it? It's not his grandmother sitting next to Hyun Seong. And the principal has started the meeting. The accused's class teacher will be the first to explain everything. And jumping up from his seat, the teacher blurted out, "It's obvious. The incident was the fault of Min Ho and his cohorts. They bullied other students, and the victim is falsely accused of the crime." He said that because he recognized Jang Bum, that's Myeonjin Construction's eldest son. And yet, when he looked at the list of people present, he thought they were just similar names. This guy is more powerful than Min Ho's parents. Then it's obviously time to switch sides. But the director didn't understand what he was talking about. Let him explain. And Yeon Chul will gladly do it. He received many reports about a group of students who called themselves the Park Min-chul Gang. They had been bullying other students since the beginning of the semester. He of course asked them not to cause more problems, but the situation was only getting worse. And right before the incident, Park Min-chul was bullying Lee Jong-min. And Kim, he just couldn't take it. He said, "Don't do that. We're all disciples after all." He tried to stop him and spoke to him from the bottom of his heart. The Park Min-chul just brought more guys with him and went to direct threats. But let them think to themselves, if someone tries to attack them, will they just keep quiet? Obviously, Hyun Seung's actions are just self-defense. Min Ho's actions are the same. He was an informant in the gang. Of course, Kim decided to act preemptively so that he would not be threatened. Yes, for self-defense, Hyun Seung's stick is a bit over the top. But it's important not to ignore the reason for this. If only one person is punished in this situation, how are they any worse than garbage? That was the end of this circus in the form of a teacher's report. And the principal was amazed. What is he talking about? No need to change the subject. They were going to discuss Kim's attack on the others. That there was someone out there bullying others, that's not proven by anything. And that's a different conversation. There is no reason that can be used to justify violence. It is certainly useful to understand the case, that the punishment for the bully should be in any case, and to prevent such incidents, it's better to make it a showcase and punish the culprit severely. But first, we need to listen to the other side. Let Min Ho tell us what really happened. And he's gonna tell. The teacher's words are completely different from what he experienced. When he came to class alone, he saw Kim beating up Park Min-chul Lee. It was business as usual until then, but then Hyun Seung decided to attack for some reason. They can interview witnesses, that's what happened. It's obvious that Kim is to blame, and Min Ho himself isn't telling a single lie. He just couldn't watch his friend get beaten up, but Hyun Seung also grabbed a gun and started hammering anyone who tried to calm him down in any way with it. And so Min Ho is completely at a loss as to why the teacher is trying to put the blame on them. And that wasn't the end of it either. The fact that Kim had been summoned to the teacher's office seemed to make him even angrier. After all, after that, he cane man beat up Min-Hoo in front of everyone for nothing. Is it really Min-Hoo's own fault? That's when his mom got involved. Oh, come on. Her son got beat up. What's there to talk about? Such cruelty. And at school. Today it's her son. Tomorrow it's other kids. I mean, you can't ignore that, yeah. That's what the PTA thinks too. Hitting someone is wrong. You should be punished, yeah, they have to. Meanwhile, Park Min-Chul and company were discussing Kim's expulsion. Their friend's mother will definitely do it. When it comes to her darling son, she turned the whole school upside down, yeah. Park Min-Chul thinks so too. But if he still doesn't get expelled, he will personally hammer Hyunsung until he begs him to stop on his knees. Even if he's expelled, he'll still go after him until he's compensated. Well, an extra $200 won't hurt. They'll buy themselves a cheap bike and ride it around with the girls. Except things didn't go according to plan. All this nonsense was interrupted by Jang Byum. What a bunch of bullshit they're doing here. Like, is everyone pretending, or do they really not get it? It doesn't even occur to them that this demon in human form started everything first. And the director would like to argue, what an insult. But Jang Byum asked, what was he if not a demon? He's already found out everything about them. Their gang is quite famous around here. Everyone in the neighborhood knows them, but for some reason now the school is trying to cover for them. They're just not aware of it, or maybe there's money involved. These assholes just got one siege, but the ambulance came, so what? Hyun Seong was trying to protect himself first. That's what the class teacher said. So why don't we just get to the bottom of this? It's better to be honest. If a thug had bullied someone in their school days, would they have stood by silently? That's when Min-Hoo's mother couldn't take it anymore. Who the hell is this guy? Kim doesn't have any parents. What kind of scumbag shows up here? But with a smile, Chen Bom remembered the conversation in the car. Kim then asked to be his sponsor, and he didn't understand why. He could have just asked for money. That the main character certainly needs money, but it is not an end in itself. To defeat strong opponents, you need to be strong yourself. To be honest, Hyun-Sung is planning to cause a lot more trouble at his school. And it won't be easy fistfights. Some things could get him in trouble with the law. And it's times like these that Hyun-Sung would want to rely on his new acquaintance. After all, with such a powerful man behind Kim, no one will say a word to him. So if Jang Byum defends him, and shows the right result, then Kim will give his word. This man will be the next principal. The protagonist will do anything for that, and then it's no big deal. And if he beats someone up or something, the man will take care of it. So when asked who he is, Jang Byum can proudly answer the question. Hyun Seong's guardian and the future heir of Myeongjin Construction. The people sitting here don't seem to know who they're talking to. Hyun Seong is his precious little brother. He's not the type to cause trouble for others. Suddenly, Jang Byum finds out that they've even formed a committee for him. He had to quit his job and come here. The school was about to become prestigious, and he hoped Kim would graduate without too much trouble. As the heir to the company, he even thought of sponsoring it. But now there seems to be a change of plans. Who would have thought that she was so rotten? Min-Hoo's mother wanted to ask what kind of threats were these, but Jang Byum interrupted her. He's just speaking the language of facts. What is a teacher's duty? Aren't we supposed to instill just and righteous values in students? So why the hell not? Kim, who handled the bullies and saved his classmates, should be punished. Would they ignore years of bullying and punish someone who stood up for himself for the first time? Where was their PTA when these bastards were beating up others? Why was it like they were blind at that moment? Although Jang Byum knows, it doesn't matter. He's from a poor family. We get money from his parents, so we'll turn a blind eye. That's what they must have thought. But if that's the reason, Jang Byum won't let it go. A prestigious school. No way. He'll raise it to the ground. And generally make sure that anyone who was on Min-Hoo's side couldn't even live in this city. They might consider it a threat, because that's the real threat. And cold sweat broke out on the parents' faces. Director Da Hwan himself didn't believe it. It really is Min-Chon Construction's eldest son. But how? Isn't Hyunsung an orphan who lives with his grandmother? If the director were to help Min-Hoo now, he wouldn't just lose the opportunity to gain connections with a large corporation. No, he'll be kicked out of town. So wouldn't it be better to cut all ties with Min-Hoo's parents? It's a good opportunity. If Min-Jin Construction becomes a sponsor, It's only a matter of time before it becomes a prestigious school. Yes, now he'll be called a traitor, but if you think about the future, the choice is obvious. So actually, Taehwon heard it too. They have a group of students to bully others. Does Jang Byum really want to say that Minho was the instigator? Minho's mother wanted to intercede, but alas, it wasn't her turn to speak up. The principal doesn't want to put the blame on someone else, he wants facts. It's not like the PTA meets to do the right thing based on all the data available, and they're as follows so far. Hyun Seon is one of the best in terms of non-school achievements. He must have had a reason to do that. Simply put, how about hearing his own position on this? The protagonist was jubilant. He was finally asked for his opinion. After all, in the past, they wouldn't even listen to him. That's what a powerful man can do. But if it wasn't for those bastards, Kim wouldn't be a vegetable. So it's time to tell his story. He had already talked to many teachers about Park Min-chuli's gang, but they all told him the same thing. Park Min-chuli is not the kind of person who would do such a thing. Maybe it's just a joke, and at the end of the day, be a man and figure it out for yourself. And sometimes the teachers said they would help, but even so they didn't get into the heart of the matter. They only scolded a couple of times, and that gave the bullies even more confidence that nothing serious would happen. Yes, he hit Minho and sent 3 other people to the hospital. But here's a question for them. Why is the main character sitting in the culprit seat if he only hit someone once? Is it because I overreacted? No, it's because the school thought Hyun Seon was defenseless. Even if he'd been pushed off the roof, it wouldn't have made a difference. No one would be punished. Laws are different for rich and poor. And if that's the unchanging truth, the protagonist will make the most of it. He says this gang still exists and will continue to ruin everyone's life. So let them be punished to the fullest extent of the law. And if not, he will have to spread the word about this case outside the school. And everyone will know what this place is. It will be an embarrassment to Dosun. And the only way to keep him quiet, it's a just punishment. Minho's mother immediately stood up and shouted. She would not let anyone accuse her son. No one. Now she's gonna call her husband. They're gonna dance some more. So he picked up the phone. He remembered that the Minho PTA was supposed to be held today, and these people say it's all their son's fault. The teacher, the principal, they all say the same thing. And it's just because some older son of Minkun Construction is here. Those bastards are ignoring all the help they've gotten. What's he like? Where is he now? Can he make it? It's better to show them what their family can do. But only surprise was heard in the receiver. Jang Byum is the guardian of the culprit. Does his wife have any idea who she's talking to? Minkun Construction could just wipe them out. I don't care if Minho is punished or not. Let him agree to all the terms and leave immediately. And after a brief conversation, silence hung in the classroom. And by nightfall of the same day, Hyun Seon lay at home. And remember what happened next. He was issued a sentence of 100 hours of volunteer work, that the rest of the offenders, including men-who expulsion. And the kid himself didn't believe it. He got expelled. Does that bastard Hyun Seon say something to him? He's gonna kick his ass. That's just him. Is stopped by his own mother. And right after that, he says to his son, let him fall on his knees and beg for mercy. Debo didn't understand, but Kim repeated it to him. On your knees, now. No. Why would he do that? He's already been expelled. Why would he humiliate himself? Oh, he doesn't understand. Well, then let him ask his mommy if he should kneel or not. Come on. Let him try. And who knows, maybe then Kim will only have to expel him from school. And his mother repeated to him, get on your knees, now. The guy just didn't have a choice. I had to apologize in a humiliating pose. Just like in the past, the main character's grandmother apologized to the bastard's parents. Now he's going through the same thing. But, what should I do? Something Hyun Seon doesn't feel relieved at all. So let her wait with patience. Minho's life is going to be a nightmare. That's how the PTA story ended. And Hyun Seon comes in a message on his phone at that moment. It was the expelled Park Min-kul, who wanted to meet. Well, now Kim is one step closer to avenging the gang that drove him to his death. And that same night, the protagonist honored his request. Stuttering with uncertainty, Park Min-kul said he was happy to see him. But Hyun Seon replied that pleasantries could be omitted. What does he want? And Min-kul started to apologize. Bullying the other guys was wrong. Because of his immaturity, he just didn't realize how hard it was for those he was bullying. And after a week in the hospital, he fully agrees with the committee's decision. So he promises he won't be a nuisance to anyone in the future. So maybe Kim will let this whole situation slide. His teacher told him that one authorization from the protagonist wouldn't get him expelled. Minho was personally present at the meeting, so he can't be excused. But the three of them still have a chance. Maybe Kim can help them. Getting expelled from school now is literally the end of their future. Please let them put it all down. Min-kul will do anything. Any errands or help with schoolwork, just say the word. Everything will happen. Hyun Seong understood. It looks like that bastard didn't expect to be excluded. No wonder Park Min-chul can act like an alpha. Except he's just a high school student whose future can be broken with a snap of his fingers. After such a high-profile expulsion, no school in Dosan will accept them, and a record of violence on his record. In their country, it's an end to life. And Park Min-chul said something else. He's not really allowed to talk about it. But someone ordered him to bully other students, but Kim replied that he already knew that. That won't surprise his classmate. He already knows exactly who's behind all this. Because after a couple years, Nakoma, Hyun Seong heard a report about a dead student who had left a suicide note. It contained some very interesting information. It was about an organization calling itself the Golden Circle. It originated in the prestigious schools of Gangnam. And the members of the circle were never identified even after 10 years. The founder of the organization saw children suffering from school violence. And then he realized there was actually money to be made in this. He recruited bullies among students with suitable physical attributes. Then he sniffed out which students had rich parents. He offered their children protection while they were in school. There was even a whole system where a student received the best grades in the group under defense. But if something went wrong and a person fell down in the performance rating, the local thugs would quickly explain to those with higher grades where they belonged. And in this simple way, a commercial. In the future, only the lowest members of the Golden Circle hierarchy were identified. Even with them, the matter was quickly hushed up. Their identities were not revealed until the very end. Therefore, to take full vengeance on those who made his life a living hell, Hyun Seong must destroy the cause, not the effect. He will figure out the Golden Circle and destroy all of its members. That's what he's telling Min-chul, but there's a discrepancy. The Golden Circle is based in Seoul and Gyeonggi-do. But in their small town of Daesan, the organization has no influence. So who thought of hiring Park Min-chul's gang, to which he called out a name? It was a high school student named Shin Yeon-min. Hyun Seong heard about him. He's at third year. He literally runs everything at their school. But it's news that he's a member of the Golden Circle. It's unlikely he knows much about the top brass anyway, but he must have some information. But how do we get it out? Yeon-min is a big guy who could make his debut as an MMA athlete in the future. Kim's no match for him, but he'll figure out a way later. And now Min-chul wants his forgiveness. Well, taking the bastard by the collar, the protagonist remembered. So many accumulated layers of emotion in him over those 10 years. Forgiveness? Repentance? There's no such thing. Now he's going to show this creep what's going to happen every time they meet. And with those words, he drove into the scum's face again. In the protagonist's past life, Park Min-chul grew up. And when he had a daughter, he devoted all his time to her. And so did everyone else. They achieved happiness and success. That's what the protagonist refused to believe. Where's the justice in this world? But now it's as if karma itself is controlling his hands. These nits won't forget their injuries for the rest of the day. The next day, Hyun Seong returned to school, and they were talking about him. To think what happened to him, he fought so fiercely. You shouldn't mess with him. You used to be a good boy. And now what? There's a reason they say there are devils in a quiet pool. Quiet people accumulate anger, and then they can't stop. However, when Kim himself entered the classroom, all this talk died down. He walked in silently and sat down at his desk. But suddenly, a silhouette appeared behind the protagonist and said thank you to him. It was Lee Kun-min, the same guy who got slaughtered. He had already heard that Park Min-chul and his whole gang had been expelled. It's all thanks to the protagonist. Let him feel free to ask if he needs help. After hearing all this, Kim asked, why did the brat who hadn't even dared to help him at the committee meeting now come to thank him? His testimony could have helped a lot, but but he pissed it away, and now he's thanking me. Kim's seen him and his pleasantries in the grave. Let him go, and don't let Hyun Seon see him again. Meanwhile, on the roof is that high school student Shin Yeon Min. Park Min-chul was talking to his lackey. What are they gonna do now? The plan is dead in the water. It's a circus. Stupid little kids ran over the kid and didn't recognize he had a roof. After this, it's obvious to everyone. Kim Hyun Seon has no touch in Daesun. No one will risk competing with Myeonchin Construction. The kid asked, "So what do you get now?" They're hammering him. Nah, it's a dick swim. Shin says, it's a shitty situation, but it's workable. What? His partner's an idiot. Hasn't he figured it out yet? It's a great opportunity to make more money. You can get tens of thousands from this little punk. You can be happy about this outcome. What's up? Who's in charge of the high school freshman right now? Tell him to get his ass up on the roof right now. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-soon, who was sitting in class, understood. In order to overcome the golden circle, he must excel in his studies. After all, it's the diligent students who become their targets. If he consistently gets straight A's, the gold circle will definitely make a move. He's been harassed before. After all, Kim had done well in high school. Apparently, that was one of the reasons why Min-chul and the others were giving him a hard time. 100% Shin Yeon Min gave them that order. That they were happy to try, especially since they had a personal motive. So there's someone in the class who doesn't like Hyun Seon, and he'll definitely want to take him out so he can get the top spot in the class rankings. But he certainly has a couple of suspects, but Hyun soon has to be absolutely sure before he can act. In the meantime, it's time to prepare for what the future holds and proceed to the next step. That's what the protagonist did. He remembered there was a man like Yoon Kyun-cho, the first Korean MMA fighter to win a world title. But now he's just an echo of the past that everyone has forgotten about. Now he has a martial arts center in Daesun, which, by the way, is where the protagonist came to. He really wants to become a good fighter. After all, Kyun-cho is the next piece of the puzzle in his plan. Meanwhile, up on the rooftop, an ambulance was brought up to Shin Yeon Min and his succop. He's the one who ran the first years. His name is Jin Woo, and unfortunately, he can't raise the level alone. Anyway, Shunsu has heard that this kid will take any job, so here's his assignment. First year Kim Hyun-soon. Make him retarded, but not so retarded that he can't even say 2 words. The future retard himself was currently in Yoon Kyun-chol's gym, and he was pretty much telling him everything. They have both physical training and rests in the gym, and he can prescribe a diet. The tuition is 150,000 won a month. He said a lot of other things, but Kim listened with half an ear. He'll think he's unrecognizable because of his mustache. But it's definitely the same Yoon Kyun-chul. He's a former UFL champion. And he asks what motivated this kid to start practicing. Kim replies that he just wants to learn how to fight well, to be able to smear all the assholes who bully others. But Yoon wasn't satisfied with that answer. They don't teach you how to fight here. If Hyun soon came to this hall just to punch someone's face, then he had the wrong address. Maybe just work out a little, and the bad guys will go away, or maybe a little exercise. But of course, Kim didn't like it, and he had heard a lot of things about Yoon Kyun-chul. There's a reason why such a famous man has slid down to just a backwoods gym owner, namely, banned substances. After his third title defense, Kyun-chul took a doping test and was found to have anabolics in his blood. Kyun-chul admitted his guilt and didn't even make excuses. However, despite that, his career is still over, but that's beside the point. Hyun soon himself came to him because of another characteristic of his. After all, another Korean athlete, 2-time UFL champion, Kim Moo-il. A man who has achieved unprecedented heights has revealed the secret of his success. He is not a nugget, and he has no talents either. The reason for his success is the special training method of his teacher, Yoon Kyun-chul. Yes, this man has trained even a third-rate fighter to the level of a champion. If Kim gains his trust, he'll build a great foundation for his body. That's why the main character says, strange that Kyun-chul would talk about morality. He's been doing whatever it takes to achieve his goals in his time. It's the same approach for the protagonist. So what's the problem? To which Kyun-chul replied that it was just a mistake for which he paid hard for. If he went back in time, he would never step on the same rake. The consequences of those years still haunt him, and if the schoolboy hasn't gotten it yet, he'll tell you straight up, he won't get away with it. Just like Yoon didn't get away with it. Anyway, let him go. No one will train him here. Going to the gym just to kick some asshole's ass is a sure way to jail. To which Kim only said one phrase, 100 million. He'll give him 100 million won. He knows very well the man needs money right now. So, if he agrees to teach him, Hyun Sung will send him 100 million the very next day. Even if Kim leaves in the end, Kyun Chul still has the money. It's literally no risk for the man. Yes, the side effects of doping, social stigma and disqualifications from all competitions are just some of the problems Kyun Chul is facing right now. And he knew all those consequences, but he decided to do it anyway. I bet he thought the end justifies the means. Well, Kim feels the same way. Perhaps after this training, he will get into fights left and right, and the consequences of the main character's actions will be terrible. Maybe he'll be crippled in the process, or maybe he'll end up in a juvenile detention center and then transferred to prison for the rest of his life. But Hyun Seon is prepared for all of that, so that's why he came. Just like Yoon Kyun Chu once did, right now Kim is desperate and needs help. And looking into those dark blue eyes, after hesitating, the coach replied, he won't let the kid touch that doping crap. Yes, Yoon Kyun Chul himself used substances, but he wouldn't let a young guy get dirty in that shit. So from Kyun Chul, the protagonist will only get training. And he agreed, but that's not all. Get in the ring. If he can stand at least one round against him, the former champion, then good. Yoon Kyun Chul recognizes the kid's drive and willpower and accepts him as a student. That night, Hyun Seong returned home. His grandmother, however, was in shock. What had happened to him? I mean, there's nothing on him. Who did this to his grandson? What son of a bitch beat him like that? Just let her speak. She teach him a lesson. To which Kim replied, it's okay. What good is that? Did he see himself? It's just awful. Meanwhile, Kyun Chul was at the gym, berating himself for his own act. After all, until a couple hours ago, he actually got in the ring against this high school kid. In his life, he met different people while he was playing sports. There were bullies, and there were many students who were often beaten up. But it doesn't matter what Hyun Seong's motives are. Goals and desires are just words, and once you cross the ring line, none of that matters. Kyun Chul saw the guys who were confident in their strength begging for mercy on their knees after a couple of punches to the jaw. Anyway, here are the rules. 1 round, 3 minutes, no kicking. Let him try to survive this time. If he proves his will unwavering, then so be it. Kyun Chul, make him the best of the best. How's it going? You ready? Then let him defend himself. And the former champion himself appraised the lad with a glance. The stance is flimsy, but there's not an ounce of fear in his eyes. But it's too early to draw conclusions. Let's see how it changes after the first strike. But surprisingly, the protagonist blocked. At least, that's what he thought. That the UFL champion's kick easily penetrated his block. He was that strong for sending a guy straight into the octagon. But why is he lying down? Let him get up. It's only been, like, 10 seconds, and Kim stood up. But only to get more hits. He knew if he missed one of these, he'd pass out instantly. Only. What is it? Why did his opponent stop hitting? All because Yoon Kyun Chul kicked him right in the knee with his foot. Of course, Hyun Sung couldn't stand on his feet, and fell down. Coach offered him right away, if he wants to, he can finish it right now. As long as the kid's still conscious. But finish. Hasn't 3 minutes already passed? Hyun Sung asked, rising to his feet. The first minute, meanwhile, was already coming to an end. The main character took on all new ones, and more blows. But he realized he'd soon run out of steam that way. He should at least go on the offense once. So, almost blindly, he tried to strike, but it was a mistake. He opened up. Now dodging, Kyun Chul was able to prescribe Kim a powerful uppercut. It made a guy's eyes pop out of his head, and he literally collapsed. Well, he's ready. I wonder if it's even been a minute. Although, Yoonu had to admit, this high school student was a pretty tough nut to crack. On the other hand, it's not like the man was trying too hard. It was more like he was giving in so as not to hurt the guy. Who's he kidding? Though, it's just an excuse. Kyun Chul himself wanted that high school kid to stand up. so that he would have some reason to take the money without any conscience. Still, it's a good thing he knocked him out in the end. You can't sell out to some punk who can't even take a punch. So thought the ex-fighter. But behind him, a voice was heard. Where'd he go? They're actually not done yet. The main character didn't give up. They continue, and turning around at those words, Kyun-chul saw the same distraught dark blue eyes. He's got a stubborn one, so far. Tough. Guess we'll have to ground him for good. Yoon says that from now on, there will be no more indulgences. He'll fight at full strength. Without waiting for a response, Kyun-chul snaps out of it and throws numerous punches. But suddenly, there's another pause. Would he kick again? Kyun-sun won't make the same mistake twice. Except it wasn't the same technique. It was a punch to the liver that the kid clearly didn't expect to get. Writhing in pain, he fell back into the ring. And Hyung-jon says, sternly, there's a minute and a half left. If the guy doesn't get up in 15 seconds, they're done. And Kim would love to get up, but his body won't listen. He's trying to get up, but it's not coming out, not at all. Because of the blow to the liver, the protagonist cannot do nothing at all. But that's what Yoon was counting on. A high school student can't take it, so just give up and go home. But like that, no. You gotta get up, just get up. Come on. He's been waiting for this moment for 10 years, Nakoma, praying to God to turn back time. And now what? Can't take one punch. Gotta get up, or it's gonna happen again. Just fucking stand up once. Until he gets his revenge. I don't care what happens to him or his body. So, until Kim gets rid of the bastards responsible for everything, he has no right to give up. And the coach was surprised. Not everyone will be able to get up after this blow, physiology as it is. How awful this guy's life is that he's so eager to get his way. If a man with such terrifying willpower learns to fight, his life could go down the drain. Yoon certainly appreciated the guy's persistence, but he wouldn't let him live a life full of regrets. And he will personally stop Kim here and now. So he punches his hardest, most powerful punch. No high school block can save that. But still, Hyun-sung kept repeating to himself, one must be patient to stand on one's feet. I don't give a shit if his nose gets broken. I don't give a shit if they knock a couple teeth out. He must endure against all odds. 12 seconds left. My legs are shaking. I can't breathe. And Yoon delivers the final blow, right to the solar plexus. Guy was thrown back against the cages. But coach immediately wanted to finish him off with a punch to the head. Except the timer finally showed 0 seconds. This fight is over. And Yoon wasn't happy. Where the hell did he come from with such stamina? Get out of the octagon. He says the hospitals are closed. But have the kid go straight to the doctor tomorrow. Now get him to follow him. He'll give Kim his account number. Even though Kyun-chul didn't want to accept the money, he really needed it. 2 days ago, the broker of the new fighting company wrote to him. He wanted Yoon to dope again and perform one last time. They would compensate him. If it wasn't for that 100 million, he would have agreed. But now that he has that money, he can refuse the offer. Hyun-soon himself made excuses to his grandmother. It was just a misunderstanding with his classmates. It's not a big deal. It'll be resolved soon. By the way, do they have a subscription to the weekly newspaper? The grandmother says that yes, she's probably paid over 100,000 for it over the past 10 years. Well, that's great. Her grandson's here to give her some good advice. There'll be a questionnaire from Munchin Construction this month. Make sure Grandma fills it out, because who knows if she be the one to get lucky. But Grandma didn't see the point. Even if they are chosen, they have no money to move. But her grandson immediately corrected her. It's not hard to get a loan now. And they would cover it from the sale of their current apartment. And in the worst case scenario, they could put the title to the lot up for sale. Grandma wondered, since when did her grandson become an expert in construction? He is not an expert, he just read a couple of articles. In fact, John Baum will personally put his grandmother on the list of winners. Of course, the main character would like to give her 100 million at once, just like Kyung-chul, but she start asking where the money comes from. And if you do it this way, Grandma won't suspect a thing. Win and win, no suspicion. The next day, Shin praised Jin-woo. Good job. Well done. You can't look at that guy's face without crying. And he didn't understand. What did he mean? What do you mean what? Hyun-seon is walking around with a broken mouth. That's the way the big guy did it. Well, he's handsome, the guy's limping. Shin couldn't have done better himself. So from now on he can say they're bros, they can even walk together after school. And Jin didn't know what he was talking about, but since the older man was so kind to him, he'd pretend it was true. Well, if there's anything the big guy can do, he's always at his service. But after a while, Jinwoo himself saw the kid. Someone really fucked him up. But who did the Dark One build after the PTA? Shin seems to think that Jin did it himself, but to be honest, he could have done something like that too. This guy seems to be a sky guy, so now the big guy's gonna pretend he did it. So no little thing will ever open their mouths at him. Anyway, let his asshole tell everyone. If anyone even says hello to this Hyunsung, Junwoo will break that person's knees. But Hyun-soon himself didn't notice the Haetag in his direction yet, and went to another training session. Yoon told him that the most important thing was to train the body. Because if the breath is not enough for a couple of blows, it's no use getting into a fight at all. If he said he had nothing tea, that's when Yoon will see the guys got the stamina for a fight. Then they'll start full training. We'll plow every day for 2 hours a day. And the protagonist had no choice. The rhythm must be kept. Shin Yoon-min is a long-time athlete. If he wants to beat someone of this level, he'll have to experience this training as if it were an easy walk in the park. And don't forget, this is just the beginning. To bring the Golden Circle to justice, you'll have to face enemies far more powerful than Shin. The coach, on the other hand, was amazed. The schoolboy stands on his feet after 2 hours of training, and his endurance is amazing. This isn't just a warm-up. It's really 2 hours of hellish torture that takes all the juices out of you. Kid's got a lot of potential. Maybe we should start him on a special training program. Anyway, he tells Kim that when Yuna got kicked out of the league, he started looking for ways to get to the top without doping. His career was beyond saving, but his students ... he wants them to shine in the ring. So from now on, he's going to incorporate something special into the main characters. If he keeps this up, he will definitely gain unprecedented strength and surpass everyone. A whole week passed like that, and when Hyunsung was back at school, a student approached him. He said he thought it was unfair. Kim didn't do anything wrong, did he? That man was Sivu, a freshman in high school. He says that Hyun-soon is a little different from what he thought he was, so he was a little afraid to meet him. But still, Siv is not happy that the main character is being ignored for such a stupid reason. So maybe they would be comrades, but Hyunsung was surprised. He's being ignored. What is he even talking about? What do you mean? Didn't he notice everyone's avoiding him? That this is the first time the protagonist has ever heard of such a thing. Maybe Sivu will tell him more about it, but he really didn't know that Jingwoo was threatening everyone about communicating with him. That's what he said. Anyone who goes to Kim's company gets a couple of broken ribs. Okay, so why did Sivu come to talk to him? But Sivu doesn't get it. Why is Kim being so rude? Doesn't he remember? He and Kim were friends in junior high school. So even if Siva gets beaten to a pulp, he still won't put up with his friend's pain. Yi-han soon remembers this guy. In his past life, he defended the protagonist when he found out about a problem with his classmates. And then, at least for a short time, Kim was able to feel freedom from bullying. But one day, Park Myung-chul and his gang turned on Sivu himself. They beat him so badly that they broke his leg. And since then, Hyun Seong hasn't heard a word from the guy. But later, already when the protagonist was in a coma, Blondie came to visit him. He was truly sorry that he didn't stand up for the protagonist to the end. And because of that, something irreparable happened. It was because the fracture made him afraid. Sivu couldn't live with the thought of being beaten at every recess. He thought he could really be a hero, but it turned out he was just another fool. And if he had been given another chance, he would definitely never have left Kim to his fate. That's what he said in a previous life, but in this one, Kim is firmly telling him not to. You don't need to be his friend, you don't need to be strong and big. Hyun Seong can handle all his problems on his own. No, Sivu is against it. His comrade apparently doesn't even realize the magnitude of the problem, but he's aware of everything. Let him go. The bell has rung. Okay, the guy's gonna leave, but let Kim know he's gonna do whatever he wants and he's not gonna leave anyone behind, so he'll meet up after class. Obviously Kim didn't mean to be rude to him, but he's got a lot to do and a lot to live through. A lot of hurt and pain. Nothing good will come of Sivu's interference. He'll just get hurt again. That's all. In fact, He'll have to cut all ties except family ties. Family's something you have to put up with. But, ow. The protagonist doesn't want to drag other people into this revenge phase. And he certainly doesn't want his friends from the past to get hurt. That's why we have to get Siva to back off somehow. And he's kind of fallen behind, actually. He said he'd meet me after school, but he's nowhere to be found. Did he give up? It's for the best. Just out of the blue, Kim hears his classmates talking. They say Jinwoo dragged Siwa somewhere. Should I tell the teacher? What difference does it make? It's none of their business. They'd rather go to the cafeteria. That the protagonist got it. Shit. Was his friend being attacked? And it was true. Ambal warned me. It's forbidden to talk to Kim Hyun-seong. He's like, alone, or maybe he just hasn't felt fear in a long time. Blondie asked reasonably, who is this big guy to tell him what to do? He doesn't know what Hyun-seong's problem is, but he's his friend. So let him stop fucking around and do what he wants to do. And the big guy was about to say something, but was immediately kicked in the mouth. From that one, he flew right back against the wall, and it made him very angry. What the hell are these dumbass windpipes hatching? Let them need that carrion together. They might be happy too. Except Sivu easily kicks them back. Not only that, but my hands go into action, too. Truthfully, Blondie himself was thinking of something else. Obviously, Hyunsung wanted to prevent this situation from happening, but, as it happens, he got into a fight. But how can such an injustice be ignored? Hyun-seung is just playing it cool, but obviously, he's still the same kid he was. But most importantly, he is his friend, therefore, Sivu will never abandon him, unlike others. Only his goals may be bad, but the hooligans don't care. They easily began to crush the kid in numbers. And Jungwoo asked him why he was swinging his legs. Is he learning taekwondo? Slapping the guy in the face, Diambo scoffed. Little thing like that blonde kid. Learns a few moves and thinks he's worth something. Only it ain't fucking true. And now Jinwoo's gonna prove it, in practice. Let him get it through his head. His life is over. From this day forward, he and his buddy Hyun-seung will be inseparable in their torment. Their lives are going to be a living hell. At first period recess lunch and even after school, Jinwoo will call them at any time, and God forbid they don't show up. Then he will. That the guy didn't have time to say anything, because the door to their office was opened by the main character. And the only question he's got is, this big guy, is he out of his mind? And Gromola was surprised. What's that trash want to say? That the protagonist might want to. But first you have to think obviously the genie is in a higher category. Without a plan you can't win. To get the upper hand, you have to piss off that narrow-minded guy. Anyway, Kim heard some kids complaining about Jinwoo beating them up. It's funny. A huge fat guy who can't even punch, bullying little girls. I mean, what else is he gonna do? He just lost a one-on-one with Sivu. The only thing that saved Jin was his entourage, or is Hyun-seong wrong about something? And the plan worked. The overgrowth yelled. Nobody move. He's gonna fight alone. He's gonna fuck that asshole up himself. That's exactly what the protagonist was counting on. I'm sure this dumbass jackass is gonna come at him right now. The only reason he's the ringleader is because of his size. But while it's big, but he's painfully predictable. Kim takes an easy straight right to the jaw. What's up, big guy? You still up? That makes Jin even angrier. He's really going to send him to the next world. But Hyun-seung understood the bully's plan roughly. He wants to take it in the clinch and thinks he can withstand the attacks coming his way. That's not at all the case here. Kim has already landed a nice punch. That's why Jin was clearly not going to be happy. Another punch to the jaw. And then the solar plexus. What? Still standing, but it won't be for long. Another straight one to the face. Now would be a good time to kick him in the neck. Press down as hard as you can. So he won't even think about getting up, so he's afraid to even cough. It's for his suckers to show off. And a couple more punches were enough to make Jinwoo cry out. That's enough. He wasted his time on him. Don't let him get angry. That the big guy's not gonna get away with apologizing. He'll say one more thing about Kim or his friends. He'll be out of here in a couple of punches. Now have him repeat the words of apology. Loud and clear, so everyone can hear. And Jinwoo apologized. He didn't mean to. He was forced. Shin Yun-min is him. That high school kid. I couldn't just say no to him. Let him forgive him. He was just following orders. If it weren't for Shin, he would never have gotten involved in this conflict. He promises he won't hurt anyone else. What a laughingstock. With those words, the protagonist let the dumbass go. And let him remember, he says for the first and last time, let them leave Siva alone. Even if they just give him a dirty look, they'll be in trouble. Cutting finally lashes out with a leg kick. Kim says cross him, and he'll get them all, even on the other side of the world. He'll find them, and he'll destroy them, every single one of them. A little later, Artusam was in the nurse's station and Kim was counting out his friend, but he told him to stay out of it, or what happened today might happen again, to which Sivu replied that Kim had not changed a bit. When he saw that he was being beaten, he immediately came to help. How could he turn his back on such a friend? The blonde doesn't know what Hinson's deal is with these goons, of course, but Dickie's going to wait for Sivu to leave him alone. They're not strangers after all, and even if they have to relive everything that happened today, one more time, it's not a problem. To which the main character told the guy not to think too much. He didn't punch Jingwoo's face for him. No, he'd gone to the trouble on purpose, and he'd be glad to kill the Ambo. Everything that has come before is just the beginning. Sivu generally knows what the protagonist is trying to accomplish. He wants to tear through every one of these obfuscators. Even if he has to sacrifice everything in the process, he's been through shit like this, and he can't even tell anyone about it. So don't let his friends suffer like that. Hyun Seong only wants revenge. And if Sivu hangs around, he'll probably get punched in the face too. He needs it. He's already out of his depth. This is his limit. Kim still considers him his friend, but let him remember, the good and friendly Kim Hyun-soon is gone, so he better stay out of the way. He can't even follow the path of the protagonist. In his heart, Kim hopes that he was able to talk his friend out of it, and he'll be okay now. But Siva's own attitude only makes him angrier. Meanwhile, Shin was sitting at his desk, waiting for the money to come in. And his reward was doubled. I wonder where he should spend the money. He's got a great job. Tens of millions for whipping little girls. I wish they'd always pay for that kind of freebies. They say the neighboring school can make money too. If he works a little harder, he'll have a good life. It's a gold mine. I wish I could be a gold circle broker in this neighborhood after graduation. What the fuck is that noise? What kind of asshole slams the door so hard? That was the main character. Did he get it right? Shin Yoon-min, that bastard in front of him right now. The insult, of course, was not tolerated. And he had already risen to teach Kim a lesson. Except that one flew straight in with a leg kick. The guy blocked, of course. But who is this underclassman? What does he want? But instead of answering, Kim hit Shin up again. He didn't understand why he was fucking fighting. But what difference does it make? You can feel that the kid is carrying iron, but the punch is still weak. And it moves very predictably, like a pattern. But just at that exact moment, Kim took advantage of this jock's relaxed vigilance and punched him in the stomach. His name is Kim Hyun-seong, and Shin was looking for him, so he came here. Taking a breath, the older man laughed. No, but he's a cadre, of course. Did you get up on the wrong side of the bed? And it looks like he really didn't, because the main character hit that scumbag with a chair. And he's not gonna give us a break. We can't lose our edge. So he throws the chair, and he carries it with a punch to the face. But only this time, Shin had time to block. All right, now it's his turn to hit. Kim realized it was likely to be a straight in the face. But no way, he thought he was the only one who could pull a stunt around here. And it hurts to miss that, but compared to his coach's punches, it's nothing. In fact, Hyun-soon knew from the beginning he didn't stand a chance against Shin Yoon-min, but he wanted to prove something to himself. Kim didn't expect to be bruise-free. His goal from the beginning was to go for broke when there's nowhere to retreat. And there it was. He caught that jock's leg, and now he's grabbing my knee and running right out the window. And his carcass smashed the glass to pieces. The older guy leaning out of the window didn't understand what the fuck he was doing there. What does he want? What does Kim want? He wants Shin fucking dead. But that's when Hyun-seong was dragged away. He's crazy what he's doing. And all Hyun-sun did was yell at the third year that it wasn't over the day that Creep stole his friend. He signed his own death warrant. He'll smash his face in with a chair the first chance he gets. And his suction will be the same, so let them get ready. Shin was standing there, unable to process what had happened. His douchebag asked him how he was doing. And he said, "What do you mean? How?" His buddy didn't see Shin beat up that first timer. No, he saw it. but he should look at his own back. And within half an hour, it was being broadcast throughout the school. Some students will now have to go to the principal's office. And some time before that, teacher Yun Chol arrived on the scene with Jin Woo. What's going on? Not even a month later, Kim did something weird again. He'll have to cover his tracks again. Of course, shutting up Jin Woo won't be a problem. But director Tae Hwan? Yes, that's a problem. It's not clear, of course, that it was on the committee. But he's always strived to turn the school into a prestigious institution. He won't turn a blind eye to that. At least, that's what Yun Cho thought. But the director had just told him clearly, they're gonna let it go. They need to ignore it. Maybe Yun Cho hasn't heard. But there is information that the eldest son of the Jengbom family, he is the head of Myeonchin Construction without 5 minutes. And he said he was going to contribute a lot of money to the school. And when he became a company director, even more. And sponsorship, it's different from charity. Sponsors expect something in return for their contribution. And what does Yun Chol think such a powerful man is trying to achieve by giving money? Image? Reputation? No, of course he wants a favor. So while Han Seon is studying within the walls of this institution, whatever he's done must be mended. They'll pretend it never happened. Besides, they're used to it. They've done it before. But granted, there's no way a principal would ask a teacher to do a teacher's dirty work for free. All possible privileges available under the labor contract will be given first priority to Yun Chol. Oh, and like their new sponsor said, their company's latest building has a couple unoccupied apartments for the right people. Real estate prices are going up, and he and his wife probably need a place to live, maybe even an apartment for each of them. What's he gonna say? In fact, nothing has changed, but from now on, they'll just keep an eye on Han Seong as well. Do you understand? And of course, it's understandable. I'll do my best, glad to do my best for the school. But there, that's the spirit. What a responsible teacher. It's not a bad thing to be friends with him after hours. Yes, of course, Yun Chol is honored. Their school will 100% reach unprecedented heights thanks to the genius of this principal. Well, that's flattery. But don't let him forget, their main goal is for Hyunsung to graduate without any fuss and dust. And then their establishment will definitely receive unimaginable privileges from Myeonjin Construction. And of course, Tae Hwan promises not to forget everyone involved. But suddenly, their dialogue is interrupted by a teacher who bursts into the office. They have an emergency. Han Seon has been beaten up. And, of course, two of those corrupt bastards were in shock. Who's the one who dares to get handsy? Naturally, it was about the incident with Shin, and he was outraged. It's not fair. Some degenerate breaks into his classroom and attacks him. Why hasn't that idiot been expelled yet? But the principal didn't seem to hear his words. He would think that a high school student who was still learning martial arts had attacked a junior. Such insolence would be a huge stain on the school's reputation. Yet, Yun Chol heard about that bastard too. Beats up junior high school kids every chance he gets. Well, the principal asks. No need for insults. But the teacher is just gritting his teeth. This student is behind most of the fights in their school, and the kid didn't know what the fuck was going on. That little retard almost fell out the window. There were tons of witnesses. Yes. Yun Chol knows every case has witnesses. The question is whether or not to believe them. Let him go and ask any passerby who inspires more confidence, an excellent student or a scumbag like Shin, who will be chosen. In response, the school bus sent the teacher. Who's the asshole opening his mouth at? Let him listen carefully. He keeps playing the victim, and then they'll remember all his sins, and more. So he asks one last time. Shin admits that what he did was wrong. And at that moment, the guy felt an extremely ambivalent feeling. The adults at that school were as corrupt bastards as he was, and now he's getting it. You don't want important uncles crossing the road, so it's better to admit he was wrong. But as he left the office, he was filled with anger. Everyone had turned against him. What's he supposed to do in this position? Graduation is just around the corner. Can't be too publicized. Looks like I'll have to pony up some extra dough, but I'll have to look for outside help. He called some guy driving an expensive car, and he didn't understand either. What a pain in the ass. Where does Myeonchin Construction even come out of? Everyone who bullied the kid has been expelled. and the principal and his teachers are roofing him. But the problem is that the failure of the performer falls on the superior, that is, on himself. And the Golden Circle does not forgive this. Well, then the Golden Circle broker in charge of the suburbs, named Gantigu, would have to take the matter personally. So he immediately came to the principal's office and introduced himself as Shin's uncle. He told him that he had been treated unfairly. What does the principal have to say about it? To which Taewon replied, "Unfair, that is ruled out in their establishment, yeah." But Gantigu heard the exact opposite a couple days ago, for were beaten up and expelled. Why? And all this while the other side of the fight went unpunished. Shouldn't this case have been referred to the police? Or maybe this school just has a special relationship with King Hyun-seong. In that case, don't expect any favors. The principal only laughed in response. What an entertaining story. But there are laws in Dosan that must be obeyed. Based on the students' future, they decided to resort to a police investigation. And by and large, this situation has already been resolved. So if Gantigu wants to go ahead, let him do what he thinks is right. The man was angry. Unlike others, he does not throw words into the wind. Taewon already understands what his guest is getting at. But see, in Dosan, such threats won't work one bit. Then Gantaku went to the police, where they just spread their hands in front of him. So what? It's just an act of self-defense, obviously. It was clear to them even without an investigation. Or is he just trying to ruin the life of a local student? That made the Golden Circle broker very angry. People had lost faith in law enforcement because of people like these corrupt cops. If they don't handle the situation legally, Gantigu will definitely take it to the public. They know how powerful the internet can be. To which the policeman laughed. It's Daesan. You know, it's not Seoul. It's Daesan. You can flood Twitter with tears. No one will care at all. They'll forget about it in a couple weeks. So this guy doesn't stand a chance in their town. Walking out of the station, Gantigu realized. The chief of police seemed to be on good terms with the director. But what else could you expect from such a small town? Everyone knows each other by sight and covers for each other. The reason Taewon is so calm is because the local mafia is covering for him. Yet, localized organized crime has always been a problem. If only they worked by some kind of rules. A man of them could have had some kind of a hand in it. However, closure and defense of their own territories is a much higher priority for them. Which meant that outsiders are strictly forbidden to enter the criminal underworld. I guess that's why the cops in the capital don't want to work in the countryside. It's a simple case, but nobody wants to do it. But Gantigu is now up to his neck in this shit. What the fuck is he supposed to do? The Golden Circle has never once hit the dirt. This is partly the reason for the organization's current reputation. If Gan makes it all go down, Krug will probably send a new broker to fix it. But all his labors will be for nothing, because those who have wronged the circle don't live long. He needs to calm down and think things through. He will definitely be able to get out of this situation. And that same night he called Shin. So he's totally screwed. He didn't fulfill the order, and he took a raise. He's supposed to pass around what this schoolboy's done? No. Well, then let him listen carefully. Let him learn to analyze the situation correctly and draw the right conclusions. Who told him to destroy Hyun-seong in the first place? He was only told to bring him down. Anyway, let him use his suckers or take care of it personally. I don't care. But he needs to be given a C with a C. So what if the teachers are on his side? They can't see everywhere. Anyway, the circle doesn't forgive mistakes, so let him deal with it. And Shin was angry, because yesterday Gantaku had promised to help him, and now he was getting away with it. He says they'll both get whipped if he doesn't do it. What's he gonna do? It's been a long time, but he'll think about that later. He's getting hit in the head right now. Kim warned him, didn't he, to walk and look around. He just wanted to hit him with a U-turn, but the protagonist calmly asked, is the results of the exams more important to him than his own life? After the broker talked to the director, Shin's business has gotten really bad. Don't ask how Hyun-seong knows that. It doesn't matter at all. It's more complicated than he thinks. Shin must know about it. Hyun-seong's sponsor is the eldest son of Myeongchin Construction. And the main character has those connections. There's no way he'll get that third year off the hook. He won't get off with a simple expulsion. Hyunsung will take the case to court and make sure he goes to jail for the longest possible time. And when Shin gets out of prison, the people of Myeongchin will welcome him with open arms. They'll only have one job: make sure the kid can't get a place to live. So he'll have to leave Dosan. But alas, it won't end there. This nightmare will go on for the rest of his life. Shin yelled in a panic. Why is he crazy? Did you find a fighter for justice? No. Kim had justice on his dick. He just wants to wipe out all the bastards who meddled in his life. So if he wants to go to school like everyone else, wants to be considered a human being at all, he should grit his teeth and take it like dozens of kids he's beaten before. With those words, the protagonist began to simply hammer this once formidable jock. And the very next day at school, Shin was sitting with a bandage on his head. Yeah. His reputation's taken a hit. All he hears about is how he got beat up. All because of this asshole. That little thing's easy to break, isn't it? The only problem is the ones who's behind him. But you can't leave this kid alone either, because in that case, he'll get his balls twisted in a golden circle. And if you believe the rumors, they have terrible penalties for misdemeanors. So I'm kind of an asshole. Maybe the exception and the penitentiary isn't such a bad thing. Huh, what the hell is he thinking? This is an asshole. Did he lose his mind when he took that money? If that's the case, then there's only one way out. Hope that Hyun Soon himself will somehow fall behind in his studies. Maybe then he will be given some more time, but otherwise it will be the worst possible scenario. Kim himself thought, while his threats were in force, things would change dramatically after the semi-annual exams. You just need to get great scores and everything will go by the golden circle, one place at a time. That Shin trying to survive, that his broker trying to cover up, they're all going to run into trouble. But Kim will get what he wants. All they have to do is get good grades, by any means necessary, even if it's through the principal, or through Jangbom, or even by studying. Either way, it's a done deal. From now on, this school will be afraid to even look at him funny. Building a body out of anger and fear endowed the protagonist with an indescribable sense of confidence. But even that's no reason to stop practicing. Yun had told him that was what kept him from exhaustion even in the most extreme situation. When you have the will, you can't let your body's limitations get in the way. He needs to hit like his life depends on it. That way he can survive even the most perilous situations, like this one, for example. And with those words, the coach swung around and wanted to strike, but Kim cleverly dodged it, and regrouped and counterattacked the man. Well, there it is. He's very good. Well done. We can call it a day. To think this guy's such a talent, takes punches that would knock others off their feet. You'd be jealous if this wasn't just a regular money deal. Yoon would like to send this kid to professional sports. And Hyun's son changed his clothes and thought about it. His coach had recently scolded him for practicing in his spare time. I guess it's true what they say. You have to be able to recover to get stronger. All right, I'll see you tomorrow, Kim wanted to say. But suddenly another person entered the room. And the protagonist recognized this familiar silhouette. It was Sivu. And he came to sign up for the section. And he did it for a reason. Back then at the nurse's station, he wondered what could have happened that the man had changed so much. Why the guy who laughed a lot was always trying for his grandmother's benefit and trying to be a better person in every way possible had fallen into some kind of abyss. Sivu replayed the main character's words over and over in his head. Shit. Hyun Seong was like he'd been replaced. He wasn't the same. What should I do now? Suddenly, his thought was interrupted by a classmate. Hyun Seong and Shun Young Min were fighting. And it came to Sivu abruptly. Kim. He did that when he was a kid, too. Yeah. Hyunsung won't just let the people who hurt him get away with it. All right. He's out of here. Walking over to the window, Sivu thought for a moment. His friend had gone the wrong way. It was because Sivu himself was powerless. How could he leave Hyun-sun alone? Of course not. So now he's going to go head to head with the protagonist with his head held high. But Hyun Seong wasn't happy about it. Is this the new guy the coach was talking about? No. The protagonist apologizes, but don't let him go. If necessary, Hyun Seong will make up the fee. Only Yoon replied that it wasn't Kim's decision. The coach himself thought that if Hyunsung had a friend with him, then the likelihood of him making a mess would be much less. Therefore, Kyunchul reiterated once again, whether to take people to the hall or not, only he decides. He'll take people from Sivu, and let this idiot rest. The training is over for today. However, after walking with the guy to the other room, the coach was disappointed. It turns out that Sivu knows that Hyunsung wants to get rid of the school bully. And not only that, He wants to help him do it. What are they all doing? Making the same mistakes? No, he's got to understand. The gym is not a place to teach violence. If Kyung-chul had his way, he would have thrown them both out of here. To which Sivu, taking off the band-aid, replies that he understands. The gym trains the body and the spirit, but let the coach look at those wounds. The guy got them just for standing up to assholes bullying others. School violence now, it's much scarier than adults think. And if Hyun-sung hadn't come to his aid in time, Sivu could have been crippled. Even now, Hyun-seon is risking his life. He doesn't want to turn his back on such a friend. Therefore, Sivu asks that neither he nor Hyun-sung be persecuted. They both came here consciously. Here's the money. That's all the guy has. But if it's not enough, he'll get a part-time job as well. And even if the coach doesn't agree, Sivu will still help Hyun-sung one way or another. Yoon couldn't take it anymore and slammed his fist on the table. What the fuck was this? Why were the youth so desperate? Cockiness. And in a situation where your best friend is backed into a corner, is it fair to say to such a person, suck it up and bear it? No, obviously not. So, exhaling, Kyung-chul said, they'll start tomorrow. But if the guy is going to slack off, he'll be kicked out immediately. Nothing wrong with that. Just giving him a chance to survive against violence, that was the deal. And Sivu walked out of the office. Except that at that very second, a glove flew at him. The main character dumped her. He says that Jenchul seems to be okay with it. But Hyun-seon was against it. So it would have to be up to Siv to prove that even after falling into the abysses of hell where Kim himself was, he could make it out on sheer perseverance alone. And that this friendship he's holding on to is really worth it. A minute later, the two were already standing in the ring, and Blondin was discouraging his friend from fighting. It's not a healthy decision at all. Why would they fight? But Hyun-sung was convinced that it would be better than Sivu getting into this quagmire. If Sivu goes the way of the protagonist, he'll probably die in battle or go to jail. Either way, he'll end up with nothing. What's he want? To which the guy replied that he understood all that. And that's why he's here. You can't fight alone. And with a sigh, Hyun-sung said, warning right away, they are not friends in this fight. With these words, Kim rushed forward. Whether he wanted to or not, he would have to put his friend on his back and burn all bridges. Except his hubris was quickly knocked off. Sivu took the protagonist down with a couple of quick punches. Don't let him get cocky. Blondie's a former athlete. After all, Hyun-sung didn't think of underestimating his friend. Let him have no mercy. But it's one thing to say it, but it's another thing to do it. The advantage in this fight will be very hard to get. If Sivu hadn't been so sure of his own abilities, he wouldn't have gone after the bullies. Blondie says so himself. He would have been one-on-one against Jinwoo. Wouldn't leave a mark on him. You can really feel the impact. No wonder, because Siwoo was a successful taekwondo fighter many years ago, winning medals and honors in droves. However, at one of the tournaments he had to fight with the son of the president of the association. And there he lost for a completely ridiculous reason. Apparently, the judge was bribed. He wasn't even given a chance. And that event finally killed the athlete in Sivu. But the tenacity, perseverance never went away. Then we're gonna have to break it. And after swiping the blonde man, Hyun-sung asked, his friend must not have heard of the false hook. Even a heavy man can be easily put down with it, and even a weakling can be put down with it. And right after that came the first punch to the face. Come on. Let him surrender. Just let him say it. I surrender. In the end, the defensive guy, memories from my childhood flashing through my mind. No. There was no way he would abandon his goal and leave him in the lurch. Sivu tries a counter takedown but to no avail. Who's asking him to interfere? Hyun-sung will figure it out on his own. Come on. Let him beg to be calm. But in response to all this, Blandon only laughed. That's when the protagonist realized, he's not gonna make it. What an asshole. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Sivu's been a loyal friend to him enough as it is. But he's stubborn because he hasn't forgotten anything. As a child, Siva was always teased and punched for nothing. But he couldn't say anything to his grandparents. Siva didn't want them to worry. After all, it was they who had raised him, not his parents, who had abandoned him to his fate. And then Hyun-sung came into his life. Well, of course, it's unlikely to be remembered, but this moment was well stored in Sivu's memory. And after all this, Kim asks why his friend is so stubborn. Yeah, Maybe it's really stupid, but why would his friend turn away? Blondie will keep doing what he wants to do. It's his way. Quit Taekwondo, stay friends with Hyun Seong. Those are all his decisions, and he's not going to regret them. Suddenly, this intimate conversation was interrupted by the octagon door opening. What's with all these girls and their whining? They'll keep snotting and start practicing at last. In turn, Coach Yoon Yeonchul promises that by the end of the training session, he will make them equal in strength to the UFL champion. And these were not empty words. Yeonchul realized that both of these guys were gifted. So why are they still being bullied at school? Even without training, they could handle a couple of hungry kids. He's faced a variety of fighters over the course of his UFL career, but to be so good at calculating the power of a punch and close, no, to have someone do it at that age, the former champ has never seen it. Hyunsung still has a non-human animal will, as well as a good understanding of what's going on, allowing him to turn the situation in his favor. But most importantly, it's the ability to find gaps in the opponent's defense. Sivu is also talented enough to make it to the big leagues, but the Protego. That's why Yoon says he has an app. He didn't really want to make it at first, but the guy's skills are so high that it's a sin not to use them. They're fighting about this schoolyard thing right now. Let's just let it go. School and problems and stuff. It's better to focus on sports. Of course, Korea buried Kyunchul, but he still has connections in the pro scene. So if these two do their best, they'll both end up on top. To which Hyun soon asked him a question. Why did the coach originally start wrestling? He started to answer that it was just a simple interest at first, but Kim interrupted him. That's the point. He personally doesn't care about sports. His body is so broken that he wants to quit every time, but he has a goal. I'd rather let him die than fail. That's the only thing that gives Hyun Seong strength. And the main character seriously says, let the coach think long and hard. If he doesn't like something, they can cancel the deal and part ways. But most importantly, don't let Hyun Seong get in the way. Stepping outside, Kim asked his friend for a measured response. Is he sure he won't regret going down this path of revenge? It's not even his own choice, but Sivu answered firmly, yes, I'm sure. Okay then, Hyun Seong won't discourage him anymore, but there are a couple conditions. First, practice every day. If he lags behind, he may not even come anymore. Secondly, he can get involved in fights, but only in fights that he can pull himself out of. And if he knows he can't pull it off, or if it smells of crime, he'd better stay out of it. Siva was specific, wasn't he? And the main character asked, did he not understand something? In response, the guy just remained silent. He certainly didn't expect Hyun Seong to make a big deal out of it. What kind of crime? Okay. So far, it's all just words. So is that it? No. There's one more thing. From now on, mention construction will pay Siva stipend. Just don't let him ask too many questions. And if he doesn't like something, he'll leave right away. And when they're done and out of this hell, if Siwoo lives long enough, Hyunsung hopes that his friend's life will be much more pleasant than his own. That's what he'll do. It's not the best option, but at least Kim can see for himself that his friend is gonna be okay. After a while, Hyunsung was already at home, and there was his younger brother Han Jin waiting for him. He was watching some cyber sports match on TV. His favorite team is playing right now, and if they win, they will go to the finals. I see, and Kim will go make something to eat. The protagonist already knew the result of this match. The team his brother was rooting for would win. And Han Shin, though he didn't speak, he probably wanted to do more than just watch. He loved video games, but never asked others to buy him a computer. The younger brother just didn't want to be a burden to others. And so in this life, three people, the main character's grandmother, his brother and Sivu will only get the best. Hyun Seong will reward them with his vengeance and do whatever it takes to make life go uphill. And it absolutely doesn't matter who gets in his way. Shin Yoon Min, Golden Circle, whatever. He'll crush everyone. And that's when the main character got a text message. It was Yoon Kyun-chul who apologized. He didn't behave properly, trying to force his desires on the boy. He will not burden him with a sports career anymore, but if he suddenly changes his mind, Yoon will be very happy. A couple of weeks had passed since then, and the semi-annual exams had begun. It was getting warmer by the day, but it was far from being a good time to go for a walk. The top 10 students will be announced to the public, so this is a period in which to make a loud statement. The conditions are certainly the same. Watching everything closely, and for cheating immediately stake. If Hyunsung fails the exam, the whole plan will go down the drain before it even begins. On the one hand, he doesn't need good grades. He can just collect the evidence on the Golden Circle and make it available to the public. But on the other hand, it's like chopping off Hydra's head. It's not enough to bring these assholes to justice, because then, the ringleaders would simply go into hiding and go unpunished. If Kim wants to make it to the top, he has to become the biggest pain in their ass. Test the patience of the Golden Circle time after time, and make his impeccable reputation tarnish. And grades are just a small, but necessary stroke of the picture. You could say, the first step, from which everything begins. Yes, today is the day his revenge truly begins, and it's all very reminiscent of one picture from the past. When he was in his final year, there was a drama on TV in which the main character was far behind in his studies. But then he went back in time and became the best student in the country. And everyone was discussing the show at the time. Opinions vary, but one of them was this: if you're dumb, you'll still be dumb if you go back 10 years. You won't be the best in your studies. Kim remembered that conversation like it was yesterday. They crammed a bunch of flashbacks into the story to show how the main character overcame in his past life. And that he's actually a lot smarter than he looks. What a painfully familiar story. In his previous life, In-sun had studied very hard for these exams. But at the end of the day, all that effort was for naught. He was never able to pass well. But now the protagonist remembers everything, every single correct answer. While everyone is steaming, he already knows everything ahead of time. But at the same time, Hyunsung regained consciousness. He's really stuck in those high school days. Even as a victim of violence, Kim was constantly learning. He regretted it when he became a vegetable, because he had not even had time to live a normal life. But now those memories lay branded seared into his head. Yes, Hyunsung is stuck in the past. He lives in the past, remembers only the past and cannot go further. But even realizing all this, the protagonist will never forget all the agony he went through. They made him into the man he is today. The exams passed quickly, and the lists of correct answers were already given. The pupils immediately started checking whether they had written correctly or not. The only one who didn't hover and just stared out the window was Hyunsung himself. But his loneliness is interrupted by a classmate named Oyuji. She wonders why he decided not to check his work. The guy replied rather coldly. He remembered the girl, though she's pretty popular, and in a past life, she confessed to him. But he said no because he couldn't combine studying and dating. And now HG's proposing. Maybe she'd check out his work. Let me see. Okay, first C, second D. He's good. He's coming along nicely. And as we got to the end, it turned out that Korean Kim had written a 100, and that's quite a coincidence. The most popular girl in the class checks his work. Of course, everyone else is watching. It's definitely going to get publicity. Especially since Hyunsung also got 100 points for the story. And for this exam, too. And this one. What's that mean? He passed every exam perfectly, and the news quickly reached the director. He got a call immediately. A kid who wasn't even in the top 10 is the first in the class. Wang said that the test was going to be very difficult. To which the director said Hyunsung was always smart, but yes, no one expected this result. In response, the interlocutor questioned the fairness of the examination. Could this student have been helped by someone? And Taewon completely denied such a thing, as it would discredit their school. But then the caller wants to know what academy Hyunsung is studying at. Taewon asked which academy Hyunsung was studying at. Taewon interjected, "Academy? No, Kim only goes to school and has no tutors or additional training." No wonder, because their institution already provides the perfect program for learning. And so spending money to study somewhere else just doesn't make sense. That was the end of the conversation. Yoon Chul, who was sitting next to him, asked, wondering where else Kim had studied. No wonder, the exam was really hard. Daehwon said, "Well, how could it be otherwise? The best students don't know what they're doing. Did you want a test without any favors? Here you go, sign your name." No one was supposed to get 100 points on this test. And yet, Hyunsung managed to do it, and without any help from anyone. Impressive. The principal can already see how such a student can get the highest score in the universal examination across the country and afterwards get into the best university. They finally had the opportunity to be the best school in Korea. Myeongchun Construction has potentially the best student in the country. With factors like these, Ta Hee-won's old dream could come true. Except now Kim Hyun-soon is more of a troublemaker than a help. So what about when the best student in the school becomes the most troublesome as well? The reputation of their institution could be severely damaged. Yoon Chul remembered his assignment to keep an eye on Kim. That's go. Because from now on, you'll have to work even harder. After all, this student is now the most important asset of their school. And since the school's hope has risen under Yoon Chul's wing, he will be getting a raise from this month. And that's just the beginning. Dae-hwan clearly tells the teacher not to miss this opportunity. After all, he's the key to the school's success now. And many of his privileges will remain with him even after Hyun-seong graduates. And of course, Yoon Chul said with a smile on his face that he would do his best. The next day, Kim went outside with his teacher. He was impressed. There he was, their best student. So what did he want to talk about if he just says, Yoon Chul will do anything for him? And Hyun-son asked, does Master know anything about the Golden Circle? No. Then let him listen carefully. Kim is about to tell us something very important. After finishing his explanation, Kim reminded Yoon Chul, if something happens, they'll both go down. The teacher didn't really have any doubts, so what should he do? Stop Shun Yoon-man? No. Hyun-soon said the situation hasn't changed and won't change. For now, he just has to wait. Whatever happens, let him ignore all fights, but he better be prepared in advance. It was at that moment that Yoon Chul realized, don't underestimate those words no matter what happens. At the same time, the Golden Circle broker was kicking the failing Shin Young-min. One more shit like that and he may never be found alive. Don't let him forget. It's his last chance. And after a while Shin was already sitting with his suckers and discussing a further plan of action. Those suggested breaking the kid's knees outside of school, and that was it. But the leader was against it. Of course, they can't always put the little bugger in a baby carriage. But just outside the school, the Munich scum will swoop in, and then they know what will happen. They don't have a choice, they have to do it at school, where those premature businessmen can't get them. The main task is to make Hyun-seong realize that his roof is shit. Yeah, they might be happy to do it, but how do they do it? Park Min-chul and his boys nailed him to, and where are they now? But Dae Seon-ho, Bin Lava's sophomore class leader, wanted to take the floor. He says we need to approach the issue differently. They're going to come at Hyun-soon all at once. It's no secret that the headmaster is shaking up the school's reputation. He can punish them individually, but what will he do if there are 30 culprits at once? He can't cross that line, because his reputation is everything to him. And on second thought, he thought, well, it's not a bad idea. And a couple days later, Kim Hyun-soon sensed something wrong. When I was walking by, I got pushed, and then some asshole backhanded him in the head, and then the rest of them came along. What's he so quiet about? They're waiting for an apology. You see? The bastard's making a fuss. Oh, an apology. Now Hyun-seong will apologize properly. After knocking out the first one, the protagonist immediately lunged at the others as well. Couple of moves, and they were on their knees. Finishing the latter with a kick to the head, Kim says, have him tell the man in charge to take it easy and a half. And brought the whole flock of sheep to him at once. But after a couple of lessons, Soon-ho took up the challenge as well. The situation had changed. He wanted to get the first-timers on first hand then run over the crowd. But since that's the case, it's better to end it right away. That's him right there. Kim Hyun-soon, the main character, laughed. Didn't the big guy recognize him? Well, and with a night fight here, they're worse off. So how about we go outside the school, or the professors won't bother them? So they did. And after a while Kim stood alone against a dozen men. As a vegetable in a hospital bed, he has rethought the plan countless times. But the scenario where things were supposed to go with Jang Seok was a wild fantasy. And it wasn't like that in real life. As always, everything is sweeter in my head. You can fantasize about anything, and always in your favor. Except in reality, things never go according to plan. A lot depends on this fight. If it doesn't, the price will be high, but still. The protagonist asks for 10 men. Is that all they could scrape together? But does he think they're retarded? Stop showing off. That's okay though. Sun Ho will personally bring him back down to earth. Since he can't take a hint, he'll tell him straight. Kim exploded at the authority figure and ... but the guy didn't finish, because Tin Sun suddenly yawned loudly. This is boring. Why don't they stop fucking around and get down to business? Kim already knows why they're here, but you can shorten the pompous speech. He sees people looking in the windows. They're all piling in on him alone. That's not very boyish. So let them come one at a time. Sun Ho, if he wants, can come out and get punched in the face first. Or you can care like a bitch and wait till the end. Or what? They'll piss themselves and come in droves. Pathetic. And this speech wasn't an empty bravado. Until now, Hyunsung had relied on drastic measures. However, recklessness and cruelty had damaged his reputation. Arming yourself with a chair and a lock, or suddenly attacking an expecting nothing enemy. That's how those who rely on luck rather than strength operate. And the protagonist needed to fix it before the damage to his reputation became too serious. And then he'll be a really important figure in the school. He will eradicate any doubts about his own superiority. In response, Chong Hyu, Sun Ho's right hand, immediately shouted, once one by one before the bizarre zero only let him take into account. He probably won't even make it to the second opponent. Except she'd refuse a powerful punch. Kim was able to cover himself with his hand in time. Chang Yun swung once more, but the protagonist dodged, and from a sharp counterpunch to the jaw, the kid's eyes really popped out of his head. Jin Woo, who was watching this, was astonished. Putting Son Ho's right hand down with one punch as well. It does seem to be a tricky little thing. No. Fuck him. She's not gonna mess with him anymore. I should have gotten rid of him in the beginning. Except it's too late for that. In his face. That's a pretty big punch. It was Sivu. He was back, and it was time for him to settle another loose end. Sivu didn't make the decision to attack. It was when he saw Han Seong being bullied again. He came over to ask what he was going to do, to which he said he'd take care of it himself, and Shin Young-min and his suckers. Hyun soon understands his friend's worries. But it won't do any good if he gets involved. They'll just both get run over by the numbers and the son's over. But Kim has a plan, and he's gonna handle this all on his own. You don't need Blondin's help here, but you need help elsewhere. I'd rather let him get revenge on bald-headed Park Jin-woo. That's what the guy did. He's gonna keep that asshole breathing. With a kick to the chest with his foot, Sivu interrupted any of his efforts to attack. The bald head got it right away. He can suck it up with one punch. No. We can't. We have to pack. Well, the first blow, the second blow, it's all gone. But there it is. I got you. Jin-woo's going to get him. That's what the big guy thought. But he just took another uppercut. And afterward, pushing off the ground, the blonde decided to finally finish him off with his foot, crushing his skull. And Hangsun didn't waste any time either. It's the second oldest kid to be beaten unconscious. Sun Ho got it too. That smart bastard was against them. He'd planned this from the beginning. If it was Sun Ho's will, they would have trampled Kim with the whole gang without even blinking. But in front of everyone. Yes. That's not gonna work. What are they gonna do? It's already the 5th. Is Han Seong really going to be able to handle all of them by himself? If that's the case, then it's a total failure. Even if Shin Yoon-min doesn't rule it out, he'll join the Golden Circle. No, and it's not a good idea to get involved at the end of the fight, either. He's got to get in now if he wants to earn his credibility. That's why he's yelling to come to him. He'll say it's nothing personal, except he's already scattered so many of his guys, Sun Ho won't be left out now. To which the protagonist grinned, so maybe he should just stop taking on weaklings. Of course, the big guy got angry, and he immediately punched the insolent man in the face. To which he unexpectedly retaliated, and he gave it back to me. But just why? After this exchange of blows, his opponent balks, and he's not even trying to dodge. Is that sick asshole really going to fight him head-on? Doesn't he care about the weight difference? Alright. Well, let's see how long this little guy lasts. Darely had Sun Ho thought that already from the next strike, he'll be holding his jaw and coughing up blood, and taking this guy by the hair. Kim finished him off for good. What did those assholes become? Have them bring Shin Yoon-min over here. The ringleader under discussion was very confident. Hyunsung was the one to go after a second grader. He wouldn't be able to make it. Except his cheerful spirit was quickly shattered by a classmate who entered. Sun Ho's really screwed the pooch on this one. In total, Kim took down as many as 9. So what should they do? But for some reason, Shin continued to smile. That's enough. Let him continue according to the plan. No matter how connected Hyun-sung is to the principal, this is still a school. And beating up 9 students is not something you can just hide. All of Shin's friends immediately rushed to the teacher's lounge. That's where Kim checked out the second graders without blinking an eye. There's blood everywhere and unconscious kids. We have to call the police. And the beaters themselves were not slow either, calling the cops time and time again. It's serious. The students are dying. That's exactly what their plan was. If the testimony was consistent, no one would be able to write anything off as self-defense. Even if they could. I don't care. Shin wasn't going to finish it all in one day. Let's see how much Hyun-seon can take. And the minute the police got a call from the principal, and a few days ago, an important question was brought up at a teacher's meeting. Do any of them know what the Golden Circle is? No. Then Yeonchol will enlighten them. It's a group that makes a business out of school violence and gets paid to threaten students. When one student is targeted, the local bullies don't give a hoot. And if teachers think this organization hasn't reached their school, they're wrong. The recent incident involving the Pak Min-chuli gang is precisely related to the Golden Circle. Of course, everyone was tensed by this statement. Teachers were literally confused. But Yeonchol quickly took matters into his own hands. His colleagues don't seem to know what to do, but that's understandable. Involvement in the circle's affairs could lead to the end of their teaching careers. Except one thing's for sure, they're all in the same boat now. Park Min-chul, Chu Young-taek, Kun Min-hoo, Soon-hoo and Shin Young-min, and not even just them. Dozens of students are connected to the Golden Circle in one way or another. What do his colleagues think will happen if all this information becomes public? Heads would roll, and not just the top. Their whole school could be shut down. That's why Yeonchol gathered them all here, to respectfully request that you do not interact with anyone involved in the circle. Let them continue to work in the normal mode and stay out of school squabbles. The higher-ups will deal with it, so he says again. There is no need to be heroic and do foolish things in pursuit of the title of righteous teacher. One of the other faculty members objected. What do you mean? Well, they have a moral obligation in stopping violence. But Yeonchol was quick to interrupt him. Does he want to cross the road to the Golden Circle? Then let him be ready to be their next target. Is a teacher really willing to do that? Well, then let them consider it. Legally, they don't ask, doesn't want to. No wonder. Well, then let everyone remember from now on. Everything's quiet at their school, nothing's going on. And that's why teachers have now ignored all student complaints. Stop panicking. What are they making up? Don't they have anything better to do? But surprisingly, not only here but also the police gave the students the same answer. False alarms are punishable by law, so let them stop this nonsense or they'll get a fine. When Shin heard the result of his scheme, he was furious. What a bunch of useless rappers. They call themselves gorgeous, and no one's ever laid a finger on one of them. They're idiots, just to keep their hands clean. And the cops are no better. Since when is this country such a mess? So they all got screwed over. Whatever. Fuck them. He'll find that Hyun-seon and tear him apart. Except that's when the bully's cell phone rang. And for good reason, of course, because up until a little while ago, finishing his cigarette at a small microloan center, Changbom asked, does his name mean anything to this loan shark? If so, he has a suggestion. Changbom has a new project here, and he's looking for someone to help him out a little. Simply put, he's offering cooperation, and of course the moneylender is interested. It's a chance. If you become a partner of Munchin, you can make a fortune in Dosan, eh? And in return for this offer of unprecedented generosity, what should he do? Oh, it's nothing. Have him write out an application in the name of Shin Min-sok, Shin Young-min's father. Then you're welcome to be a partner. And it was his dad who made that college Young-min school. He was desperate. What's his dumbass son doing there? What kind of brainless asshole is he? Who is this Kim Hyun-seong and what did that idiot do to him? Don't let him lay a finger on him again. Do you hear me? The debt collectors broke into the house and almost killed them all. It's just starting to get to Shin. How far has this fucking puppeteer got? Suddenly, Changbom picked up the phone. KKK, can you hear me? Well, let that degenerate listen to him carefully. Soon their house will be on the market. His daddy's trying to avoid. Well, how else do you collect debts? Business is business. but that still won't be enough to pay it off. And then that debt will be transferred to Shin himself. Does he understand? He'll never fucking pay it back. It's time for him to get over it. His life is fucked, but there's one way it won't be so bad. If he does that, he'll be Hyun Seon's personal punching bag for a while. Just let him keep it in mind. It's a secret. No one can guess that Shin is giving in to him. Can he do it? The guy just wanted to stammer about whether it was fair. But who cares about honesty anyway? The only thing that matters in a fight is winning. And don't let him forget, Jang Bon never throws words into the wine. And a minute later, the face of the one Kim had been waiting for finally appeared in the schoolyard. Why is Shin Yeonmin so out of sorts? He's frozen. Well, let him come. Even though Yeonmin remembered that he wasn't allowed to touch the main character with his finger, he still went ahead, and he's already swinging to strike. He realized his opponent wasn't dodging, so I had to pretend like he missed. But Hyun Seong realized that it looked like the guy had gotten the call. Well, then let him have it. What did they tell him? To be a punching bag? Great. Why was he so stubborn before? Alright, Kim will give Shin Yeonmin one chance. Let him kneel like a wimp, or risk everything for honor. It's up to him to say that Hyun Seong expected Shin Yeonmin's breakdown. That's exactly what happened, without the observers around. Maybe he would have agreed to the terms, but being a 19-year-old teenager, he couldn't keep his sanity. Shit all or nothing, he digs this scum here and now, that's what he thought. Not surprising, since he had competed in several amateur competitions. He was confident, but it wasn't hard to find their records online. And after analyzing this guy's movement with his trainer, Hyun Seong learned some punch combinations and weaknesses from him. For example, poor facial protection. Yeah. And now after the missed shot, he's going to try to counterattack. But it'll be too late. Hyun Seong will give him one in the face. And realizing it's going to be tough, I'm sure Shin will try his signature punch. He'll step back a little, and then he'll put his whole body into it. Except the protagonist knows all his moves, so he just hit it faster. And this never-beaten bully fell to the pavement. He almost lost consciousness, but came to his senses from the sudden pain. Damn, that bastard. What's he doing? Shin Yeonmin already must have realized what was about to happen. An unqualified victory. In this way, Kim Hyun-sing proved his superiority to all the students, and the police won't come. Oughta wanna arrange everything with them. The main character, on the other hand, went back to school, where he was met by Sivu. He did well, too, so all is well. But the guy wonders what they're gonna do now. Obviously, they'll be prosecuted. Hyun-sing didn't just fight, he broke a man's arm, to which the protagonist told his friend, just don't sweat it. In fact, while Hyun Seong was beating up scum like Park Min-klee, he realized something. The world takes the side of the strongest, that's the truth. And the teacher who came out was just shocked. Did Kim go nuts in there? How are we gonna clean up this shit now? Shin knelt in front of him and begged Yeon Choli to call an ambulance. But he didn't seem to hear him. He kept thinking about how he could get out of it. Okay, let this bully listen carefully. He didn't break his arm in a fight with Hyun Seong, but when he was fooling around with his friends and fell down the stairs. And don't let anyone involved even mention Hyun Seong's name. Yeon Chol will immediately remind them of all their dirty deeds. The kid was shocked. Shame on the teacher for behaving like that. He should put the welfare of his students first, so Yeon Chol told Shin to shut the fuck up already. Or did he forget how his teacher cleaned up all the shit he did? And on those occasions, he didn't mention his teaching duties. So don't let him forget that the next time he decides to open his mouth, others may not know, but Shin, of all people, should know. Yoon Kyle always gets what he wants. But Shin Yeonmin wasn't the only one who got hurt. The local broker also endured constant beatings and torture. And no matter how much he begged, no matter how much he said, he would slaughter this Kim Hyun soon. No one listened to him. What the hell is he talking about? But he happened to forget the specifics of their work. They satisfy the will of their clients through a natural level of school violence. And premeditated murder is not their method. It's called standards. They operate without finger-pointing or screwing up. It's the basis of the golden circle. And this failed idiot is talking complete bullshit. It's embarrassing to even get your hands dirty. Kim Hyun Seong is a tough guy. He's just like an animal. But for every creature, there is a tamer. That's what Seoul Gold Circle broker is sure of. Jun Jang-soo. A week has passed since then, and Shin Yun-min got a text message on his phone. It was Kim Hyun-soon who wanted to know who hired him. If he does, then so be it. The main character is off the hook. Only problem is, the kid doesn't even know who it was. How'd that bastard even know his discharge date? And I understand he's going to fall behind. He's not behind yet, is he? What an asshole, for God's sake. Alright, he'll come home first. And his broker's a bastard, too. Imagine if Shin doesn't get the money. Things are really fucked up. Alright, he'd never seen those two before. We should get some sleep and then decide what to do. Dad's not supposed to be home right now. Except when Shin entered the house, he didn't recognize him. What happened here? And then my dad came right out and slapped me around. He told him not to mess with Kim Hyun-soon and everything would be fine. He's the reason they fucked it all up. Their family had it bad enough as it was. But this is fucked up. What does he think he's doing? The food in the fridge just comes from the fridge. Yeah. Maybe his father wasn't the best provider. Shin fucking ruined everything. This is the end and it's all because of his actions. The guy couldn't believe it. How? Their lives ruined. Stepping on a bottle, Young-min fell to the floor and dropped his phone. And here's the coincidence. A familiar number called him. That same night, Shin was on his knees apologizing to the protagonist. He shouldn't have messed with the golden circle. But he'd crossed that line, thinking he was fucking important. He'd love to talk about his employer. Except he honestly doesn't know who that employer is. All Shin got was a message from the broker about the late payment, and that was it. He was gone. Please let Kim get in his shoes. He'll be a punching bag, an errand boy, whatever. Just let Hyun-seong forgive him. To which he reasonably asked, why the fuck should he? Why the fuck should he forgive such a bastard? He's made it clear to me. Don't mess with him or his men. What did Shin do? If he had half a brain in his head, he'd be sitting on his ass. And Kim willingly believes that the kid has never heard of anyone he hired. And Hyun-soon was thinking, since Shin is asking him so obediently, it's fine. He'll give him one last chance to improve. All he has to do is hold out for 1 month. We'll panic for 30 days, and then the protagonist will forgive him. Spasmodically, Shin asked. But a month of putting up with what exactly? Well, there's no way to say it in a nutshell. He'll understand in practice, and very soon. The next day, Shin Yun-min returned to school. He, of course, immediately became the subject of discussion. No wonder he was humiliated by a freshman. In words, he's a fat lion, but indeed ... Shin already somehow didn't care about these hypocrites. If it's really what Moo-hin-sun said, he'll get over it like it's nothing. Let them yap all they want, it's only a month. And then he's going to take them all in hand. Only. Wow. The world must be crazy. Some Amish guy is looking at him like he's scum. Yeah. Well, I don't care. Just a month. And he'll be free. He'll wait for weeks and graduate. That's all. He doesn't even know his classmates. And this kid comes up. What's he want? He should pour the milk right on that asshole's head. Hyun-seong says hi to him. He said that Shin Yun-min is the biggest bitch at school now. How did he like it? Did he like it? Such drastic actions were prompted by Hyunsung's speech at the class assembly. He said that because of Shin's unjustified lust for violence, his life had become a living hell. And if the protagonist didn't know how to fight, he would probably be in the hospital right now. So he wants to punish Shin Young-min not only for himself, but also for everyone who has had their lives ruined by this creep all these years. For the next month, they can do whatever they want with this guy. Spit in their face. Give them a smack. He won't lay a finger on them anyway. And of course, Hyunsung doesn't force anyone. It's all by choice. If they want to, they can forget about it. But in that case, Shin Young-min will live his last month before graduation happily ever after. Like he's never bothered anyone before. That's why the protagonist is now reaching out to those who have a grudge against that asshole. If they want to do something, now is the time to do it themselves. And a guy with glasses named Han Mi-hong was just like that. Shin used to punch him every day when he met him, like a toy that you don't care if it breaks. And while waiting for graduation, Min-in thought about it a lot. After graduation, Shin wouldn't even remember him and would never regret all the bullying. And for things to be different so that Min-in could get his revenge, he needed to act, and he did. Hyun-seong wasn't lying. That bastard doesn't fight back. Well, then he's gonna get his ass kicked. What's he like? That it's not nice to be fucked over by someone called Amish, but Mienhin himself is right on top of it. This event quickly spread throughout the cafeteria, so Kim was telling the truth. Yeah, and the fat guy was just warming up by spitting in his lunch. He decided to remind Shin that he liked to do that too, right? Finally, he's going to get a taste of the supplement. Enjoy your meal, asshole. This situation quickly went public. And first the usual name-calling, and then the foot rests at the entrance to the restroom. That's Yoon Min's favorite joke. Don't be offended. I don't give a shit if his arm is broken. Then they started throwing trash at him, hanging notes on their backs. Yeah, those cowards were afraid to even say a word to him before. But now, it's like they've been torn apart by Hyun Siam's words. Shouldn't we just stop tolerating it and kill them all? No, Kim's gonna get him. You have to hold out. It only takes a month. Hyunsung himself was thinking. He had thought that he would get some evidence from defeating Yoon Min, but in the end, nothing. Nothing. It's worth admitting defeat. The Gold Circle client in their class was never brought to light. Of course, one can try to structure current information. The client's valuations should be comparable to Hansen's own now. And this John Doe's wealth should be able to pay for the Golden Circle's services. That's at least some criteria to narrow down the possible list of individuals. But that's still not enough to claim for sure. There's no hurry. Sooner or later, the circle will show itself. Until then, we have to deal with pressing problems. You can still get distracted once in a while, though. After all, the view of suffering Shin is still very beautiful. The bows beat him up for fun, and the teachers turn a blind eye. The usual scum, they're one and the same. But at least, thanks to them, the case doesn't stand still. And that's when Shin gets a text message on his phone. There's one offer he's got here, though. If he takes it, he'll stop being bully until he graduates. And reading something like that, the guy answered quickly. Do anything. Wow. And Hyunsung didn't doubt that for a second. That same evening, Shin Min stood in front of some store and had doubts. If this was a good idea, should he just be patient? What's the big deal? Fuck it. Let's go. It's all or nothing. Walking into the store, behind the counter the guy sees Park Min-chul. He works as a cashier. And asks what the customer wants. Cigarettes? No. She needs his fucking face smashed on the table. Tak Min-chul was just recovering from a punch, as the next one flew in. And as he was losing consciousness, he recognized the robber. It's Shin Yoon Min. The next night, Park Min-chul told his friends. He'll never mistake that face for anyone else in his life. And they say Hyun Seong broke his arm. And the robber had the same thing. His right arm was in a cast under his sweatshirt. But why the fuck would he rob them? Shouldn't he file a report? Park Min-chul objected. What report? They're dumb. Let them remember who's behind Shin. I think they'll get it shoved up their asses. So Min-chul suggests that everyone assume it was a one-off, and to keep a low profile. Except that a voice was heard behind them. What a lot of people. And no guards. And no guards. They shouldn't have done that. Trinity got ready at once. What does he want? Don't let him try to hide it. He's the one who ripped them off at the store last night. What did he do that for? Well, it's not Shin's whim. It's just that Hyun-soon has a special feeling for them. In the next month, he's been assigned to make their lives a nightmare. To make you regret every day. You know what I'm talking about. Yoon Min says that now these three will take his place in hell. With quick punches, easily scattered the two weaker ones. It's all because of them. And even though the thug doesn't understand their guilt, Shin will explain it to them clearly now. They don't really get it, do they? If those idiots hadn't screwed up in the first place, then he wouldn't have to rub their stupid faces in it now. They're fighting back. Have they lost their memory? Have they forgotten who they're dealing with? He's Shin, bitch. Yoon Min, kicking the last one out with his knee. The guy was jubilant now that this asshole was gonna suffer for him. Except he felt a sharp pain from behind. Park Min-chul had stabbed him. It's because of that bastard's orders that they ran into Kim Hyun Seong. It's Shin's fault they're all fucked up and bleeding. The former chief petty officer fell to his knees. Only now did it come to him. In fact, it was all for one thing. Hyun-soon originally wanted them to kill each other. There's no turning back. He'll bring them together like hungry dogs. And the next day at school, rumors spread quickly. What? Shin was stabbed. So Park Min-chul is also an accomplice. Did they disagree, or why? What's gonna happen to them now? Send them to juvie. No, they just passed a law. Nowadays, school children are only given a criminal record as a last resort. They also said that the circumstances of the crime were strange. All four of them pleaded guilty and asked to be sent to the penal colony as soon as possible. Like they wanted to get off the first flight out of Dosan. That same day, Youngbeom called the protagonist. It's just like he said. The Minho family gave up, packed up and left. Even Kyun Ji is gone. It looks like Minho will be re-enrolling in another school next year. I see. That's what Kim thought. The rich guy's got his usual excuse. He shouldn't say that. If Hyun Seong wants to, Youngbeom can make a good life for him there too. No, replied the protagonist. Fuck him. Let him rest for a while. Give him time to forget what happened. We'll start a new life in a new school and a new town. And then the hopelessness will become even more acute. And the four with Shin and Park Min-chul should go straight to jail after juvie. And not a day of freedom. Wow. What a guide. Changbom appreciated. Of course, a scary person is his companion. That's all he wanted to ask. He's gonna be dumb amongst the laborers for a long time. They'd agreed he'd work as a laborer for a month. But then what? Changbom has no patience. And it's not for him to rise from the bottom like everyone else. Kim told him to be patient for a while longer. Air Mention Construction would like to object, but the protagonist assured everything will be fine. It will start soon. And Kim wasn't lying. In a couple of days the real estate industry will go nationwide. All the construction companies would be gaining simply unprecedented momentum and recording super profits. Naturally, under such conditions, new construction projects were in full swing. That's how, in one of the builders' companies, the workers did everything in the walkway. And they didn't even bother to check whether the metal beams were well secured. And as it turns out, badly. In the transfer, they snapped and fell right on top of one of the construction workers. He was crushed, and he didn't even move. He was either unconscious or dead. Workers standing nearby wanted to call an ambulance right away, except the crew chief told them to put the phones away quickly. You need to report to management first and shit if that idiot needs help there. If this incident slows down construction, who's responsible? That's just it. As a result, that day, the injured construction worker went to the hospital only 2 hours later. And not to the nearest hospital 10 minutes away from the construction site, but to a medical facility associated with the company an hour away. And also that no one would recognize the incident. And the management company immediately told the victim's son, because of his father's negligence, the company suffers huge losses. So, naturally, they won't charge compensation for moral damages. All the blame lies solely on this guy's father. In the end, all the grief-stricken son had to do was cry in the ward and listen to the TV programs talking about the super profits of construction companies. That day was the point of no return for a young man in his early 20s, Oh Jin-hyuk. At the same time at the mentioned construction site, Changbom was almost falling asleep. Ow. I'd like to get drunk and abroad. Yeah, that'd be nice. But why the hell is he here? Huh. No, we have to trust Hyun Seong. Even though he's young, he's very smart. Especially after seeing how he treated his school enemies. Yeah, I wish his brother would beg Jongbom himself for mercy just like that. If a man wants to accomplish that, you have to believe this kid. He'll go back. Just, what? What the hell happened? The floor collapsed. Changbom immediately rushed to the scene. And it was just a shock. How did this even happen? The concrete failed. What kind of nonsense is that? Whatever, they'll explain it later. Was there anyone under the rubble? One of the construction workers said yes, 6 or so people, and Changbom was really pissed off about it. The local foreman told the heir not to worry. Now he will call the director and settle everything quickly. But the son of the head of the company didn't understand. What kind of nonsense is this guy talking about? Does it matter right now? Does he even fucking realize what he's saying? And Youngbeom remembered, the kid had told him. When he was at the construction site, he should keep one thought in his mind. If there is an accident, he should do his best as the manager's son to solve the accident, forget about the losses and think only about the welfare of the construction worker. So the eldest heir shouted at the top of his voice, "Let them call an ambulance." The foreman of course replied that you can't do that. Their construction site will be shut down. How will they justify themselves to you? But who gives a fuck now? Actually, all of them compensation is not a problem. But who will be responsible for the delay in construction? What Jang Bom said he doesn't give a fuck. Let him do as he's told and shut his mouth. He'll take responsibility for everything. What does this idiot think? That human life is worthless? Have them round up every available rescue team in Dosan and pull out whoever they can. He takes care of the rest. It's been about 10 minutes and the ambulances still haven't arrived. Where the hell are they? You can't clear the hall with your own resources. No. The foreman says it's too dangerous. We should leave it to the pros, but the pros aren't coming. Have him call them over there. Hurry them up or something. Not only that, it's getting worse. They're starting to tear things down again. What the hell is this? In response, the construction worker who approached asked haughtily, "Doesn't Young Beam know? There's no cement on the rebar at all. It's perfectly clean." The builders were in a hurry to remove the reinforcement before the cement hardened. That's why the floor collapsed. If they weren't in a hurry, the incident wouldn't have happened. Jong Beam better know the reason. After all, he is the eldest son of the head of the company. Is he even sure he can handle an incident like this on his own? To which the company's heir replied that he didn't give a shit about the consequences. What difference does it make what happens next? Don't they have a moral obligation to take care of people first? And since this guy has time to rant, why don't he spend it dialing up the rescue services and hurry things along? We'll make an effort for the common cause, so to speak. In the end, it all turned out okay. Most had only minor injuries, nothing serious. That they have a problem, they have already posted about the incident on the internet, making the company look bad. And that's just the beginning. The Peppers won't be able to cover their tracks. The damage will be done. Oh. Well. Changebom wonders what they're gonna do now. He didn't have a plan. He was in a hurry to call the rescue team. My dad's on the phone, too, so I don't need to pick up the phone yet. The first thing to do is to go over and call Hyun Seong, and do it as soon as possible. And on the very same day, both brothers were summoned to the main office. Jang Seok, Jang Beam's brother, thought this situation was just great for sneaking up on his father as well. How could that incompetent idiot deal with everything personally? He didn't even notify the department. And this is what it's come to. Dozens of articles on the subject. Human lives are fine, but what about the company? They're going to take a huge loss because of his antics. Now their building might not sell, and it's up to Jang Seok and company to clean up the mess as usual. Dad said so too. Jang Bom got the whole of Daesan on alert, not only the ambulance and the police reporters or not long in coming. What he's gonna do now? Well, the man's already talked to Kim about it. He said that Chairman mentioned construction has a keen sense of pride in his work. He, you could say, considers himself a creator. And what would he have done in the shoes of such a person if some mistake had happened? The first thing I'd do is find out what's wrong, so you can't back up. We need to make him understand the importance of what happened. And so in the office, Young Beam proposed a very radical solution. Tearing down the building and starting over. The people in the room were stunned. The father asked his son understands how the construction process takes place. Most of the funds are allocated by the banks. Their interest is increasing every day. Add in demolition costs, back pay, and a whole lot more. Is it worth a show like this? But Young Beam says it's just one building. Yes, they'll face losses, but is it that big a loss? It's more important to gain trust now. How are they doing? Have you read the tone they're taking with the construction companies these days? Profits are through the roof, but trust in people's eyes is nil. And here they decide, despite adventuring, to complete the building. And then what? Well, Jang Seok objected. If it wasn't for someone's heroics, there wouldn't have been any publicity. And starting from scratch now would be much more expensive than finishing what's there. However, the brother replied that you can't look at profit alone. In the current situation, people's trust is everything to them. Admit mistakes, publicly apologize, and start over. Show that they care about consumer welfare. And that way they'll come out in a better light. And even if it's not immediate, it'll be a great foundation for Minchon construction. Jang Seok didn't understand that. He's not making sense. They're in business, not charity. His father, on the other hand, was of a different opinion. It seems his eldest son had finally grown up. Yes, the current case of customization was different from what happened in Hyunsung's past life, but it wasn't that important. After all, back then, The chairman of Myeongchin Construction made a public statement and shared his own vision for the construction. It stayed with him in this life. The thing that pissed him off the most about the situation was that it was caused by a stupid mistake in drying the concrete. Myeongchin Construction has no right to commit such senseless misbehavior. People will be living in their homes. Safety must come first and everything else comes after. And that's why Jang Boon did a great job. The father literally sees his eldest son walking the same road as himself. Myeongchin Construction is a commercial company. However, they put the welfare of the tenants first. May he continue in the same spirit and become a worthy heir. Most of the victims of the construction accident were slightly injured. The one had to undergo major surgery, amputation of both legs. And this construction worker's family was desperate. What should they do? That's what they've been saying lately. Construction companies have a short conversation with the families of the victims, take compensation or get out. So they would have to prepare for the worst. Except that in just a second, a delegation of Myeongchin, led by Chong Bom, approached. Bowed their heads on behalf of the company. They sincerely apologize. Naturally said to act like a man, Kim Jang-bom now has two things to deal with. The first is the classic building a house, and you can offer interest deferment or discounts on new apartments. If you present the information correctly, their dissatisfaction will be removed like a hand. There's a problem in the second direction. The victims of the incident, they must be dealt with as loyally as possible, so that everyone can feel proud of the fact of working at Myeongchin. In the end, that's what happened. The company fully admits its fault. Of course, money can't make up for much, but they will do their best to make amends. Covered the cost of the surgery and 500 million won as compensation. That's what the injured people will receive. And the injured construction worker himself will be transferred to the main office to a supervisory position. In this situation, they have no right to refuse the services of such an experienced worker. This brought tears to the eyes of the victim's family. The same evening, Chang Bom asked his assistant what he thought construction was. He didn't think much about it, but they build houses, that's all. Chang Bom used to think it was all about making a profit, build a house and sell it. But recently, he's been thinking, there are so many people counting on them. Workers who need to feed their families, future tenants who are buying an apartment. The future heir seems to have taken his position too lightly. Everything is so complicated, and all he can think about is getting drunk and partying. And it's true that he's clung to this position, which he thought was almost lost, and all thanks to a little. He can't go back to his old way of life. Listening to all this, the man's aide wondered if the man had really changed. But that's when the doctor came out of the door and said, "You can't smoke in here. This is a hospital." To which Myeongchin Construction's eldest son responded with a tirade. He said that this beggar should shut his mouth, or else he'd be taken to the hospital. The assistant realized that even if Chong Bom had changed, he had only changed a little. The accident at the Myeongchin construction site was not a global event. There were no casualties, so the hype quickly died down. However, now the news was broadcasting a completely different story. The accident in Seoul, where 5 people died at a construction site in Gangnam. One of the construction workers spoke nervously in an interview with a reporter. He warned everyone that rushing into this kind of work would definitely lead to an accident, but no one listened to him because it was only important for the company to finish the construction in the shortest possible. The secret was revealed, and riots broke out all over the country, all because of the numerous news stories about accidents on building sites. Numerous articles only added fuel to the fire, increasing the already deep resentment of the people. But one case became literally pivotal. Oh Jin-yoon's interview, the son of a construction worker disabled by a construction accident at the Myeongchoni site. The news anchor wanted more details, and the kid's about to tell him everything. On that day, a crane was transporting metal beams to the construction site, but the workers didn't even bother to check if it was securely fastened. They collapsed on Jun-Yu's father while carrying it. But most egregious were the actions taken by the company, their actions after the incident. The rescue team should have been called immediately, but the foreman was against it. He forbade the workers from calling the emergency services until he reported to the management. As a result of these and they sent the guy's father to a hospital affiliated with the company, all ostensibly to get him the best care possible, except that Jun-Yu's father never received proper treatment. The company did so to avoid publicizing the incident. They needed to keep the matter quiet so as not to slow down construction. It's all about the money. They only care about money. They don't care about the lives of the workers. The main thing is to build the building as fast as possible and maximize profits. But the price of this desire is the health of ordinary workers. And that's why Oh Jun-yu pulled himself together and came for an interview. He hopes that no one else will suffer like his father. After listening, the presenter asked if their guest had anything else to add. He had a lot to say. The guy himself works in the construction industry. And they also had an accident not too long ago. But his company's reaction to a similar antecedent was fundamentally different. It was Muncheon Constru. And the aforementioned company was doing just fine, with one small exception. Jang Bom was put in charge of the construction site where the incident occurred. Now he's been at work since early morning, and the attitude of the workers to him has significantly changed for the better. Now they sincerely respect him. He did not understand what was happening to them. The builders even started treating him to home-cooked food. And he didn't mind eating, but why the hell did they put him in charge here? It's the paperwork that pisses men off the most. I can't believe he's here. At least the ramen at the construction site is delicious. Jongbom's meal was abruptly interrupted by a construction worker with the message that a visitor had come to the chief, and he wants to shoot here, and the management's on board and approved it. It's gonna be cool, but the heir to the company is on a break. So let the worker handle it, okay? But the subordinate's answer surprised Chen Biam. It's not just filming. The reporter wants to interview Jan Biam personally. Later that night, Jang Bom's father, Ko Myun-chin, sat in front of the TV screen in his mansion and watched an entertaining report about his son. It said Myun-chin Construction had announced a complete demolition and had begun construction from scratch. The decision, of course, was understandable, so Muncheon Construction has a very, very difficult financial future ahead of it. It's a very unusual decision for such a large company. They took some very serious risks, and now their TV station has an exclusive interview with the man who was the source of this gamble. It's the eldest son of the director of Myuncheon Construction, Ko Chen-bom. The reporter asked. Now he was almost the only person who put human lives before company profits. What were his reasons for doing so? When asked, the man confidently replied that he was only following his father's instructions. Ever since he was a child, Chang Bom had constantly heard that their family did not only make money. They not only built houses, but also create favorable living conditions for many families. Chen Biam's words were confirmed by the wife of one of the victims in the incident. She was devastated by the terrible news about her husband. But she had no idea that the Myuncheon company would do anything to ensure that her husband could continue to live a normal life. What's more, a young man who, Ko Min-chin, would have continued watching the report, but then the bell rang. It was the chairman of the pack, a big shot in annoyance. And he says the director did a great job raising his eldest son, but he's not just calling to praise him, he's got a daughter here. Maybe she and his heir could go on a date. And though it was the first such proposal, it was immediately followed by a dozen more. They all had one thing in common, to fix up Jang Bom with the daughter of some important person. And Muncheon was shocked when he heard about it. And when he called them, all he got were excuses. Now these offers are not just coming from Dosan, they are literally pouring in from all over the country. They can arrange a meeting with anyone at all. At this point, his assistant walked into Myunkin's room. Ko Min-chin asked her not to answer any more calls from all sorts of premature matchmakers. Now for the main thing. What's the situation? The assistant was quick to report back. They're getting a lot of construction contracts. The largest by far is S Group headquarters. Order for a high-rise of 3,000 apartments in Gangnam, one of the Gangbuk Neocean buildings, and the G Chemical employee dormitory. But more importantly, there was a call from Mayor Dosan. They intend to promptly sign a contract that they were not in a hurry to discuss before. We are talking about the construction of 5,000 households. The work is scheduled to begin within 6 months. It was a 1 in a million deal, and Chen Bom miraculously managed to snatch it. And now he was surprised to find himself in the company's main building, surrounded by the board of directors in the presence of his father. Jang Biam hasn't fully realized yet. What? They want to make him CEO? Yes, that's right. His father assures, everyone here will give his son all the help he needs. And the eldest heir couldn't believe it. He was being congratulated by the entire board of directors. After all, These people had always looked down on him, and some of them were on the brother's succor. His father also says that Chen Bom should be included in the biggest project in Dosan. He is still in the early stages, but it has been a rewarding experience for him. And with confidence the man replies, "Yes, all right." From now on, he will work for the good of the company. At school, however, it was business as usual. Everyone was minding their own business, and some were sad and alone. But Hyun Seon couldn't believe what had happened when Janbom wrote to him about his success. He had no idea it would turn out like this. This 5,000 home project is still early in its life. Quite a surprising turn, or is it another butterfly effect? Yes, Kim was counting on Janbom to be the executive director of the accident investigation, but getting the grounds to sign a contract for 5,000 homes was something he had to do later. On the one hand, of course, there are fewer worries, thanks to the director of Muncheon Construction. On the one hand, of course, there are fewer worries, all thanks to the director of Muncheon Construction. But how badly did Hyun Soon miscalculate his prediction? No mistake will be tolerated from now on. We need to make a more informed decision. And after a while, the car of the one the protagonist remembered appeared in the schoolyard. Hyun Seon was surprised. They had just talked on the phone. What was he doing here? The newly minted executive and director of Muncheon Construction didn't come to see Kim. First of all, he decided to talk to the school principal, and Oh Do-hwan immediately congratulated him. With him as executive director, Muncheon Construction would truly become the pride of Dosan. Only the man was surprised. The director already knew everything, and it hadn't been publicized yet. What a sneaky bug. But never mind, they'll get to the point now. Jang Byum came for one simple reason: to thank director for treating Hyun Seon well. However, the executive director realizes words are not enough to express gratitude, so he wants to give the school a gift. With the support of the authorities, Chen Bom will build a new gymnasium, a real work of art in architecture with a huge swimming pool. This will also be the main material sign of the prestige of the educational institution. And of course, after saying that, the principal assured that he would do his best not to disappoint Jang Bom. From now on, the whole school will support Hyun Seon in all his endeavors. That's great. Now, can't the principal call Yunchul for just a few minutes? And after a short time, he was already standing in front of Changbom, and the man was fascinated by people like his teacher. In a world where everyone is fighting for a place under the sun, it is only natural to want to be under the wing of the powerful, isn't it? There seems to be a rumor going around the school that Yunchul is taking bribes, but who cares? That's the kind of thing that small-minded people talk about. The school is going to bend over for Muncheon anyway. With the support of Changbom and the administration, Yunchul might even become a storekeeper. Let's say 3 years tops and she will be. Yes, the man heard the teacher goes to a place called Miracle, right? Well, Changebom put in a good word for him, so he can come with his friends and have all the fun he wants. Don't worry about the money, it's all paid for in advance. And there will be another hotel waiting for him at the place, so don't forget to pick it up. It's all about money, of course, so is Yunchul's cooperation reward-worthy? That's fine. But let Yunchulia realize something. He's not doing business with some rich daddy of an ordinary schoolboy, but the heir of Muncheon Construction, the holder of Dosan's power and wealth. He never leaves a service without a decent fee. After talking to Yunchuli, the man went up to the roof of the school to talk to the main character there. And Jongbom is truly grateful to Hyun Sun. Wiping Jong Seok's nose could have been done in a simpler way, but for everything to go so smoothly, and get on the same spectrum of thought as your father, and come out of a very bad situation not just in a better light, but as a winner. Yes, it was only because of Hyun Seon that the man was able to become the executive director of the company. And soon, at this rate, he may become the chairman. Chen Bom, of course, doesn't know what the protagonist is up to, but let him be sure. The man will solve any of his problems, so you need to keep trying to each his own part. If Hyunsung needs anything, just let him tell them Youngjin Air. He'll arrange it. Jen Bom is sincere in helping the protagonist with anything at any time, since he said anything. In that case, how much money is Jongbom willing to spend on Hyun Seon? Shortly after this conversation, at the end of class, Young Chul was announcing important information. The school has established a scholarship program in cooperation with Myeongchin Construction. The scholarship is worth 10 million won. There's no limit to the number of scholarship recipients. Of course, no one is going to pay to just anyone. The whole class immediately became animated. The students were amazed. After all, this amount of money could solve many problems. And the teacher continued, the payments will go to students selected by the Teachers' Council and the company itself. This includes boys and girls who attend classes diligently and had excellent grades. By the way, the class can rejoice, the first scholarship recipient has already been selected. And at the announcement of this, the school children did not understand why this introduction. After all, everyone already knows that the main character's roof is Myeongchin Construction. On the bright side though, Hyun-sung did better than anyone else in the school. Maybe it's deserved after all. But Yeonchul immediately continued, yes, there's another scholarship recipient. It's Kim Shai-woo from the parallel class. So don't let the students be discouraged. If they study hard, they will definitely get the Myeongjin scholarship. This is the end of the announcement. And the students went about their business. The three classmates of the protagonist were already outside discussing the events. Hyun-sung was the class president and had passed the exams with the highest scores. But Kim Shai-woo, he used to compete in Taekwondo, but now he's a nobody. It's really strange. Why would he get such a stipend? He's just a friend of Hyun-seung's, so they could have done it quietly. What's the point of this circus? The trio still wouldn't stop. They would continue to grind Hyunsung and Sivyu's bones. But here, what? Suddenly, their glorious company stumbled upon the subject of their discussions, who seemed to have heard everything and was waiting for them. Let's have them come over to Hyun-seung's place for a while. And the leader of the trio knew what kind of shit they were in. Kim's roof's leaking, they're gonna get killed on the spot. But don't let this guy panic and raise his head. It's him, Jo Jae-jin. Nicknamed the school's big talker. Isn't it? Hyun-sung recognizes him. Don't be afraid. The protagonist doesn't care about talking behind his back. But Jae-jin's skill of talking out of his ass will come in handy. In short, Kim needs a favor, and no problem. The chatterbox will do it. Just don't hit him. Great. Let him listen carefully. As he may have already guessed, the scholarship recipient is not chosen in a fair manner. Sivu and the protagonist are proof of that. But there's no limit to the number of scholarship recipients, and Jae-jin seems to have begun to realize it's Hyun-seung who decides who gets the scholarship. He's a good kid, he's a quick learner. All he has to do is spread the word so that everyone knows that the scholarship is unfair, but with a little bit of a twist. And the very next day, word spread throughout the school that Myeongkin had established this scholarship only for those who were on good terms with Kim. That's why Sivu gets the money. He's the only one who didn't turn his back on Hyun-sung during a difficult time in his life, but instead supported him. So now school kids better treat the main character with respect so everyone gets their fair share. Yet, the school's big talker was working his ass off. Wherever he was always spreading rumors, and his actions were not in vain. At first, of course, he was met with a lot of criticism. What? Did he reread the manga about high school bullies? But still, a seed of doubt was planted, and even the main character's detractors began to slowly realize who the new boss is. Shouldn't they go along with Hyun-seung? One of the main character's old foes, Bae Sun-hod, was thinking the same thing. After all, if Kim needs brute force, this big guy is the perfect candidate. He's not a weakling. He was determined. After a few minutes, Seon-ho picked up Jae-jin to get more information about the scholarship. She's going to tell him, but in confidence, so no one will know. Hyun-sung wants to turn the school into a personal palace, and with Myeongjin's support, he wants to destroy the surrounding schools. He definitely needs strong and loyal companions now, and he's willing to pay for it. Sung-ho, do you know how much scholarship money they pay? Yes, the pennies that Verzila got from Shin Yoon-min isn't even close to that amount. But would Hyun-sung accept it after their recent conflict? To hell with it. Sun-ho will give it a try. And that same night, he'd already spotted the main character. Scooping him up, Ambal asked, "Do you have a moment?" The big guy decided to start by apologizing, but that's not what the protagonist is interested in. Let him forget it and speak to the point. All right, there's a rumor going around that the protagonist has decided to press the neighboring school and Verzila wants to fit into. Yeah, that's weird. considering what happened between them before. But he just needs money. And if the protagonist needs people who can listen and follow orders, then he can be sure of Seung-hoo's loyalty. And it's a funny situation. Okay, Hyun Seon definitely wants to take him. But not until the big guy passes one test. After giving him a good smack and grabbing the guy by the hair, Kim told him to listen carefully. Hyunsung wants obedient dogs. His word is law. Anything he says will be obeyed without question. How's the new mutt? You happy with the terms of cooperation? A couple hours later, Seung-ho was literally on his knees from the beating marks. But dough is dough, and it's crazy here. I don't care if Kim fucks him up at the gym now, there are pitfalls, though. Hyun Seung said that the big guy will get a scholarship as early as tomorrow. But now let him think twice about betraying the main character. Because if Hyun Seung finds out that someone is muddying the waters behind his back, let him have no mercy. Those words were still on the guy's mind. Sure, easy money is cool. But did Seung-hoo do the right thing? Hey, who gives a shit? Where else can you get that kind of money? Working for Hyun Seon is much better than ending up on a bottle of Gold Circle. And then whatever happens, no one knows the future, so he dialed a familiar number. There's a new topic here, let them gather tonight. And by the appointed time, school bullies were already piling up at the podium. Jingwoo also came here and was surprised. What are the elders doing here? I don't give a shit. Everyone's here to decide what to do with Hyun Seon. Here comes Seung-ho. Oh, good. Everyone's here. But what happened to his face? And Bal ignored the question and said he would not repeat it twice. Let everyone listen. From now on, he's on the main character's team. So let those who are against Hyun Seon raise their hands so that the big guy knows who to smash in. You just want to ask what the hell is this? But Seung-hoo will only speak with his fists. The big man's bludgeoning of one of the insolents was a clear demonstration of what would happen to anyone who spoke a word against him. Did they really think they could put up a fight? If it wasn't for Shin Yoon-min, they would have been trampled into the mud long ago. Well, why aren't they shaking? There are still protesters. And after the execution, there were none, there was dead silence. Well, it's a good thing they're smart enough to get it right the first time. Anyway, now they're gonna have to learn it the hard way. From now on, no one takes a shit without the main character's orders. He's the new god and judge for these scum, there can be no other authority. Continuing to beat up the first kid, Seung-hoo says, from now on, the only rights available to man are the right to die. Oh, and yes, he almost forgot. He's going to tell them before he leaves, Kim's most loyal assistant gets a stipend. So they'll remember that, they'll be loyal. And the new lord will be sure to put some money in their account. The next day, Jingwoo and his buddy were discussing the recent events. Seung-hoo seems to have lost his mind. He got punched in the ass once and became Hyun Seon's sixth man. What the fuck kind of cult of personality is this? They give them money for their loyalty. Oh. Yeah. What the hell? That's what Kachik believed. But, wait, why are all these people crowded around the bulletin board? And here's the thing, 2 more students got scholarships. They were Bae Sun-ho and Jo Ji-jin. No way. So it's true, Hyun Seung is staining Min-jin construction. Okay, a scholarship for Seung-hoo, but Chatterbox. How did that lousy rag get the money in the first place? The answer to that was very simple. Ji-jin did what Hyun Seung asked him to do, that's all. And by the way, don't let him rustle too much. They'll end up like Yoon-min and his gang. The guy was terrifying. Kim was really starting to take over the school. How would Jungwoo attend classes under such conditions? And the state of affairs has indeed changed a great deal. No one else in the school thought to cross Hyun Seon. That means the protagonist has to take his retaliation plan to the next level without a doubt. And a few days later, the new broker of the Dosan Gold Circle, Jun Jong-soo, received a call from a client. What's going on? This Hyun Seung has turned the whole school upside down. What the fuck? They put the fuck on the work, or as the customer shits on their apologies, he trusted the Golden Circle because he heard only good things about them. What's the bottom line? Is kids having a fucking hard time at school? If this keeps up, this client will notify the entire circle leadership. And they won't be so polite. Broker Cheng Su asks the customer to calm down. He will not fall into the mud. Before December, the situation will be resolved, and instead of exams, Hyunsung will write an application for expulsion. Hanging up the phone, the man's such a simple situation. But the nose of it, well, how can the guy in the passenger seat cope with the task? He replied that let the broker have no doubts and most importantly don't forget about his part of the deal. Cho Tae-yeon, a 17-year-old kid, but age is just a number in this case. This guy had already successfully completed a dozen Golden Circle cases. Dae-jun, on the other hand, had no time to waste. He had already started to act. All the necessary papers were in the principal's hands. He should be enrolled in school right now. Normally, Atahwan wouldn't have accepted a transfer student at this time of year, but his enrollment was required by an authorized member of the Ministry of Education. Does the guy really have connections there? He said he did. And it's very suspicious. Some official abruptly promotes an exchange student in the middle of the semester. It's definitely illegal, and if the principal reports it to the ministry, someone's in trouble. The question is, why take that risk? Unless the boy is a mercenary of the Golden Circle? And if that's the case, the young man is not to be overlooked, and for that matter, Atahwan won't beat around the bush. Their school is the most prestigious in Dosan. If a guy's thinking of breaking school rules, he can't count on the favor of teachers and connections in the ministry. It's pretty clear to Ted. So what grade should he take? The boy was soon standing in front of his new classmates. He introduced himself and added that he had transferred here from Seoul and hoped for a warm welcome. But suddenly, he noticed a familiar silhouette in the classroom. It's Jin-woo. They've known each other for a long time. Half a year ago, when Dae-yeon had just joined the Golden Circle, with great ambition, he had taken a lot of acquaintances and honestly didn't really go into the importance of each person. Park Jin-woo was also among them, but the newcomer thought he was useless. And what a pleasant and unexpected meeting. They certainly have a lot to talk about over a smoke break. The newcomer is just very curious to know what the school is like. I thought Jun-woo said he was one of the big ones. Well, the big guy's about to throw it all away. It's not a bad situation. The principal is yearning for a prestigious status he made up for himself. Teachers generally don't care about the students, but there's one thing. Let's just say that there's a guy Jun's been avoiding. His name is Kim Hyun-seong. Don't let him get in trouble. He's got a lot of connections, so he'll get his ass kicked. You have to be very careful with him. However, the Golden Circle assassin listened with half an ear. This stupid asshole used to pretend to be so fucking important. But in the end, he couldn't do anything himself. Alright, it would be useful in the future. Anyway, the young man was glad to see you. We might even have a beer sometime. As the two separated and the lesson began, Tae-jun pondered, where should he start? Just slapping Kim's face wouldn't be enough. However, there's no need to worrying about such a simple matter. We need to bring Hyun-seong down to earth, then the people will realize that Kim is not a god. The new guy has already done that 100 times, yeah, Cho Tae-jun was pretty confident. The Golden Circle has a specific system by which it assigns participants. C ranks are the best of the best, untouchable personalities. Aranji is the top of the strongest. D ranks are the best among the nation. And Tae-jun, though he was a freshman, quickly found himself in the B rank. And he's been thinking, perhaps he could offset Hyunsung's influence at school with connections at the ministry. But he'd have to proceed without serifs. First, he'll see how the Kim Hyun-seong reacts to the provocation. Then we can sick the high school students on that fool. They won't mind. It's likely that the protagonist is not very popular. Oh, why the hell did they send Tae-jun to this village for 6 months? It's just a small matter here. By the way, Jung-woo will show the newcomer the rest of the offices. And yes, Kachuk would be happy to give the young man a little tour. Soon they reached Hyunsung's classroom, and Tae-jun looked into it right away. Jung-woo was tense when he saw that. Kim had decided to stay late after school today, and the killer of the Golden Circle, he decided to take the bull by the horns right away. Why is Hyun-seong looking at him like that? Yes, talking to him. Why are you so cocky? Let him relax. Kim wasn't even looking at him. And this kid's a little too readable. Is he new? And Tae-jun continued to push his line. Hyun-seong seems like he's pushing it. Is he fucking brave or what? He is. Well, Kim could ask the kid a mirror question. And the new guy's pretty sure he's got the balls to finish what he started. And after saying that, Tae-jun was suddenly hit in the snout from behind. The one sprawled on the floor, but quickly woke up. What the fuck? What's going on? What's Jungwoo doing? Ambal just got down on his knees and begging for forgiveness. He was just showing to Jong the school. He decided to take it out on his own. Please let Kim get off the hook this time. Okay. And the one called the Golden Circle Killer didn't understand. Did Jungwoo really betray him now? He stabbed him from behind. And now he's on his knees begging for mercy. What the hell is going on? Taejong's appearance at school made Jungwoo very happy. In his opinion, because of their shared past, the Golden Circle Killer could become Ambala's new friend. And that's why Kachuk was trying so hard to get close to him. However, at the moment Taejong took a swipe at Kim, only one thought flashed through Jungwoo's mind: if he doesn't do anything, he's fucked. That's why he betrayed his old comrade. And it's not the kind of decision that's made lightly. Until a week ago, because all the major bullies in the school sided with Hyun Seon, the atmosphere in the school has become very heated. Dae Seon Ho is on the case. Everyone who said something bad about Kim, it was made clear that they were wrong. And you think the students weren't excited about the change? Oh. No. Everyone was just insanely happy, because as long as Shin Yoon-min was in charge of the school, violence was a commonplace. Now it's become extremely just. It was only directed at the scum of the earth. Who would not let the ordinary students get away with it? Those scumbags no longer had the right to bully their classmates. Being hooked on the needle of big money, Soon Ho became the school clown. He wouldn't let the bullies bully the weaklings. And so an era of peace came, under the clear leadership of the protagonist. School violence, at least in this place, disappeared as a phenomenon. John had once made a reckless move on Hyun Seon. The outcome was obvious even then. Jongwoo realized what kind of shit the newcomer had gotten himself into and tried to fix the situation as soon as possible. But Taeyoung didn't like it. What the fuck is the big guy doing? He's got his balls on a roll, because Taeyoung pretended to be his friend. Why did the jock hit him from behind? Did he cross his path? In response, the big guy lunged at Taeyoung in a rage. He just transfer and thinks he can fuck with whoever he wants. Let him fall to the floor quickly when he talks to Kim. However, the newcomer was not a slacker either. He deftly parried the big man's blow. Right in the fucking face. How's Jinwoo doing? You want to go fuck yourself? The big guy seems to have forgotten who he's talking to. Daejong almost knocked Jinwoo out with a solid uppercut. New guy on his own. Fucked up the wrestling club. And hit the golden circle at 17. He's a Birang killer for Christ's sake. And a round kick by Daeyoung put a fat end to this scuffle. Gee. Jinwoo is down in just 3 strikes. Hoop you. Punk. Is Hyun Seon having fun? Of course Kim finds the situation quite amusing. In that case, he's going to get it now. Daejong will give that arrogant bastard a good beating, no matter the plan or the conspiracy. The Golden Circle Killer will tear up the protagonist here and now. However, at that moment, the bell rang. It's time to go to class. Damn bad timing. Daeyoung will of course back off now. But let Kim prepare for their next meeting. Yes, of course. Hyun Seon doesn't really care. Let him come. And the new guy did go. He sat down at his desk. He was very unhappy about what had happened. Fucking asshole. Kim wouldn't survive the next break. Where the hell did Jinwoo go? Did he go to the infirmary? Anyway, why the hell are his classmates looking at Daeyoung so strangely? Are they up to something, or is it just his imagination? But his instincts were right. Everyone ignores the new guy. Today's class is in groups of 4, but Daejun is the only one left alone. The teacher noticed this, of course, and tried to remedy the situation. However, the students were strongly opposed to the newcomer joining their groups. The Golden Circle Killer had no idea what's going on. What's wrong with these morons? And so the class went on. Everyone was working, and the new kid was sitting idle. Soon, the bell rang again. Yi Daejun was really angry because of the total ignoring. So he decided to blow off some steam and fuck with his classmate. It was a typical slob, the kind that pisses people off all the time so that the rest of us don't get hurt. What's that fool doing? Is he ignoring Daeyoung too? But Golden Circle Killer's cheap ponces were interrupted by Soon Ho coming to his heart's content. Where's the transfer student? He immediately asked. Daejun was the one who fought with Hyun Seon. And the new guy just exploded in response. Hyun Seon this, Hyun Seon that. They're still raving. It's his first day. Why don't you fuck with Hyun Seon? But with a crunch of his fingers, Soon Ho replied that just because it was his first day, it was time for him to learn something. In this school, no one messes with Han Seon. It's clear to the new kid. For the Golden Circle Killer, it was the last straw. Change of plan. Is the Ambo sucking up to that local god? Soon Ho's jaw dropped like that. The new guy can choose his words when he talks to his elders, but Taejong was no longer in the mood to talk, so he rushed towards the bastard. 1 second and the young man's leg was already running into the head of the big guy, who had a hard time blocking it. The Ambal tried to attack back. Daejun dodged and kicked him in the liver. The big guy was thrown a couple meters away. However, he was definitely not going to give up. He lunged at Daejong with only one intention, to fuck him half to death. But wishful thinking is wishful thinking. You have to accept reality. With a powerful uppercut, Daeyeon proved it. This cattle is no match for him. How's that? It's not gonna be enough for the big guy, is it? Well, then let him take another bite, and another, and lastly, grabbing a guy by the hair, the Golden Circle Killer sealed Soon Ho's face into the desk. That attack knocked the big guy out. That's fine. Don't let them get up again. Daejun was in a bad mood today. However, the Golden Circle Killer had forgotten. Soon Ho didn't come to him alone. The crowd of sophomores had already recovered from their stupor and were ready to kick the newcomer to the curb. Except they weren't much use at all. The Golden Circle Killer wasted no more than 2 blows on each sucker punch. And even the dirty punches couldn't stop him. They hit him from behind, too. Don't they have any honor? They should be the first to go. In the end, neither guy even scratched Daeyeon, but they just don't seem to end. What's the matter? They're so sick of them. Let's go ahead and attack them. Daejong's really worried that the hospital won't have enough room for them. But let him wait. Soon Ho's awake. They weren't done with him yet, and Daejun was surprised. Is it fun for an Ambala to be a first-year's pet mutt? I wish he'd just lie there and keep his head down. The jock, however, remained unperturbed. With a mutt? Aha. Last week, when Soon Ho put the class upside down, he received a message personally from Ko Chon Bom. It was a bonus, but that's how the guy realized. Hyun Soon then has a much stronger connection to Mujin's eldest son than he previously thought. If the Golden Circle assassin only knew how much the big guy was paid for such a job, he would have shut up in no time. I wonder if Soon Ho puts the new guy down, how much will they give him? And even if he can't, he'll still get a lot of credit. So let the sophomores carefully dry check. Daeyeon is more serious than Yoon Min. Maybe they won't take him down now. But if everyone is in favor of the trial and flip out, what will Hyun Soon think then? Understandably, Soon Ho was only thinking about money at this moment. After all, as much cabbage as the protagonist pays them is not on the road. And to refuse here is an unforgivable stupidity. Soon Ho and the sophomores will kill Daeyeon with a mob. They'll just tear him to shreds. And the new guy wondered how pathetic they were. A short time later, Daejun stood in the restroom, wiping the bleeding wound on his cheek. Sunwoo and the rest of his group had sucked it. Dumping the bandage in the trash, the new guy realized he was getting tired of the events. What kind of a bunch of narrow-minded fanatics had gathered here, going into a fight when it's a sure loser with such dedication? That's not normal at all. If there were more of them, Daejun wouldn't have gotten away. It's not getting easier by the hour. Even if he brings in a broker, there's no way to isolate Hyun Seon. Kim's turned the school into some kind of fucking Fort Knox. Seems like there's only one way to fix this. We need to move as fast as we can. If the new guy even breaks Hyun Seon's arm, he'll have something to report to the top brass in the circle. But on the way out of the classroom, Daeyeon bumped into someone. Fuck, let him be careful. But it was a mistake. The infuriated Yoon July didn't realize how this puppy was talking to him. Why is he so quiet? And 10 minutes earlier, Jun was just informing the teacher that the newcomer had decided to bully the protagonist. What's that supposed to mean? Did Cho Daeyeon intentionally transfer to their school to deal with Hyun Seon personally? Yoon Jul realizes that the Golden Circle will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Whoever is behind all this is clearly a sick scumbag. All right, the teacher heard the joke. What about Hyun Seon's response? UHL, I guess. Kim told him to act at the teacher's discretion, and Yoon July was surprised. At his discretion? That sounds kind of vague. On the one hand, the protagonist does not incite Yoon Jul to retaliate. But on the other hand, He's hinting to Yoon July not to hide and let the situation go. That means only one thing. It's time for him to prove his favor and strengthen his relationship with Han Seon. And there's no way Yoon July will miss this opportunity. And right now, he's already dragging this misbehaving transfer student into his office. And as soon as they got there, the teacher gave that bastard a good kicking. Daejun didn't understand what the fuck the teacher was doing. There was no limit to the boy's indignation. However, the teacher remained unperturbed. Daejun should choose his expression when talking to his elders. But Daejun snickered for a second. No way. In front of the other students in the class, Yoon-chul wouldn't act like that. Should I put a man in his place? I guess the guy just doesn't understand the situation. Yoon-chul will explain it to him. First day, a new school, and you immediately beat up his friend so badly that he had to go to the hospital. The bastard fainted from blood loss. That's terrible. The teacher thought poor Jin-woo was going to die. In addition to that, Yoon-jul was told that the guy had beaten up high school students and threatened the entire class. And Daeyeon still doesn't know why he fucking hit him. Little bugger, he's been bugging him since day one. Taejun's not ashamed to make threats, huh? What? Is it unpleasant? Well, let him try complaining to his daddy's boyfriend. The Golden Circle Killer was shocked, so the teacher knows he's got a roof and still acts like that, but he should have thought about it sooner. After all, the guy got another slap in the face. Yoon-chul has dealt with this kind of guy before. He's not the first, he won't be the last. Daeyeon can complain to whoever he wants, but no one will believe him. And what can a guy say if his teacher fucked him up? Let him think with his head. No teacher in a school would testify against a colleague. Daeyeon's got it all figured out. There's no proof that Yoon-chul was the one who beat him up. For example, this is a punch the new guy missed from Jungwoo. And just like that, Soon-ho punched him in the face. This one he got in the jaw from a sophomore. There's a reason the young man's been swinging his fists all day. That's the consequence. Some time later, having survived this act of humiliation, the Golden Circle Killer would report the events to the broker by telephone. How the fuck is a guy supposed to do all that with one hand? He's not gonna make it. The teachers and the students are completely inadequate. And Jun-soo agrees, it's really fucked up. But at the same time, he knew that if he shits his pants at his job in the countryside, his future career in the circle will be fucked. The broker just can't afford to screw up. He's in Seoul now, so Daejun doesn't have to worry. Jun-soo will handle it. And some time later, the broker arrived at one man's house and engaged in a dialogue with him. Jun-soo humbly apologizes, but he needs help. A man's name alone wasn't enough. Apparently, the principal she's studying doesn't realize who they're dealing with. Couldn't the broker's interlocutor put a little pressure on the school administration? The man who only laughed in response was Moo Chan-no, the commissioner of education in Seoul, the one who gave the Golden Circle Killer a letter of recommendation. How tactless people are in the countryside. Of course he'll deal with them. There is a group of people in the Golden Circle called the Golden Line, and intertwining it are what are called nodes. People recruited into the Golden Line became part of a powerful network of connections where everyone helped each other. And Moon Chan-no benefited greatly from the Gold Line. The man had once risen to the top by means of large-scale frauds. And it was Yoon Chang-soo who helped him in these dirty deeds. Right now the man will make one call, and on the other end of the line, Mr. Don Jin picked up the phone. And he's wondering what he can do for Mr. Commissioner. Oh, it's no big deal. There's just a rumor that there's something bad going on at a certain school in Dosan, teachers taking bribes, having favorites, and the commissioner is very concerned that this kind of misbehavior could negatively affect the education of the district that Dong Jin is in charge of. I mean, he can solve this problem. However, the man's interlocutor had one question. Why is Chan-no interfering in his Dosan's affairs? He is, after all, the head of the Seoul district. Chan-no began to slowly boil over. There are no boundaries in their fiefdom. They all work in the interest of the country's education. Does he think a man doesn't have the right to point out the shortcomings of education in his neighborhood? But it was definitely true, and his interlocutor added that it was called abuse of power. Chan-no had already lost his patience. How dare Don Jin talk to him like that? This could turn into a scandal, or his interlocutor thinks Chan-no doesn't know who he's in bed with. And it's not just about one school. If this is the way things are going, the commissioner will have to get help. To which his interlocutor interrupted him and asked, enlist the help of what? The Golden Circle. Yes, Dongjin knows about that organization. So what? The man was shocked. How did he know? His interlocutor continued. How's the commissioner? I'm sure he'll pull a dirty fight. It's just that his interlocutor would never go down alone. The bastards in the capital, think that only idiots who couldn't reach the top are sitting in the backwoods. However, Dongjin himself just likes living here. Neither of them has a plan B if he loses his position. He'll have to live without any power, so let him realize what's the point of biting first if they all sink in the end. These words are the only help Mr. Dongjin can give the commissioner, and as it turned out, Otaejuan had been sitting in the man's office all this time. He told him that Mu Chai-nu wouldn't act out in the open. But Dongjin can't be responsible for the behind the scenes. But Director Dongjin is still grateful to him. However, is Otaejuan sure he can handle it? The Golden Circle is a dangerous opponent after all. God forbid someone digs up the school and finds out about the corruption in Dosan. They won't get off with just a scare. But the director was calm. Otaejuan wasn't born yesterday and understands everything. Dongjin shouldn't worry so much. After all, the guy behind this whole venture is very smart. At that time, Taejun was contacted by a broker. They had a slight hitch. The guy should just ignore the teachers and principal for now. If they try to beat him up, let him just run away. That way, at least there won't be too much noise. And the schoolbo asked, what if he gets expelled? But Chengsu doesn't think that will happen. And even if it does, the man will just bring Taejun back to Seoul. But the guy knew it was all an excuse. Broker swore he'd straighten it out. And in the end, the young man was between a rock and a hard place. If he quit his job early, he could say goodbye to Chengsu and his lifestyle. But the situation was too sticky to follow the plan. The guy was supposed to get in Hyunsung's way, to make the protagonist's grade point average drop below the plinth. But now he can't get near him at all through his crowd of overgrown suck-ups. However, if everything goes well, Chengsu will owe Taejun his life. The Golden Circle killer has heard the broker, but Chengsu must not forget that their future lies in the hands of the young man. After that day, Chengsu, who disturbed the peace of the school for the first time in ages, he felt like an outcast. It was as if he had become a ghost, invisible and inaudible. It pissed the hell out of the guy and he promised himself to make sure he got the job done by all means. Not only Hyunsung, but all the assholes at school would regret their behavior towards him. He's decided to act for sure. He'll call his friends in Seoul first. You can't beat all the fuckers with a snore, and you can't turn Kim into a pariah either. But with the help of the brothers, the boy will have a chance. This asshole ain't gonna beat him. And a couple days later, Daejong was eating lunch in the school cafeteria as usual, but all the food tasted like crap. I wonder if it's because he eats alone or if the food here really sucks. And fuck, finally, the message from the brothers, they're ready to go. Daejong will finally end it all and get out of this shithole, but Hyun Seon's going to get him. However, his jaw was interrupted by a voice that asked the guy, is it good? And Daejong didn't understand what. And standing in front of him was Kim himself. And with a chuckle, he asked a question. Looks like the guy's food matches his personality, huh? Same shit. Daejong immediately thought of fucking Hyun Seong right now. However, he tossed it aside. The new guy needs to keep his cool. His bows would be here soon, so he just had to stall for time. But Hyun Seong kept up. Why is the new guy's face so sour? Things don't add up. Kim heard that the commissioner made a real circus the other day. However, Taejun remained unperturbed. Hyunsung seemed to have lost his horizons after playing the king. If he had met him one-on-one outside of school, Kim would have been full of it. However, the young man didn't have time to say anything. Someone came up behind him, grabbed him by the hair and swung him right into the stinky food. Taejun doesn't seem to get it. He said Kim was the king of the school. So why the fuck would the new kid think he could survive here and not act like a quivering creature in the school? With the help of his loyal dogs, the protagonist led the Golden Circle assassin to the roof of the school. Daejong was held by his arms, but even so, he put up a strong resistance. Fuck them, you fucking assholes. But the newcomer didn't fully understand the situation he was in. And then he couldn't take it anymore. Hyun Seon is such a fearful bitch, he's done hiding behind others. Is Kim's ass going out one-on-one in a manly way? And the main character says yes, it is. Han Seong signed every word Daeyeon said. He's seen what the guy can do. That's why Kim agrees with him completely. Daeyeon is Birang's killer. He's kind of tough, right? But if the guy was half a notch lower in rank, maybe Kim would have given him a chance, but that's not the case. How about equalizing their chances of winning? Let everyone here hammer it out. And the loyal henchmen of the protagonist immediately began to carry out the order. The boy tried to get up, but to no avail. He got hit in the ridge as well. And to top it off, Suhan smacked the guy so hard that he lost his delicate balance and still laid down to rest. Group beating with a hold. Even Tajuna doesn't stand a chance against that. It was nothing but despair for the boy. He was still in high school and just wanted to eat in the cafeteria. But what the fuck was going on here? Maybe if he knocked out one of the suckers, he could get out. But the newcomer was distracted from these thoughts by a severe pain in his arm. It was Hyunsun who was curious. If Tajuna has only one arm left, what does he think? Will Hyunsun stand a chance against him? A cry of pain and despair. That's what the guy who an hour ago had thought he could do it at all gave out instead of an answer. Shit. Did he really break his arm? What kind of degenerate is that? Well, degenerate or not, let him listen. Because from now on, he has two chairs. And unfortunately, they both have dicks. The first is to continue working at the Golden Circle. If he does, Kim will break his other arm as well. And without limbs, his life at school will be a living hell. And the second chair is to work for Hyunsun. All the young man has to do is to live in a circle about the mission accomplished and become a spy for the protagonist. While Kim finds out who hired the guy. Okay. But the young man, of course, refused. Kim thinks there are some suckers in the Golden Circle that the protagonist has known for a long time. Hyun-soon had met with Yun Choli a couple of days ago. Kim immediately guessed the rank of the newcomer in the Golden Circle when he received a copy of Dae-jung's file from his teacher. We need to proceed with extreme caution. Sending an assassin under the guise of a circle commissioner doesn't seem to be too much of an encryption problem. Or maybe they're just too sure of their success. However, if Dae-jung fails, the top of the county will realize the magnitude of the situation. And then they'll send in the S rank and it's all over. From his relationship with Sivu to the butterfly effect with Munching Construction. The more often Hyunsung encounters unpredictable events, the more his realization grows that his plans will soon be nothing more than a wipe, and past life experiences will no longer solve the unknown variables and they will jeopardize everything the protagonist wants to accomplish. Hyunsung has to take matters into his own hands as much as he can. And to do that, he needs to be even more calculating in his actions than before. He doesn't need friendship. So Kim calls Seung-ho over to his place and asks, does he, want to stab this fool for 100 million? If the jock doesn't want it, he'll offer it to someone else. Of course Kim doesn't ask to kill the new guy. They'll call an ambulance right away. So the big guy just needs to drive the feather into Dae-jung's body. Preferably in such a way that he suffers, but doesn't drop his hooves. Well, let Kachik think for himself how long he would have saved that amount of money after graduation. 8 years, 9. It's just one move. Let's just think about 100 mil in 3 seconds. A devil who has lived in rage for a long 10 years, in a vegetable state, is willing to do anything for revenge. That's the real Hyunsung, and he continued. It's not like he's asking to kill anyone. It's just a matter of cutting them down. And the police will say it was an accident. No one in Dosan will believe this sole commuter. Finally, these speeches had their effect. And Bao came out of his stupor and confidently said he would do it. Kim always said that if you follow his orders, everything will be fine. So let the suckers get Dae-jung back on his feet. It's just a deal. It's nothing personal. Let the greenhouse hold the newcomer tight. Seung-ho is ready. Looking into Dae-jung's eyes, the big man swung his knife. And the new guy couldn't believe the jock was actually gonna stab him. And at the last moment, Dae-jung gave up. Pan yelled loudly. He agrees. Picks the second chair. At the last moment, Kim ordered the big man to stop. Dae-jung, drenched in sweat, had only one thought, to get the first flight out of here and contact the broker. It's just what Kim wanted to say. He has an address in Seoul. Isn't that where the Golden Circle killer lives? His parents and sister live there. Was he thinking of going somewhere else? Don't underestimate the protagonist. He better remember, whoever gets in Kim's way can't hide and will live in fear until the last day of his life. And Hyun-soon would ask again, if Daeyeon would stay in the circle or become his faithful lapdog. And the young man wondered. He was entering the golden circle with huge ambitions. The few cases he had already managed to solve flashed before his eyes. And now, facing the pure hatred threatening his life, Daejong realized that with his work he was selling other people's fates for money. So okay, he's going to be Han Seon's loyal dog. Well, that's good. That's a good bow. Send him to the nurse's station. He'll be escorted out. And when Daejong was almost out of sight, Bao returned Hyunsung's shiv to him. The big man wondered if Kim was sure he should let the young man go. He could set them all up, couldn't he? However, Hyunsung reassured him, if that happened, he would clearly show what happens to those who lie to him. By the way, have Sunho check his account. After the end of class, Bao will get the promised reward. Oh, yeah. One more thing, have the big guy run after the chatterbox and tell him to spread a rumor around the school. And soon all the students were discussing the recent events, but their words were very different from reality. According to rumors, there had indeed been a serious scuffle. However, the showdown was between the main character and Sunho. After them, health doesn't come in first years anymore and kind of doesn't stick up for Kim anymore. I think they're in a real fight. And now no one knows what's going to happen next. And Han Seon was happy that everything was going according to plan. The bait had been thrown, and all that was left was to wait. And in the office of the director of Minchin Construction, it was turbulent at this time. The manager's youngest son was tearing an metal. When the board would already offer a normal resolution to the situation, his brother became managing director instead. That shouldn't have happened. What if father decided to give his position to Jang Bom as well? Would that be fine with all of them, or don't they care about all the efforts of the P? One of the counselors decided to calm the guy down. Mr. Kuchenbom may have grabbed the opportunity. However, he is yet to prove his worth in the job at all. But those are just words. Even so, the young man's father will favor Jang Bom, and Lei overheard him suggesting that he and his wife get back together. Jang Seok was even more furious about it. Does the council think it's that easy? Yet, the chairman understand, the guy's family's had enough public scandals. It's gonna take his wife a long time to rebuild trust after the affair. But just a second, they don't think it's dirty. A womanizer, a cretin, and an outright asshole who never earned a penny himself. That's how Jang Bom is usually portrayed, and that's what he is. That's why everyone here is supporting Jang Seok. These words were spoken by Kim Chul-jin, internal director of Myeongchin Construction. And he continued, eldest son's current behavior. It seems like he is some kind of advisor. Someone secretly revealed Jang Seok's cheating, but only Jang Bom benefited from it. One more thing, the manager's eldest son spent all day at the very construction site where the accident occurred. Although the man had never been at work until recently. And what's more, he'd handled the situation in a way that pleased him, in a way that appealed to his father. Jang Seok really thinks that such a statement is peculiar to his brother, who not everyone knows very well. None of this is a coincidence, it was all planned. Hell, the older guy doesn't even know what concrete molding is. There's got to be someone behind the man. The only problem is, they don't know who. Therefore, they need to find Jang Bom's informant at any cost, literally, by any means necessary. And after a couple of days, the younger son was reported to follow his brother. At 6 a.m., the man arrived at the workplace. He checked the progress and working conditions, had lunch with the project manager at 2 p.m., had dinner at a restaurant at 8 p.m. with a casual acquaintance, and Jang Seok was furious at this garbage information. That's it, they didn't find anything else. These words galvanized the advisors, and they immediately started making theories, suspecting everyone. Some even hazarded a guess that it might be the work of a competitor of Minchin Construction. One of the advisors heard that the son of the manager of that company is on the outs with Jang Bom. However, the younger son is on the outs with that idiot's father, so it's doubtful they had anything to do. But in the midst of the chaotic speculation, a crumb of worthwhile information floated out. Something strange was going on with Jang Bom's accounts, and Junior immediately demanded details. It's all about Dosan High School. There's a lot of money poured into it. Scholarships, gymnasium, even a swimming pool. However, Chon Seok laughed. He thought it was something serious. But this was just like his brother, spending money on bullshit. The council shouldn't look in the direction of uninfluential people, let them dig deeper. However, Chuljin still decided to better study the moment with the school. Who would even help a troublemaker like Jang Biam? This commotion was interrupted by a call on Jang Seok's cell phone. What the hell? Who's calling? He has a lot of things to do, reset it. But after that, he immediately got another message from that number, and Junior tensed up. Who is it? The text message was from a certain informant of his older brother. He wants to talk to Jang Seok face to face. Shortly before, the protagonist was dialed from an unknown number by Jang Biam. The man feels like he's being followed. Some scammer bastards have been after him for a week. Nothing's happened yet, but he just wanted to warn Kim. It's quite possible that not only Jang Biam is in danger, but Han Soon himself. The young man is likely to be contacted by his brother soon. But the protagonist only laughed. The man is what? Afraid that his brother will offer Kim more favorable terms. However, Jang Biam didn't mean anything like that. The guy should be able to understand him. And Han Seon is well aware of that, but Jang Biam believes him, right? If he does, then let him get a cell phone with the left ID. And it was from this issue that Han Soon wrote to Jang Seok, and the latter had a legitimate question for the council. What should they do when they find out the identity of the informant? But Chuljin has only two options. Considering how John Doe turned Jang Bom from a rare slacker into the managing director, he's a smart man. So it would be a good idea to win him over and smear the eldest son of the managing director. However, in the event of a refusal, the informant should be disposed of. And having concluded the meeting, Jang Seok received another call from an unknown number. He picked up the phone, and a garbled voice asked him. The informant had heard that a guy was looking for him, but why? And well, Junior's gonna be blunt. He wants to recruit his interlocutor. Jang Seok's brother barely managed to finish high school, and the younger one actually finished university and got a degree. While Jang Bom was sitting in bars, he was gaining experience at the company's construction sites. So who does the informant think is more suitable for the role of chairman? Sooner or later their father will appoint in the heirs of the company. And the head of Mikan Construction is such a man that he may well hand over his brainchild to some left-handed manager from outside if he proves his competence. But Jang Bom is incompetent from the word go. No one will give him the chairman's chair for sure, the informant said. He understands that. That's why it's better for him to support Jang Seok. All right, John Doe agrees, but only on one condition, and Junior was all ears. He was ready to fulfill any request of his interlocutor, and, having finished talking, Jang Seok immediately returned to the council's office with glad tidings. He had managed to make a deal with Chan Bom's informant in return for one small favor. The unidentified person wants a position as an internal director of the company. Chul Chen didn't like it right away. This is his place. Jang Seok doesn't even know the identity of the informant. It's not wise to give him such an important position. It's better to treat this request with caution. However, no one asked the man. Junior was furious. What was Chul Jun doing while Chan Bum was taking over the company anyway? They need to get to the root of the matter. But the council has its doubts, because it's not that simple. Mensen is a company with a long history. If Chan Bum had been appointed, there would have been no fuss. However, it should be remembered that the position of executor for directors was given to people who had devoted at least 20 years to the company. Junior has had enough of this bullshit. This deadline is out of the question. Chul Chen better shut up. He's too old-fashioned. That's why Kun Seok always disliked him. Who cares about tradition? When Junior takes over the company, things will change. Everyone should think of something else. Everyone in this company will get what they deserve if they follow his plan. Isn't that the main thing? Let the chairman think about it. They're done for the day. Everyone can go home. And damn it, Chuljin was finally able to breathe out. But his heart didn't feel any lighter, and he continued to think about it. Of course he understands, Kun Seok is not a good man, a narcissist who doesn't watch his words. If he weren't the youngest son of the head of Myeongchin, the man wouldn't go near him. Kun Seok, however, is the lesser evil, unlike Ko Changbom, spitting on the company from a high hill. The chairman's youngest son at least put in the time and effort. However, the destruction of tradition always entails the beginning of the end of the system. Junior ended up being a bad option as well. This is wrong. A man should talk to Myeongkin. for the good of the company and the people who have dedicated their lives to it. But suddenly, Chul-jin and also got a call from an unknown number. Yeah. He's listening. Who is it? The unknown person asked a question right off the bat. How does the man feel about Ko Chang-seok's decision? It's a little unfair to the inner director, isn't it? Chul-jin was naturally annoyed by those words. Is this some kind of trolling? But not at all. John Doe doesn't care about the position of company director. He just wanted to show the man the difference between Jang Bian and his brother. But the internal director has known the eldest son of Myunkin for too long to believe that. However, Hyunsung, who was hovering on the other end of the wire, continued. Myunkin is a special company with a long history and tradition. Just anyone who understands the managers will and shares his vision for the bright future of the organization would never give up the position director. So, Chul-jin is proud of his position, right? I guess so, but what's John Doe's point? It's quite simple. The man's interlocutor is offering to support Jang Bom. He's no longer the slacker he used to be. And the informant isn't asking for Jang Seok to be attached, no. He's just saying that he'd really like to work with Chul-jin as someone who has a clear vision for the future of the company. A couple days later, Chul-jin met with Jang Bom. It had been a long time since they had talked, so the internal director didn't drag his feet. He's very interested in who the man's informant is. However, Kim Hyun-jin's eldest son can't say that and asks Chul-jin to understand him, to which the inner director laughed. The young man must have forgotten how he used to visit construction sites with his father when he was young. No one paid much attention to it then, because it was a family affair. I think Jang Biam was 3 or 4 years old at the time. Chul-jin remembers how the man used to carry bricks with his little hands. He was always afraid that Jang Biam might hurt himself. Watching the boy grow up has always been a joy for Chul-jin, so he confessed that he had high hopes for Jang Bom. That as he grew up, he became more and more disappointed. While the company was growing and conquering new horizons, Jang Bom was drinking away his fortune with women and getting involved in all sorts of intrigues. That's when Chul-jin thought that the man wasn't worthy of inheriting the company. If anything, let Jang Seok inherit the company. But now he's let Myungjin Construction down too. An internal director has been with this company for half his life and just can't put it in the hands of a vigilante who can't look after himself. Chul-jin noticed how Jang Biam had changed lately. It doesn't even matter who made him do it. As long as the man is useful to the company, nothing else matters. The internal director won't sniff out the identity of the informant, because at the moment, Myungjin Construction needs people like Jang Bom, and Chul-jin is looking forward to their fruitful cooperation. At this time in the cafe, where the grandmother of the main character worked, there was an extraordinary influx of customers. However, the old woman was happy about this coincidence. Of course, the years are taking their toll. However, if she wanted a good future for her grandson, she had to work. On top of that, she was constantly distracted by phone calls, and here comes another one. And it's just as hectic. What the hell is going on? But she did pick up the phone. It was the real estate agent. Isn't that her? Ms. Baek Yoon-ok, the one who won the condo in the new building. If the old lady resells the title to him, the real estate agent will pay her another 5 grand on top. The work was over, and Yoon-ok went home to her grandson's house. And at dinner, Hyun-seon wasn't happy. Why did Granny have to bend her back at the cafe again? Doesn't she get enough pension and the money she gets from her grandson? But the old lady was adamant, it's the grandson scholarship for diligent study. And by the way, real estate agents have been calling a lot lately. How did they even know about the win? They were telling the old lady all sorts of nonsense. One offered 5,000 for the sale of the winnings, the other 6,000. Yi Hyun-soon was surprised. After the incident at the construction site, Melchinu's stock skyrocketed. And the new building where Grandma won the apartment was located in an upscale neighborhood in Dosan. You can make a lot of money just by renting it out, but offering 6,000. The woman wonders if they are scammers after all. If not, she would be happy to sell the apartment. However, Hyun-seon doesn't like it. Grandma shouldn't sell this apartment at all costs. Kim has a tidy sum of money, a left bank account, which Jang Boon gave him, but the protagonist can't tell her about it. And the old lady is complaining that she has to pay 200 million for the apartment. Where can she get that kind of money? However, Hyun-soon is not going to give up his position on their future housing. Let grandma just pay the bills and Kim will take care of the rest. The old lady sees that her grandson is a real estate wizard, and she needn't worry. They'd be talking for a long time. But Hyun-sun got a call from the academy, so he withdrew. His brother didn't show up for class today. And the protagonist's interlocutor needs to know if everything is okay at home. Meanwhile, Hyun-jin skipped class, but far from the usual place. It was the library. There was a small group of people hanging out near the guy. They were playing rock, paper, scissors without a care in the world. Hyun-jin is jealous. They can fool around without a second thought. But this is not the time to indulge in these thoughts. The guy needs to pull himself together. He has to succeed in his business and prove that he can handle everything without a private academy. As suddenly, immersed in his thoughts, he bumped into someone. But it's his brother, Hyun-seon. Soon they were sitting on a bench, discussing the studies of Kim's younger brother. He'd withdrawn from the academy, yes. And the boy apologized, but he didn't dare to say so. But still, Hyun-jin is old enough to handle things on his own. His brother should be able to understand him. Kim sometimes comes home all beaten out, and the younger one is in a state of ignorance. How can he go to the academy with money he's earned in some obscure way? If any of the two of them are meant to study, let it be Hyun-soon and not him. Hyun-jin will work and Kim will study further. Okay. And with that suggestion, the main character had a flashback. In the 5th year of Hyun-soon's coma, his brother enrolled in the police academy. He vowed to take revenge on the bastards who had actually killed Kim. However, Hyun-jin took the burden on his shoulders. In the end, the family became a burden to him. The guy tried his best, but in the end he couldn't handle it, and he ditched Kim along with his grandmother. But that was in a past life, and the protagonist will not let it happen again. Kim didn't tell his brother, but their family won an apartment in the most major neighborhood in Daesang, and Hyun-jin just couldn't believe it. Is he serious? Are you sure it's not a mistake? Jang Byum's car suddenly pulled up to them, and the man greeted them. He was happy to meet Hyun-seon's younger brother now. Chon Bum, by the way, came to the library for the first time in his life. He can't believe it. He got out of the car, and approaching the brothers, introduced himself once again. Ko Chen Bum, the eldest son of the chairman, Munich Construction, and Kent Kim. If the little one doesn't believe me, let him Google it. It'll be nothing but scandals, though. The man will be brief. He's sponsoring Kim's taproom. There's enough there to educate both brothers. So the little guy don't have to worry about money. He better live the high life, alright. After that introduction, Hyun-jin left and Kim was left alone with Jang Bum. The young man thanked the man. Hyun-soon knows that it was a rather strange request to drive up at such a late hour. But don't let Kim sweat it. Jang Byum is standing up for his own. Here, by the way, is the info on the trio the guy asked him about. Oh, and this now, it turns out, the uncle is on the man's side. But what should they do next? That's where Hyun-seon comes in, of course. Jang Byum remembers Jang Woo's real estate plot, so he needs to get acquainted with their real estate agencies. And when it's time for the sale, have Jang Byum recruit the protagonist right away. Not much time has passed since then, and students had time to take their mock exams. Their results were a big shock. Hyun-seon got the highest score. So he's ranked first in the country. That's amazing. And it wasn't just the school children who thought so. When Kim came out of the building, the reporters immediately pounced on him with a pile of questions. What was the secret of the guy's grades? How many private academies had he attended? Apparently, that director got a hold of the reporters. But it's okay, Kim will answer all the questions. Hyun-sung confidently said that his teachers were excellent and he just attended classes diligently. He didn't go to any private lessons or private academies. In his mind, Kim was already anticipating the reaction of the Golden Circle's client. When he sees the report on TV, the Golden Circle's broker wasn't happy at all. He caught Daeyeon in the alley and demanded an explanation. The young man was nervous but still said what he had reported earlier. Hyun-sung and Sung-ho split up. Daejun had successfully stirred up a feud between them and would soon corner Kim. It's only been a month. The guy needs more time. And the broker understands, but it's too vague. Management wants something more tangible. Chen Su's cell phone is bursting with the indignation of the people upstairs. Does the guy think some argument will be enough to calm them down? The man's gonna give Daeyeon one last chance. The guy needs to please the customers before the vacation starts. Let him break Han Siam's arm or get him involved in some scandal. There's plenty of options, the broker made it clear. And some time later, when they were separated, Cho Dejun came to the school's sports field, where Han Seong was already waiting. The new guy was late. The young man apologized. He was just walking in circles to make sure they weren't being tailed. He just met with broker, and having told Kim everything as it was, Daeyeon fell silent. Hyunsung thought for a moment. When he realized that he had become the target of the golden circle, he had so many questions. Why go that far? What did Kim do to deserve all this? Why aren't any adults standing up for him? What was Han Sian's biggest problem? Who was the fucker who sixed the golden circle on Kim? The protagonist had tried to figure out this person tens of hundreds of times. He went through every possible scenario. The first candidate is Eugene Young. She comes from a wealthy family. Although she's introverted, she's a high achiever in her studies, so Kim must have annoyed her. The second candidate is Lee Jin-hyun. The protagonist had a fight with him at the beginning of the semester and they haven't spoken since. This guy is a hidden bastard with a Napoleon complex. His father owns tens of thousands of acres of land. And the last candidate, Cho Seona, the daughter of a high-ranking official. At the beginning of the semester, she was ranked second overall, but Kim overtook her in the exams. These three best fit the criteria of the Golden Circle's clients, and with Dejun's help, Hyun-sung intends to lure one of them out. But after what Kim hears, there's only one candidate left. Hyun-seong tells the boy to get ready. Tomorrow, his path with the Golden Circle will be parted once and for all. The next day afternoon in Pei, Yoon-chul would announce the start of class. The boys would go to soccer and the girls would play dodgeball. The winning team would be treated to a meal in the canteen at the teacher's expense. And on the soccer field, Kim alone went through the entire opposing defense and scored a goal. He single-handedly pulled his team through, and deservedly won. A real egoist, the girls who were interested in watching the guys play started discussing him too. Hyunsung is so cool, isn't he? Yi Hyo-ji asked her friend. So why doesn't Seona call him out for a walk? And the girl thought about it. Kim's really good. That Hyo-ji was actually joking. Maybe the past Hyun-sung who was a lovely boy was worth it, but the current one. If Sunai were to mess around with him, she would also get on a slippery slope. However, the girl disagreed. It's not like he never starts a fight first. And with those words, she resolutely headed towards the protagonist. The girl said hello to Kim and offered him a drink. He must be tired. Well, Kim is grateful, but doesn't Sunai want to talk somewhere else? The guy has something to tell her. And 15 minutes later, Hyo-ji got worried. Where did they go? The class was about to start. What could they talk about for so long? And then a chill ran through the girl. Hyo-ji was texted by a friend, and she needs help. Not long before, Hyunsung and his girlfriend found a secluded spot in the sports equipment storage room. And CNA wonders why Kim decided to choose that place. That's okay. Hyunsung is a good guy. However, the protagonist hurriedly interrupted her train of thought. Let the girl close the door. And Sunai froze in a stupor. But what's she doing? Kim had made it clear. She should just close the door. The guy's got enough problems these days. Is Sunai okay? Can she guess why? And the girl realizes it's because of high school students and countless fights. Yes, she's right. However, there's something people don't know. Somebody hired these assholes to do this. There's one man behind all the attacks. That's why Hyun-seong set a trap. He's the one who spread the information to the three people Kim suspects. One is told that the main character is having a hard time, and he's going to transfer to another school. If it were a person with an instigator, he would certainly be happy about this outcome. The second person was told that Kim and Seon-ho didn't really fight. If that person was guilty, he should have gotten angry and take immediate and drastic action. Oh, the girl's knees are buckling. What's Hyun-seon's point? That the bow went on. And to the girl, Chatterbox said that despite all the difficulties, Kim would still go to school. To this, the abuser would try to find a new approach to the guy. And here's what Hyun-seong found out. The spy he sent to the students found a clear reaction to one of the messages. Kua Sunai is like, nothing to say to the protagonist. And within seconds, Hyo-ji burst into the pantry. What's wrong? How is her friend feeling? "Where's Hyun Seong?" But he was standing right next to the door. He said Shunai could go. And the girl apathetically obeyed. The protagonist, on the other hand, closed the door abruptly behind her. This is where he and Hyuji had a topic of conversation. All circumstances indicated that Shunai was a client. But for one reason, it's trivially impossible. What's the guy talking about? What customers? The girl was terrified. What's the matter? Hyun Seong scares her. Kim requested a background check a long time ago. All three suspects, to find out the truth. And because of that, he found out the truth about Shunai. That no one else knew. Hyuji Kag knows why his girlfriend moved from Seoul to Daejeon. It's because Sunai's brother was bullied at school with such cruelty, he couldn't take it anymore. He took a desperate step. He's no longer alive. And to save their daughter's psyche, Shunai's parents decided to leave everything behind and move to the countryside. What kind of family would do something like that? Just to improve their precious child's grades, not in life. Kim knows that. The girl told Hyun Seong that whoever was behind the hiring of the school bullies. Shunai despises that person with all her heart. And remembering her brother's tragic fate, she's always supported Kim. And hugging Hyuji tightly. Guy continued. After this revelation, he was left with only one option. Shunai shared with someone what Chatterbox had told her. And this man, there was that fucking bitch Hyuji. As she broke free from Kim's grip, the girl cried out. What the fuck is Kim talking about? She had nothing to do with this. Hyuji tugged hysterically at the doorknob. In a vain attempt to get out of the pantry, why wouldn't it open? And being backed into a corner, the girl's excuses went on. Well, let Hyunsung think with his head. They're good friends, why would she do that? It's definitely Shunai who hired the bullies. She's always complaining about her grades. Hyuji heard it himself. Please let Kim leave her alone. No. Hyun-sun knows. Shunai's parents haven't cared about her grades for a long time. And they've been active members of the anti-school violence comm. And Hyuji means to say that such people would get involved in this kind of muck. Reply. Well, you never know. Sunai's father is a high-ranking police officer. And among the people who are involved with the Golden Circle. Stop. What did Hyuji just say? The Golden Circle? Kim never said anything about the Golden Circle in front of her. A stream of tears rolled down the girl's cheeks. Disappeared in an instant. It's like they turned off the faucet. Fuck it. It's Hyun Seong's fault. If he hadn't been so heartless, none of this would have happened. A few months ago, a girl noticed Kim. He's so handsome. Handsome, tall, pleasant. Good character, studious, even athletic, good from every angle. And I liked Hyuji because of his qualities. But the trouble was, she wasn't the only one claiming a boyfriend. Hyuji had heard that Kim had turned down countless girls who had tried to get close to him. Even in spite of her small popularity, the girl was afraid of rejection. So she decided to find out the fort before climbing into the water. For starters, asking Hyun Seong for help with his studies. Inadvertently touching his hands, Hyuji felt that the main character's behavior implied that it was okay for her to move on to the next stage. She asked a friend to ask Hyun Seong about his idea of the perfect girl. And to be honest, Kim had never thought about it. Probably someone like Hyuji, and after hearing Kim's words, the girl was sure. She prepared a gift and wrote a letter. And the day she met with him and suggested Hyun Seong to date, Hyuji experienced a bad ending for the first time in his life. Coming from a wealthy family, hearing no from her parents, living like Christ behind her back. The first rejection introduced Hyuji to despair, and anger began to ripen in her heart. And when the girl told Hyun-sun about everything, he shook with a series of nervous laughs, so she hired a Golden Circle just to get revenge. To which Hyuji immediately yelled. The guy told her that the girl fit his ideal, gave her signals, although he knew nothing about her. After that, her life went to hell, while Kim had fun as he could. He was getting more and more popular and getting better grades, and she felt like crap. The girl certainly didn't mean for things to go this far wrong, she just did. To make Hyun Seong feel as desperate as she did. That's it, she won't do it again, Kim will forgive her this time. And Kim's chuckles, already turning into some kind of nervous tic. Standing face to face at the manifestation of pure evil, Hyun-sun suddenly lost all emotion. The girl should know Kim didn't turn her down because she wasn't his type. You should have told her back then. Hyun Soon just couldn't afford to date Hyuji. The girl was constantly having lunch in cafes and changing phones like gloves. The guy just couldn't take it, so he had no choice but to refuse her. And the girl was happy at that moment, so Hyun Soon. And taking his hand, the girl said with a smile, "You should have just been honest." If Kim had told everything right away as it was, she wouldn't have gone this far. Could they start over? But no, it was already too late. Grabbing Hyuji by the hair, Kim whispered quietly. He would destroy both the girl and her entire family. And even the slightest reason for her joy. In that instant, he broke into a powerful bream. That bitch will never understand why he made it this far. 10 years of hell in a vegetable state. And countless misfortunes for the protagonist's family. And now Hyun Soon is going out of his way to prevent it. How dare Hyuji consider herself a human being? When she sent Kim into the abyss of despair and humbly watched. All this over a simple rejection. People like her never change. When they're done, Hyuji should look for a good plastic surgeon. That's a shame. All that money's gonna be spent on fixing a broken fucking face. It's a shame for her, isn't it? A little while later, Yoon Chul burst into the storeroom. He was shocked, to say the least. Really? Kim's hitting girls already, and it's so brutal. She's got bruises all over her body and she's bleeding. But it doesn't matter. It's all because of her. She was the one who hired the Golden Circle, so she deserved it. Yoon Chul interjected, but is Hyun Seong sure about that? The teacher thought frantically, is this the quiet client of the Golden Circle? Still, Kim was overreacting. But on the other hand, did she hire the school bullies? You can't let something like this go unpunished. All right, he'll work it out somehow. But the girl's parents won't let it go that easily. Her father has a lot of influence in Daesun. This is a whole new level. But it's okay, it's okay. Yoon Chul won't have to clean up the mess by himself. Just have a man send Hyuji home. That's all he has to do. And when the girl reached her home, she was met by her father, Okun Sam. What the fuck is this? What kind of fucked up motherfucker did this to his girl? What? They got a fucking death wish. Hyuji's mother immediately ran to her favorite daughter. What were they going to do now? Would her husband let the bastards who had done this go unpunished? Who does this woman take him for? Has she lost her mind? He'll put all those involved in it in the dungeons. But first, how did those assholes in the circle manage to give away his daughter's identity? Jong-soo, you dumbass. But after dialing the broker, all the man heard was the same old phrase. The caller is on the line. Please call back later. All because Chan-soo had recruited a completely different person a little earlier. Hello, is this the Gold Circle broker in Seoul? Jang Chang-soo, right? Kim sent Hyuji home early. In Jung-soon Circle, failures can be forgiven and given a second chance. However, revealing the client's identity is a different story. Didn't the broker realize how Hyun Soon knew about it? But had Daejun really betrayed him? And Kim grinned. Did the man get it? He's just become a threat to the circle's existence, and the organization has no choice but to cover their tracks. They'll take out everyone connected to the case. The broker is really stressed out about what Hyun Seon is saying, but God forbid he ends this circus. Here's a simple question for Chan-soo. Does he want to live? And receiving a favorable response, Kim said that in that case, all the broker needed to do was report to the management in the circle that the man had successfully handled everything. Jong-soo had finished with Hyun-sun and the client was very satisfied. Daejun had also finished the job and was ready to return to Seoul, but the broker didn't understand. It's not like the client would keep quiet about Jong-soo's failure. However, the man might just forget about him. Does he have? At the beep of the dropped call, the broker nervously lit a cigarette. The situation is fucked up. Fuck it. The man is now out of options. He's cornered. And I got a client calling. Okay, I need to talk to him. And then a series of angry rants came out of the speaker. Why the fuck isn't that motherfucker picking up the phone? Hyuji's father would really like to know, looking at his daughter's battered face. How is Chan-soo going to handle the situation? What did that asshole guarantee him from the beginning? That their organization has an exceptional reputation without a single failure. And if Kun-san decides to tell someone about it, why is the broker silent? Does he think his management will happily talk to the customer personally? Let him answer immediately. But the answer was totally unexpected. Da Chang-soo didn't give a fuck. He's sorry, but their deal is over. It's over. As Hyuji's father pointed out, The golden circle has never failed. And the broker just set a precedent. What does the man think is going to happen to him? He's fucked. Jeonsu wants to live, okay, so he gave all the details about their deal to Kim Hyun-seong. Oh, Kun-sum probably didn't know that there were some papers in the deal. But life is unpredictable, and the broker kept a couple of important documents just in case. The man was furious at those words. The broker is a total scumbag. Kun-sum will give him and the gold circle up. Those bastards will all go down. But it seems like Hugh-ji's father doesn't get it. Chung Sui ratted him out for a reason. It's time for him to get his head on straight. What happens next is up to him. And on that note, the broker hung up. That made the man even angrier, because someone was coming to their house. Who was there at this hour? He didn't get an answer, however. Kim Hyun soon came to visit them. What he's doing here and why the fuck he's sitting on a couch like he owns the place. Let him get his ass up right away. But Kim is in no mood to mess with a man's ears and sit next to him. Yeon Sam has two stools, and alas again, both with dicks. The first is to get back at Hyun soon, to file a police report and try to tighten the golden circle. In that case, Kim would just publicize everything broker had told him. The circle itself won't disappear after that. The same can't be said for Yuji and Jang-su's fathers. The man will go to jail and the daughter to the detention center. It's clear as day. The funny thing is, Kun-sum will be in jail for 3 years. But his daughter will be out in a couple months. The man has no idea what's going to happen to her without her powerful daddy, who will keep Haji away from Hyun-soo. The man snapped. Is Kim threatening him? He thinks Yeon-sam will just let it go. Well, Uncle needs to start choosing his words. After all, behind Hyun-seon is Ko Jeon-bom, the heir to Myeonching Construction. It doesn't cost a guy anything to ask him for help. Like telling him to break a couple ribs or worse, the options are endless. Or Kun-sum thinks the guy doesn't have the guts, so let the man ask Hugh-ji. Her pretty face will explain everything to him immediately. But a man cannot worry, because there is also a second option. Dropping the knife on the floor, Kim continued, how about this loving daddy tames his daughter's own tendons? Then he won't hurt him. Hyun-seong has nothing else to say. Daughter or status, let him choose. In the meantime, he will go away. The man's wife was trying to calm her daughter down. What does this guy mean? He's crazy. The woman asks her husband to call the police sooner rather than later. Why doesn't he do anything? Kim's leaving, right? And the man with the shaking hands understood. What a bastard. The guy's really right about everything. Right down to the last word. One mistake and he'll end up behind bars. Mention construction, cock and bomb. They're all out of his league. This is his house, his business. Who's gonna run it? And picking up the knife, the man lamented. He told me not to spoil the children so much. He made his choice, and unfortunately for his daughter, not in her favor. Meanwhile, Hyun soon finally met up with the broker in real life. And they had already had a chance to discuss the recent event. The broker asks, even if Yeon-sam decides to go for the second option, Kim won't stop there, right? And yes, of course the broker is right. He'll make the man take a step. At first, little by little, Kim exposes all the fraudulent schemes in which Yeon-sam was involved in any way. And then he'll reveal everything the broker gave away to the young man. Sounds cool, doesn't it? And if Yeon-sam doesn't have the balls to cripple his daughter, then Hyun-soon will just lock him up for domestic violence. And the broker wonders what the young man's plan is. Like, yeah, he bought some time, but sooner or later the circle will figure it out. And that's right, so Hyun-soon wants to offer the broker a deal. Code name Trojan Horse. Jang soon cooperated with the young man because he bet on him to survive. Kim is sure that the broker realizes that he is just a bargaining chip for the circle. That's why he wants to talk to him straight. Why would a man be loyal to the circle? And the broker answered in no uncertain terms, for the money. And since that's the case, Jang-sun can safely make money with Kim. But no, even though the broker is just a hair away from death, no one has ever mistaken him for a moron. Being a double agent is an even more dangerous game. He admits he did join the circle to make a huge pile of dough. And the organization is more than capable of giving it to him. The broker only leaked the information because he's too afraid of the circle. So what's the deal with this Trojan horse? Han Seong wants a man to risk his ass for a young man and Myung Chin's money. That's bullshit. Kim only said one word to that, celestials. And the broker tensed up. What? How does he know? And Hyunsun continued. In 2 years, Kun-soo should be a broker for the best of the best. Isn't that right? The vertical of the golden circle, the golden line. Like any structure, it has its classes. The top politicians, top businessmen and officials. In the circle environment, they are called the big leagues. These people have their own brokers, and the higher the rank, the bigger and better the circle encourages them. In addition, the ideal brokers are accepted into the league itself. Chen-su was shocked by the guy's words, and the uppers don't even know everyone in the circle. How does Hyun-soon know all this? It's crazy. What if it really works out? Of course, if the circle finds out about Chen-su's betrayal, there will be a price to pay. But otherwise, the man will be gone in a couple of years, and no one will catch him. And if Hyun Seong runs over the golden circle, that's 2 birds with 1 stone. It's a song. After thinking it over carefully, the broker asked how he could become a member of the league, so Kim asked the man not to rush into it for at least the next month. But then Chen-su will get what he wants. And finished his business here. Kim went to one person to further strengthen his position. The protagonist pondered. Jong-soo probably does not understand how he found out about everything, but in Hyun Seon's past life, after just a couple of years, the society learned about the existence of the cirque. It became a national scandal after proving the involvement of politicians and big businessmen. That the Golden Circle case was closed, without publicizing even one league member's name. It is impossible to legally destroy the circle. The bigwigs and those in power will never allow it. So it was time for Kim to move on to the next stage of the plan. And his next target was Prosperity Party Senator Kim Pano. The man wondered if it was the same guy who had sent him the note. Tano called Hyun-soon to say, no need to tease him about some rumors. The note said that the young man could clear him of all suspicion. What is this? A prank? And the protagonist understands everything. It sounds absurd. But the guy still hopes that the man will at least listen to him and decide for himself. After all, Hyun Seong wants to make a deal with him. From his past life, Kim remembered that during his professorship, Pano had developed many useful connections, which he used to promote the children of influential officials. And with the help of the latter, the man had risen to the rank of senator. But in a moment, Pano's entire carefully constructed world imploded. All because Senator Chen Jiul uncovered a corruption scheme. Hyunsung had been waiting for the right moment when the man needed him. In the not-too-distant past, the young man had discreetly left a note on Pano's office door with his number and an offer of help. And at the moment, Will has just filed charges against the man. And it's all very strange because there's no personal animosity between them. And there's no obvious upside for Will in this case. However, Kim believes that this person had someone asked to dig under Pano. For example, it could be Senator Yang Mingnu, leader of the Prosperity Party. But Pano is doubtful. That's a pretty dangerous statement. And Hyun-soon knows it, but he's confident in his words. Yang Ming needs to cut down a young rival who is rapidly gaining power. However, directly prying on a member of his own party is very difficult. That's why he forced Senator Will to do it. After all, partisan infighting is a common occurrence. Besides, Will has no wrongdoing. It's not so easy for him to get revenge. The man dried Kim carefully. The boy is quite perceptive, but it's not enough. Suppose the young man is right, then what's the big deal? But it's as simple as a clear day. There's only one solution. If you can't argue with the message, shoot the messenger. Influential parents always have children with absurdly high grades. Any way you slice it, rumors will start. Soon a story about foreign students who were using will surface. But the identity of one of them will not be revealed. And what a lucky coincidence that Senator Will's son is studying abroad right now. Hyun-soon's words made the man laugh. He doesn't understand what the guy is getting at, but Kim was persistent. This news is about to hit the media. If Pano plays his cards right, he can avoid the scandal. The man, however, knows that in politics it is extremely difficult to rebuild a face, especially when it has been completely destroyed. One mistake, and as they say, you're wrong. If Pano closes his gestalt, at least his future won't be jeopardized. And beyond that, Hyunsung has plans to smooth tea. On that note, Kim has to digress. When Pano is convinced of the importance of the boy, he will certainly turn to him. And the young man will wait for that moment for exactly 1 week. A few days later, the newspaper was bursting with news of those very students. Even Senator Will himself didn't know that his eldest son was Yuzi. Tianxing and Pano met again in the senator's office. And the man wondered, how did a mere student know such information? Well, thanks to Mr. Ko Chanbom, of course. The young man has a lot of influential friends. And Kim didn't come empty-handed, he came with a plan. Alright, the man sees the guy's got balls. But so what's his plan? However, Hyun soon took his time and answered the question with a question. The senator doesn't happen to be running for president. The man was amazed. How did the boy know? And Kim continued. He's not implying anything, of course, but if Pano's ambitions are as the young man thinks they are, the man doesn't stand a chance. All because there is no corresponding history behind Pano. Coming from a wealthy family, a graduate of an elite school, he became a professor under a simplified program and had no trouble getting into parliament. Pano was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. That's why he will lose the election. He has always had everything, and having finished speaking, Kim remembered. In his previous life it was because of this man that he was defeated. He was upset. You mean Hyun Seon is asking Pano to surrender? No. No. The senator got it wrong. The man wouldn't turn his back on his goal anyway, so he'd better let Hyunsing make him king. Mensen Construction will finance everything. As the man probably knows, laundering money in construction is the easy part. For starters, Kim and his patrons will create a panorama story, the perfect legend for an election campaign that will make people hold the man up as an example. The panel, in turn, will become the politician who destroyed the Golden Circle. When this organization would be recognized by the public, the senator would hustle up a solution to this little problem. The man would become a star literally overnight. Plus there would be absolutely no risk involved. It's Hyun Seon who makes the porridge. And if anything spills on the table, he'll clean it up personally. Pano only needs to help as much as he can. It's clear to the man. Those are very big words for a 17-year-old. However, Kim objected. Pano would have plenty of time to find confirmation of his words and make sure. Tianxing isn't an ordinary miner, but the man who made Ko Chanbom the heir apparent to Mensen Construction. It is Kim who is entirely behind his success. And the next day, everyone around the school was discussing the recent events. I think Huji took the documents and fuck knows why. Someone saw a girl being taken to the hospital a couple days ago. Apparently, she was so badly injured that she couldn't walk on her own. And Hyun Seong, who heard this gossip, just couldn't believe it. Kun Som did it after all. What kind of asshole would do that? There were plenty of ways for him to protect Huji. Kim certainly understands. It's hard to make a finalized decision on emotion. But I guess Hyun soon will send someone to look after Huji. It's just a matter of waiting for the presidential candidate to accept the young man's offer. With heavy thoughts, the protagonist walked towards the exit of the school. If Pano backed up, he would have to go with Plan B and get rid of this man. Because he knows Kim personally, then we'll have to find a new riding horse. After all, who knows if Hyun Seon will face another opponent again. In the worst-case scenario, Pano might join forces with the Golden Circle, but the protagonist hopes it won't come to that after all. Suddenly someone shouted at him. It's a really big bald man, and he asks Hyun Seong nicely to get in the car and go with him. But Kim's not a good guy, so he says yes. And eventually ended up in Senator Pano's office. The man was going crazy in there. Is Hyun Seong really behind Chanbom? Pano admits, for a kid that age, to merit is not childish. But does Kim have any idea what it would cost them to destroy the Golden Circle? And Hyun Seong already knew that the man was in on it. They sat down and Pano continued. The man doesn't understand the motivation. Kim was never their target, so why organize a plan to destroy the Golden Circle? Tianxing frowned, and the senator ever experienced the feeling of utter helplessness in the face of unjustified anger. A powerful man like this man will be able to stand up for himself, but the circle's targets are other people, poor, weak, and unable to fight back. They can't drop out, or their lives will be over. They do not have to wait for help from adults and teachers, because the Golden Circle has everything covered, everyone involved in the share. Tano can imagine the realization of your own worthlessness when you are constantly being beaten up in school and even outside of school, not being able to do anything about it, only to suffer endlessly. It's hell. Hyun Sung will destroy this fucking cycle of school violence. The desire to harm each other may be in the blood of humanity, but Kim, by all means, wants to destroy those who profit from it. The senator is clear. Let the kid lay out his plan. Tano will listen and promise to think about it, and Hyun Seong will speak up. The Golden Circle holds the reputation of being influential due to having an unprecedented history without failure. The young man had gained the confidence of their broker by getting him to make a false report. He reported to them that the last assignment had been completed. When Kim is in his senior year and it's time to take the state exam, he will transfer to Gangnam, Seoul, holding the top spot in the country. And as Pano thinks about what will happen when Korea's top 1 student is transferred to the capital city, and all the way to Gangnam. To top it all off, it turns out that the Golden Circle couldn't get rid of him. And the man realizes, shit's gonna hit the fan. And the kid didn't stop. Inside the school, the influence of the outside world is limited. But even there, Hyunsung will be able to fight the pressure. The panel is all it takes to provide Kim with enough support to keep him from being expelled. The longer the young man holds out, the more trouble he'll cause for the circle. Amazingly, Hyunsung is confident in his own success and is determined to go all the way. Tano realized he and the young man look a lot alike. Does Kim even, know why a man wants to be president? Actually, he just wants to try, that's all. The funny thing is that Tano knows a lot of people who want the position. And given their backgrounds, they have a good chance, but the man still wants to try. There was not a single failure in his life. He went to a prestigious university, rose through the professoriate, and became a senator. Why can't Pano then become the best in the country? The guy needs to remember, one failure on Hyun Sung's part and their relationship with Pano will definitely end. And Kim won't get any help. The senator will destroy all the evidence. But if the guy is sure he'll pull it, Pano takes him up on his offer. A few days had passed since Hyunsung and the senator had spoken. Kim was hanging around the school grounds as usual, intending to go to the auditorium. This time, however, someone called out to him. It was Shunai, and the girl asks the guy to sit next to her for a while and talk. They were seated on the bleachers. Shunai gathered his thoughts and spoke. Hyuji picked up her papers yesterday. They say she was taken away by ambulance. This is Kim's doing, isn't it? But he shouldn't worry. The girl won't tell anyone. No matter what. She can't stand people like Hyuji, sociopaths obsessed with their own feelings. Because of the same man, Shunai's brother passed away. Alright, what's her point? It's simple, the girl wants to help Hyun Seong. Kim thought for a moment. He didn't remember much about her from his past life. Had Hyunsung really seen her true face right now? The hidden side of Shunai, seeking revenge. Her parents were high-ranking officials and chairman of a committee against school violence. Certainly the girl is a useful figure, but ... What is Shunai willing to do for this? She says anything. Is that so? But then ... She gouge out the guy's eyes. No. The bastard who killed her brother with that shiv in Hyun Seong's hand. When Kim breaks someone's bones, he expects the same thing to be done to him. When he ruins someone's life, he's ready for his life to be rolled over. Would Shunai have the guts to work with the young man with the same zeal? Obviously not. So Hyunsung asks the girl not to bother him with this nonsense anymore. Her weakness will only get in the way. The path the protagonist follows, there's no room for ordinary people like Shunai. Yes, Hyun Seong did the right thing. And the main character was about to leave the school, but Siwoo jumped up to him. How's Hyun Seong? Did you finish your work? Not really. How about Siwoo? Are you doing well in school? Of course I did. I promised. Yeah. Him too? The only time the guys are together is in Dosan. But that's impossible in Seoul. Hyun Seong alone will be enough in this mess. The protagonist has to make sure that Siwoo can continue to live without problems, without his help. But Kim's a little soft, isn't he? We need to focus. Siwoo just noticed there was a man blocking their way. He's a stubborn one. The other private academies gave up after 1 or 2 tries. And the man decided to clarify the situation. His name is Roo Bem-seok, the principal of the Miracle Intensive Academy. And he promises, this is the last time. Kim can only give Bem-seok a few minutes. Hyun Seong has been getting a lot of attention from the various academies for the past few days. It's all because of the principal's mania to make their school prestigious. In pursuit of fame, Otwan made every media outlet he could reach report on the main character's triumph in the exams. But in the end, the principal only attracted the attention of Dosun's most prestigious academies. Their representatives made many very tempting offers to Hyunsung, however, they were all turned down. And at this point, Sivu decided to go ahead, leaving Hyunsung alone with Bem Seok. What does a man want again? Kim turned down that offer last time. Bem Seok, on the other hand, handed the young man an envelope. He's offering a deal. The man wants to buy Hyunsung's reputation. Miracle is going to expand from Dosun to Seoul if word gets out that Kim has joined their academy. Miracle Intensive will have a chance to compete with the best schools in Seoul. The guy may not even have to go to classes. Just let him confirm the rumor that he applied to Miracle. And if Hyunsung gets the highest score in the exams, he'll get 100 million as an incentive. And Kim was amused to hear it. So that's what he's worth now. Well, barring revenge, the guy's life isn't so bad. Except Hyunsung refuses. And that's simply because he doesn't want to. And the next day, after school was over, someone came to Kim's house again. This time, it was Lee Mizo, the manager of Daechi Sky's mother cafe. Hyunsung will have a moment for her. And Kim had some free time on his hands, so why not? He and the manager sat down at a nearby coffee shop. Mizo immediately started talking about her community. It's a community where parents from the Daechi neighborhood share information about schools with each other. And the other day, Hyunsung's. The woman will be blunt, she has an offer. Kim does not want to be a tutor for the children of her community members, including Ms. Lee Mizo's own child. Of course, she doesn't expect instant results. There are enough tutors in Seoul with better qualifications and results. But Ms. Lee Mizo is more interested in Hyunsung's special approach to studying. So to be specific about the offer, we need lessons once a week, 4 times a month. They'll pay 2 million won per lesson. Kim can teach in Daesun. If Hyunsung has other conditions, they'll accept it too. But the main character doesn't hear about some mother's cafe. He needs to think about it for a couple days. That's what they agreed on. That evening, Kim decided to look up information about this community on the internet. For the most part, it's a regular forum. Alas, it looks kind of weak. But Hyunsung came across a profile with 10 million won worth of subscriptions. Well, he's going to see if Lemeso is worth anything. She must have some paid topics. And yes, the protagonist was not wrong. By clicking on the Sky Mystery tab, Hyunsung got it. This is it. In a previous life, when the information about the Golden Circle was made public, who do you think made the biggest fuss? Ordinary people, politicians. These were the same mothers who are frantically shaking for the future of their children. And then they're the ones who started screaming that the Circle's actions were causing the kids to fall behind in their studies. That kind of power would be useful to have in one's pocket. As soon as Kim realized that, he dialed Mizo's number. They would meet tomorrow and agree to cooperate. And later, the very golden youth, the mothers of the Mizo community came to Dosun, and they were puzzled. Why the hell did their parents make them come here? And one of them was Lee Mizo's son, Kang Min-woo. This high school kid was outraged, all because of poor Kim who doesn't even live in Ganami. He's some fucking gifted bruiser. And his friends supported the guy. Teenagers are pissed off that they have to be taught by some but know how. Everyone present of course tried to avoid this trip. But their parents couldn't be persuaded. And Minwoo, sensing the mood of his friends, even managed to fuck up the class. But the others said they don't know shit. If they screw up this time, there will be consequences. However, Minwoo stood his ground. Don't let them worrying about it. What will their parents do if not everyone doesn't show up? That's right, they'll choose another tutor. The company doesn't need to see the first in the country in terms of studies to realize he's a fucking loser. What's he going to do? And his friends spit. Realistically, fuck that sucker. They just want to have fun. Going to this Dosun was torture in itself. They needed to rest. The teenagers had finished and went off in search of adventure. Meanwhile, Hyunsung was preparing for his first tutoring session. However, he was interrupted by a phone call. It was Jong-soo who was bothering him. Thanks to Kim, the broker had a dinner with Mr. Limit Chul-hyun, the executive director of Future Investment and Security. Well, this man's son will be entering high school next year, and he will definitely need a golden lap. So Hyunsung is sure this is the broker's chance to jump into the big leagues. And when it works out, Jansu will regularly leak information to the young man. Let a man remember that he should never corner a client's target. Let him see it through to the end, but not forgetting to give the target a chance to breathe. And most importantly, if the slightest miscalculation happens, the broker is fucked. That was the end of it, and Hyunsung was thinking. When Chen Su becomes his spy in the circle, Kim is sure to learn the names of the victims of their organization. I don't care if the guy turns his back on them for his own revenge. At least the protagonist will be aware of cases that are usually whispered about. He needs it because the memories from the past are still to clear. However, that's about all the guy's willing to do for now. More involvement is fraught. By the way, his students are late on the first day, and it was all about teenagers hanging out at a club at the time and singing an old-fashioned song at karaoke. But their weekend tea was interrupted by Hyunsung. The teenagers quickly explained to Kim that the place was occupied, and he better get the fuck out of here while he was still in one piece. However, Kim let these words pass by his ears and turned to Kwon Minwoo. Isn't he Mizo's son? The teenager didn't understand how this freak knew him. Who was he? But instead of answering, he received a whiplash from Kim. That Minwoo fell down like a stone. If these kids don't get it, the fucking teachers in class, they do well to say hello to him.